All right, guys, welcome in. It's Friday. It's time. This is Brian Leonard just reminded me, hit, go live. I'm like over here talking about things. We starting the show without actually hitting go live. But
by the way, Adam is the same off camera as he is on camera, if you were curious.
Yeah, I got my Scranton Wilkes-Barre hat on right now. They've all but clinched the final playoff spot for the AAA playoffs. So it looks like it's going to be Scranton, Jacksonville, Tacoma, Las Vegas. I'm encouraging Brian Leonard to go to the series in Vegas. Brian, I can't remember if you've told me or not. Have you ever been to the final? Have you ever been to the championship game?
I have not, and unfortunately, I've got a trip planned. I won't be able to make the championship game, but I will be able to make the Pacific Coast Championship series.
We've talked off air. We think there's going to be a very good betting opportunity in that series, and you'll have to wait till next week. We'll talk about it next week on the show. What we're going to talk about for the next hour is Major League Baseball, like we do every day. And I need your guys' help because I knew it would come to this at some point. So obviously, as all the viewers know, I'm very invested in the Mariners, and this is a very, very big weekend for me in terms of my Mariners future bets. Mariners Astros tonight. That's where we're going to start. Huge game. Both teams now tied for first place in the AL West, and they get to play it out this weekend. This is exactly what you want. You know, the schedule makers, this is what they want. This is perfect. You're down to about 10 days left in the regular season. Actually less, I think like 8 days left in the regular season. And it works out where we get Mariners, Astros head-to-head all weekend long. It's going to be a great series. Brian Leonard, I want to bet the Mariners here too. And now I've got to ask myself, are you know what I mean? Like, is my head clear, right? Do I want to bet it because I need the Mariners or is it actually a good bet? I think it's kind of a good bet, but I'm going to give you two a chance to talk me off of it. So let's go Mariners, Astros, Minute Maid Park, Brian Wu, Hunter Brown, huge game tonight.
Before we get to the games, congratulations to us. We won our second parlay in 3 days, and we probably should have won the other one. So if Arizona doesn't win that game in the 10th inning, we could have had 3 straight days of parlay winners. We're now up, if my numbers are correct, 8.14 units on the season. What I've got. Yep. So hey, we're going to end the season. Knock on wood. We're going to end the season here with a winning record. So good for us, and thankfully some of you might have taken advantage of it. And as we said before we even started that, none of us are parlay players. We play them individually. So if you played them individually, we have somebody in the chat and in the other one afterwards where they break it down and tell you how we were overall. But it's been a really successful season, and thank everybody for tuning in every day. I know with football going on, it's tough to do this. We got less people in here, but hey, there's still hungry people that love baseball. Let's get you some winners. Okay, Seattle and Houston. Wu against Brown should be a great game. The importance of the game. I love both of these pitchers, and the line's basically telling you it's a pick 'em all over. We're getting a pick 'em number and a total of 7.5 to the under, which is pretty low when you go into Houston. That's a pretty good hitter's ballpark, especially if you pull the baseball. Brian Wu, 14-7 record. He's really good, and he's one of the most unheralded pitchers in Major League Baseball. Comes in with a 3.02 ERA, 3.08 expected, 0.94 WHIP. His WHIP in 3 seasons is less than 1. Tells you how good he is. He does give up a little bit of barrel hard hit rate. It's about league average, but his walk rate doesn't walk anybody. 4.9% walks last year, 2.8. So he's in the 95th percentile, and he's a good strikeout pitcher. And he throws 5 different pitches 7% of the time or more. His four-seamer is at 47%. Right now it's at 95.7, which is a little more than league average on the miles per hour there. Hunter Brown, 12-7 record, 2.27 ERA. Even his expected ERA is good, 3.10. He's got a 1.00 WHIP, and his numbers are almost exactly the same. His numbers might even be a little bit better on this season than Wu's. His weakness is probably walk rate at 54th percentile. That's still better than league average. He throws 6 different pitches, and his four-seamer 39%. So his is a little bit more balanced in that regard. But 2 guys that I would never find any problems going against. I am going to sit back and watch this game. I don't find enough value in it to play. I think the number is right, but it should be a hell of a game to watch. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, what's up, everyone? I'm back in Phoenix. I'm back to the bad lighting and the dark house. So, regarding this game, man, I have not had two teams that match up like this all season. These two teams are dead ringers. Almost every stat, they are within 0.1 points of each other. They grade out in an exact tie. So, two teams that are hitting quite well, and two bullpens performing well, and two great starting pitchers. So where do you go? My first instinct was to look at an under here, but I've taken a look at Brian Wu. Like Brian said, he's a great pitcher. But if you look at his numbers against these Astros, they're actually not very good. He's been tagged pretty good by this team. How bad has he been tagged? Well, a 306 average against and an 838 OPS against, and that's in 72 at bats. So that kind of alarms me. Kind of tells me that he might get hit a little bit today. I mean, Brian Wu is not the kind of guy who gets, tagged for an 8 bomb or something in one inning, but I do remember a game where I was on him. He went to New York and played the Yankees, and I think he gave up 5 runs in that game, and that was kind of turned me off to Brian Wu, but not totally turned me off, but it told me that he's not invincible. If anything, I think the Astros have a slight advantage here, but these two teams are just so tight. There's no way I'm going to play this game because they're just, seriously, every category that I rank, they're within 0.1 points of each other right now in current form. So I'm not touching this game.
It's hard to disagree with that. When I look at these two, it's very, very close. I kind of feel like you could. I kind of feel like you could make a case for either side. Both teams are playing great. The Astros just sort of, put the Rangers out of the mix, swept them. I believe the Mariners have won like 5 of their last 6. They take 2 of 3 in Kansas City. So you have two teams that are both playing as good as they've played. At least obviously they've had stretches where they've been very good this season. They're both 15 games over 500, but you can argue that these two teams right now, I think the Mariners have won like 9 of 10, something like that. Both teams are playing great ball. I guess that if I was going to make a case for the Mariners, I do think Brian Wu maybe doesn't get as much respect as some of the other aces in the league. Like for whatever reason, I like Hunter Brown has sort of been widely accepted as like this like legitimate like ace caliber like frontline stud, and he gets priced like that. But I feel like the masses, and so that obviously permeates into the market as well, still sleeps on Brian Wu a little bit. I don't think either of those two are different. I think they're both really like just below the Scoobles and the Crochets in terms of caliber of starting pitcher in the American League or in the entire league. And you have two bullpens that have both been solid. I'm going to keep coming back to this. It would be like splitting hairs to find much of a difference between these two teams. So for me personally, I'm going to just kind of stick with what I've said for a few months, that I think the Mariners are just a little bit better, that they're going to overcome the Astros and win this division at some point. But I think for me to sort of bet that in this game might be flipping a coin to an extent. The game's in Houston, playoff baseball. It's what we're going to, when we get 2 weeks from now, when we're talking about these games, I feel like this is going to be the conversation in a lot of these games where it's like you have the best teams playing the best teams, their best pitchers are on the mound. How do you find value there? Well, it's really tough. And you'll see that when we start talking about the playoffs in a couple of weeks. It's just a playoff game this week. All of these games are going to be playoff games. For me, I'll be looking at ways into this series for the Mariners, but I'm not sure it's going to be in this spot where you just have these two stud starting pitchers. So, yeah, but I will be rooting for the Mariners without a doubt. I've got those futures, and I need them to have a good weekend. Okay, let's go to more playoff implications. I think I'll have a stronger opinion in this one. Jose Martinez says, let's talk D-backs baseball. Yeah, let's do that. They're out in the desert again tonight. Brian Leonard, you talked about ruining our parlay the day you and I did the show together, and they lost in the 11th inning, squandering really a golden opportunity to really kind of be in the mix. I mean, they're still very much in the mix, 2 games back of a wild card spot coming into tonight. But man, if they had that win, which I feel like they should have had, they would be right there on the Mets' heels. Now 2 games back, do or die tonight for the D-backs. They've got the Phillies coming into town, who's a very good team, but they don't have as nearly as much to play for. Are you getting involved, D-backs, Phillies in the desert tonight?
Yeah, Taijuan Walker is going to start for Philadelphia, and he's going to be piggybacked by Walker Buehler. If you trust them, I'm not sure I do. Philadelphia is the one team that basically is everything locked up. Big lead in the division. But they're playing good ball. There's no doubt about it. Ryan Nelson going for Arizona. Nelson's about a 120 favorite, total of about 9.5 to the under a little bit. Looking at Taijuan Walker, he's on the season 4.17 ERA, 4.50 expected, 1.39 WHIP. His WHIP's been really bad the last few years, and that's what's been concerning. He got on a streak when they put him back into the rotation, in which he pitched very well. Starting to get back to normal Taijuan Walker. The last few years, he has not been good. Keep in mind, when he came up in Seattle, he was the hot shot, big strikeout numbers. I remember going to spring training. Marco and I would go to spring training. I remember the first game that I saw him. I said, "This is their hot shot guy." In Peoria, beautiful ballpark down there, by the way. The Padres and also the Seattle play there. If you ever get a chance, the food down there is great for a ballpark. Anyway, Taijuan Walker, 4th percentile in the whiff, 6th percentile in strikeout rate, 15th in extension. Not a guy I'm looking to play at this point, but I'm not sure I want to play Walker Buehler either. He looked good last time out, but where's that been all season long? Ryan Nelson, 3.34 ERA, 3.90 expected, 1.06 WHIP. He's a guy that I've been waiting on for a long time, and he's showing some signs this year. His extension, 87th percentile, fastball velocity, 72nd, but he still does get hit. Hard hit rate, 14th percentile, average exit velocity, 5th percentile, whiff rate, 22nd. Throws 5 pitches, but his four-seamer basically 62% of the time. Overall, if you've watched, I'm not a big fan of guys that don't have enough quality stuff behind it. That's his problem. If he does have quality stuff, he just doesn't throw it enough. His fastball's at 95.7, same as his opponent. And it's a situation for me where, as much as I like Ryan Nelson, I don't know if I trust him either. So we've got 2 teams here that I think the offenses should be having a pretty decent day here. Obviously, from a need standpoint, the host needs it a lot more than Philadelphia does. But granted, for the Phillies, they're playing some pretty good ball here. Prefer the Arizona side. Maybe I'll play Philadelphia team total under, which would be at this point 4.5 under 120. That's a little risky in this ballpark. It's a pretty good hitter's ballpark. So I will root for Arizona for obviously for TB, but it's also the closest local stadium in Las Vegas. So I kind of got a soft spot for Arizona, and I love the city in Phoenix. So I'll root for them. I'm leaning that way, but probably not enough to get me involved into the game betting wise.
Head over to WagerTalk.com to see what we have available. I've already put my MLB plays out, and I have a free play up as well. I'm sure these gentlemen will also have something available today. So go to WagerTalk.com, go to the free picks page, and go to our pages and see what we have available. It's funny because people say that the teams that are already in the playoffs are fades, but that's actually not true because some of these guys are out there just keeping themselves warm, getting ready for the playoffs, and it's called the grip it and rip it. These guys have no stress, nothing. They're just out there free swinging, and those are sometimes the teams that you want to bet on. But in this case, Taijuan Walker is definitely the worst rotation pitcher in the Phillies rotation. That's kind of like saying it's the number 4 contestant in a beauty pageant because they have really good pitchers. So if he's the worst of the top 4 beauties in the world, that's not so bad. But my numbers do not like him at all. His expected numbers very bad. As a matter of fact, I have him ranked 27 out of on a curve of 30 of all starting pitchers. Very bad. And if you look at his numbers against these Diamondbacks, only 10 at bats against, but a 300 average and a 1,064 OPS. But 10 at bats, I don't think we can make too much out of that. Diamondbacks are hitting quite well. I have them ranked in current form number 4 in MLB, but I got the Phillies ranked number 2. My numbers say Ryan Nelson is a pretty average pitcher, but if you look at his numbers, they don't look average because he's got a 106 whip in all those innings that he's pitched this season. So that's not bad at all. His history against these Philly batters, pretty average, 260 average against a 740 OPS, which is can't really glean anything off of those stats. It's pretty average. I think I'm kind of along the lines of Brian going with the team total, but I think a Diamondbacks team total over would be a way to go here. Philly's bullpen is performing dreadfully right now, and they're not going to be too eager to use their best arms here, I don't think. They might put some of their best guys in for an inning or two, but it's not going to be high pressure leverage spots or anything like that. So Phillies don't really care if they win this game or not. They're just very talented. I think the Diamondbacks team total over would be the way to go because betting aside for Arizona, as we've seen in the last few days, can be bad for your ulcer. So that would be how I would go.
Yeah, so something tells me this is like maybe the weekend, like some of these Phillies players get to like blow off some steam, hang out a little bit. If you kind of look at the schedule, they just played the Dodgers, so they were always going to take that Dodgers series seriously. That's like, that was like they kind of made a statement, in my opinion, by going in and taking 2 of 3 from the Dodgers. Now they're in Phoenix for the weekend. They really don't have, they've had the division wrapped up for a while. They really don't have any way to like improve their, they're going to be one of the top teams in the NL. So, their last road series of the season, then they go home for 6. And it's like, I feel like once they get back home, it's going to be like focus. Okay, now like this is the playoff run. They've got off days on piggybacking this series. So they had yesterday off. They have Monday off. Like, again, I'm trying to just put myself in the mentality of a team that's been playing all season. This feels like the weekend where it's like, maybe show up to the ballpark a little bit late. Like maybe it's not like so of the utmost importance that they are like so focused on this series. It feels like a little bit of a throwaway series. This is a Phillies team that on the road this year is only 40-38, right? Like we've talked about Phillies at Citizens Bank Park being one of the best home teams of the last like 3 years. I believe they have the best record in baseball at home. If you go back to the beginning of the season that the D-backs actually knocked them out, which would have been, I believe, was 2023. I think they have the best home record in baseball since then. This year on the road, 40-38. So clearly, lack a little bit in relative to what they are, right? Like they're a 91-62 team this year, but the majority of that has been accumulated at home. So that, there's that. The other thing I really found interesting, and I kind of love this, and I love Torey Lovullo. So I think he's a great coach. I know I complained after he didn't like squeeze bunt or find a way to get one of those speedy guys home the other day, but all things considered, Lovullo's an awesome coach. The fact that he even has this team with the pitching that he's had this year and the injuries that he's had in the bullpen, the fact that he has this team 2 games out of a wild card spot is very, very impressive. Big reason for that, Diamondbacks can hit. Top 10 team WRC plus pretty much all season. They haven't really dropped off a ton since Naylor and Suarez got traded, so they've just kind of plugged other guys in. And I don't think they're going to have much of an issue handling Taijuan Walker and then Walker Buehler, who they've seen a ton, right? Like Buehler might have been good last time out. They've had a ton of exposure to Buehler over the years, so they're going to have a good sort of sample size against him. The final thing that kind of puts me on the Diamondback side here is Lovullo before Wednesday's game came out and said, we're going 4-man rotation. Pfaadt, Nelson, Gallen, Eduardo Rodriguez. That's it. Rest of the season, 4-man rotation. They're taking the ball every, we've got enough off days, so they're going to pitch every 5th day. And we're going to go 4-man rotation. You can't tell me that doesn't get those 4 guys a little fired up. I think it's part of the reason Pfaadt pitched so good the other day, where it's like, like every one of those guys has had some, ups and downs over the course of the season. And now your manager's coming out and saying, here you go. You're 2 games out of a playoff spot. You've got 8 games to go. You could probably are going to have a chance to play yourself into it. And we're going to put the trust in you 4 guys to take the ball every every 4th day or 5th day and try to get us to the playoffs. I think it's why Pfaadt pitched so well on Wednesday. I wouldn't be surprised if Brian Nelson threw a great game here. And he's someone that I've personally been higher on than most. I think he's got a great fastball. Really a 1.06 whip this season, ERA in the mid 3s. He's got some underlying stuff that suggests he could get hit at some point, but we've been saying that for 3 months and no one's really hit him yet. He's still been very, very good. So I almost think Ryan Nelson has had a breakout season to an extent that he hasn't gotten fully gotten credit for because it's Arizona and they just don't get as much hype as some of the other teams. So, yeah, I do like the Diamondbacks quite a bit here. This is one I'll be looking at today for my clients. And maybe I'll throw it in the parlay, but I want to see what else pops up throughout the show. So, yeah, D-backs, I think it's a great spot for them. And it's also a good spot to fade the Phillies. So, any D-back correlated, Phillies fade correlated stuff in this game and probably all weekend is going to be a good look. Okay, let's go to Colin says, I like the Orioles money line. The Yankees today, good price on one of the best pitchers since the All-Star break. Not a fan of Will Warren. So TB closed out a parlay yesterday with an easy Yankees win. The crooked numbers came as we expected. Now you pull up the odds today, Brian Leonard, and it's a very competitively priced game, probably for the reason that Colin is bringing up. Trevor Rogers has been as good as it gets since they called him back up in maybe mid to late June. He has been awesome. He's been one of the best pitchers really in the league to that point. He's certainly a better pitcher than Will Warren. I don't think there's an argument about that, but the Yankees playing good ball right now. So this is an interesting one. Do you want the better pitcher or do you want the better team? Because that's what that's what Vegas is kind of asking you here. Do you want the better pitcher in Rogers or the better team? It's pretty competitively priced. How are you seeing this one?
Yeah, a lot of very interesting handicaps today. We talked about that a couple of days ago about I think it might have been yesterday or whatever, because there was less amount of games and we were able to go into a little bit more. I was talking about the Mets pitcher and he did very well. So yeah, it worked out well for both of us in our parlay.
Sure did.
I talked about Walker Buehler being the piggyback to in his game today. I just wanted to point out the Angels are throwing out Mitch Ferris. So it's a Ferris Bueller day in Major League Baseball. Too bad. This sounds like something the Angels would do. Too bad they don't trade him to Philadelphia for Bueller, and then they would have the for Walker. Then they would have the Ferris Bueller combination today in Philadelphia. But yeah, just interesting things like that. I'm sort of like that one baseball guy, the older gentleman that looks at a lot of these things and finds amusement in it. But yeah, we've got this. This was an interesting game because Warren, even though his numbers are not terrific on the season, he's got a 4.44 ERA, 4.50 expected 1.38 WHIP. He's at times really been good. The problem is he walks too many and he gets hit a little bit, and that's the only concern. But when he's on, he's very good. And unfortunately, hasn't been on enough for the Yankees, and they've had to use him. They've had a lot of injuries from the pitchers. We still don't have some of their guys back that they expected to be back this year. But average exit velocity 8th percentile, chase rate 10th, hard hit 13th, barrel rate 14th. So that tells you Warren can get hit. He does throw those 5 pitches. It's 4-seamer, 93.3 for a right-hander. Not the greatest. But he's a guy that can be hit, and this is when they move the fences back in a little bit. It's pretty good, much more better hitting ballpark here in Baltimore. Trevor Rogers, I mean, I said this last time he pitched, I think, that we all owe him an apology because we didn't understand that trade. We thought Baltimore was crazy out of all the needs they had. He has been fantastic, and unfortunately, he's only thrown 100 innings. He would be in the Cy Young. If he threw 50 more innings this year, he would be in the Cy Young consideration. 1.43 ERA, 3.03 expected, 0.89 WHIP. The guy's been terrific, but his hard hit rate is in the 7th percentile, and the Yankees hit the ball pretty hard. So that's something to be concerned about. But that's, for the most part, his fastball velocity is in the 28th percentile. He's only at 93.1. He's a lefty. That's league average. But everything else looks really good. He's had an outstanding season. And if you're betting on starting pitchers, that would be the side that you would want. Maybe Baltimore in the first 5 innings, something to that effect. If we take a look at the first half in this game, you're not paying much more. It's like Baltimore is about a 110 favorite in the first half. And if you like it for the full game, they're about, so it's about 15-cent differential, plus 105 or so. So it's something to take a look at. And the Yankees bullpen starting to pitch a little bit better, obviously, with the talent they have. They're still trying to find their ways. You get so many guys that were closers and no longer have that closer mentality. And the Yankees have a whole bunch of guys that have closed baseball games. That's the differential. We talked about this in the past. A guy comes in the 8th inning. They bring somebody in without a save opportunity. How many times do they get hit? So that's the problem the Yankees are having. They got guys adjusting to new roles. Hopefully, by the time the playoffs come, they'll have it all figured out. But that's one of the reasons why they've struggled. But from a hitter standpoint, the Yankees have the clearly better hitters. Baltimore, I like the talent on the team, but there's no doubt that you're getting the better team in the Yankees with the better hitters, and you're laying a 120, which is really cheap if you like to bet the Yankees. So I'm a little torn here. If you like the first 5, I think Baltimore's not a bad bet. If you want the whole game, I think the Yankees aren't a bad bet. So that's enough to keep me away from it at this point, but I'll take a look at this as the day goes on here. As opposed to yesterday and I believe the day before where there were day games, everything is on the evening card today. And the sad part is we have to wait longer to see it. The best part is we got more time to handicap these games, figure out who's actually going to be in the lineups today, coaches' quotes, which games report in the rest of the season. And that was a great breakdown of Arizona, Trig. You did it. You talked me into that one. I think that may be worth a wager. So this one I'm going to sit back and read a little bit more, but it should be a lot of fun. Good game.
Everyone, do us a favor and support the show. We don't get a producer. We don't have a graphics guy. We do everything ourselves. So show your appreciation by going to the replay, leaving a comment, because we do read them all and we respond to almost all of them if they're thoughtful. So I have a MLB play up today at WagerTalk.com. I'm sure these guys will too. Go to WagerTalk.com and see what we got, especially on the free play page. Regarding this one, there's just a couple stats that really jump out to me. Will Warren has a 5.8 ERA on the road, and Trevor Rogers against these New York Yankees, he's got a pretty good sample size, 34 at bats, 176 average against, and a 594 OPS against. He has absolutely dominated these Yankees. So how does he do at home this season? Even better, he's got a 1.1 ERA in 41 innings. So if anyone's going to quiet these Yankee bats, it's going to be him. Looking at those stats, the first thing that jumped to me is, Orioles. But now we compare the teams, how they compare against each other. Bullpens even in current form. Pitching, huge Oriole advantage, but hitting the Orioles, I have them ranked in current form 25 out of 30 teams. There's no way I can bet that team on a side. So looking at the Yankees team total 4.5 looks a little high to me. So if I'm going to bet this game, probably be under on the Yankees team total because Trevor Rogers has just dominated them. He's dominated at home. And it's about time for the Yankee bats to get cold, I think. So maybe a Yankees under here would be a way to go for me.
Yeah, I don't dislike that. Mark Kinson's like, do you own a room full of hats? I wish I was that organized. They're kind of just all over the place. I'll usually grab one when I go to a game, and so that's kind of how I've accumulated them over the years. But back to this game, TB, I agree with you. I could see Rodgers being kind of throwing a good game here. That really is. So this one was an easy pass for me, and it's kind of because of like how I teed it up for Brian, where it's like over the course of the full game, you're going to want to have the Yankees. If you can get into this Orioles bullpen, there's just not as many good arms in the bullpen. Yesterday, we talked about a Yankees team total, and my handicap was, well, it's probably going to get there at some point. And that's kind of exactly what happened. I think it was like 3-0, and then there was the crooked number in the 7th inning. I believe it was I think they brought in McDermott or someone like that. And he gave up 4 runs. That is always going to be a concern with the Orioles right now. They just don't have much in the way of like bullpen arms that aren't like a candidate to get blown up. And then you talk about a lineup like the Yankees, they will blow up anyone in that Orioles bullpen. So I think maybe like going back to a point that was already made, if you like Rodgers and you like the Orioles, you may want to isolate the first 5 because that at least that Rodgers is going to give you 5 and you're betting on Rodgers against the Yankees and you're betting on Will Warren. It's not going to get to the end of the game where suddenly you have a good bet and then things go off the rails. So I think it would be Orioles first 5 for me, Yankees full game. I know we've already kind of made that point. Do I like either? No. So I won't have any action in this game. But if I could see you making a case if you're just like, hey, I'm getting the Yankees here, -115. They're 3 games back of the Blue Jays. They still have a lot to play for. I love the way they're swinging the bats. I'm not going to argue with you. If you're like, Rodgers is a big edge over Will Warren, I want to isolate that and take the Orioles first 5. Not going to argue with you either. So kind of a couple different ways to look at it. I will be looking at it none of those ways. So I doubt I helped anyone right there. But hey, sometimes you got a strong opinion like the D-backs. Sometimes you got no opinion like the other 2 games. And yeah, Brian, I think the boys are going to be out in Scottsdale somewhere today. Maybe getting a few, maybe they're going to, maybe Harper, maybe they're going to sneak off and golf a little bit or something. I don't know. There's a lot to do out there. It's a good weekend to like chill. TB, you ever been over to Scottsdale? Probably, right?
Yeah, Scottsdale, Tempe, Mesa, Peoria. Yeah, I've been all over. I'm from here.
Yeah,
I was raised
That's
here.
what I'm saying. It's a perfect place. A long season, blow off some steam, maybe stroll into the ballpark a little bit late and get blown out by the home team tonight. That's all I'm saying. All right, here we
Ladies
go.
here are awesome. It's a wonderful city. And yeah, shout out to Thunderbird High School in Phoenix, Arizona.
Love that. All right, Markinson says Mets, Nats, 2 rookie pitchers, Mets hitting nice over here. Yeah, I mean, this is one that I have an opinion on, and I saw this matchup, and then I saw the number, and Brian Leonard, my gut said, boy, are they making you pay a tax to bet the Mets here. That was my initial thought. This matchup, these 2 pitchers, and yet the Mets are a $2 favorite with how they've been playing right now. I know they came through for us yesterday, but that looks a little bit high. What do you think about Mets Nats?
Yeah, I'm in agreement. If there was one game, maybe 2 games on today's card that something popped out, that was it. We've got Alvarez, lefty, going for Washington, and Brandon Sproat looked so good in his major league debut going for the Mets. The Mets are about a $2.05 favorite here, total of 8.5, slightly to the under. And when I look at this game, Andrew Alvarez is getting the start for Washington. He's had 3 starts on the season, 15 innings. He's got some really nice numbers: 0.83 ERA, 2.47 expected. His whip is 0.83. His ERA is 1.19. Excuse me, 1.15. And a 2.47 and with a 0.83. It's still 6 o'clock in the morning in Vegas, and I was out at the Aces playoff game last night, so a late start for me. But fastball velocity, no, he's not a guy who's going to blow you away. He's 26 years old, came out of Cal Poly. He throws 5 pitches, his 4-seamer, 34%. He's not a guy who blows you away. He's 41 points, or 91.4. Jesus. 91.4 4-seamer miles per hour. But, take a look at what he's done so far. His barrel rate's been great. Hard hit percentage is great. Ground ball pitcher. Those are all things that I like. And he's only averaged 5 innings. Yeah, maybe you only get him for 5 innings. But that may be enough here against the Mets. Obviously, the Mets are the team that obviously needs the game a lot more, but they have not played well under pressure all season long. Sprout so far, 2.25 ERA in 2 starts, 3.29 expected, 1.08 WHIP. Yeah, his numbers looked really good too. He's only got the extension of 49th. He's 6'3". He should have a little bit better than that, but his whiff rate has been very low so far. Strikeout rate, nothing impressive. He throws 6 different pitches, which is something that means a lot for a young guy. Something doesn't work, as opposed to another pitcher that's on the card today. He only has 3 pitches. Yeah, he's got more of a chance to get out of it and look better in that regard. But for myself, how can you lay that number with the Mets? Let's take a look at the first half here, because the Mets bullpen is great. So you're looking at the first half of the game. You could get Alvarez and Washington upwards of, there's plus 170s out there in Las Vegas, plus 157s, 163 other places, as opposed to the full game when you're getting 180 or so. But you got to deal with the Washington bullpen against the New York Mets. So that's what I'm going to take a look at here. I'm going to play, this will be my parlay piece. I'm going to play Washington in the first half. And let's look at 150. Let's go 155 at this point. So we'll go Washington first half plus 155 against a Mets team that continues to struggle despite all the talent on the team. Don't want the Mets bullpen to go against the Mets bullpen, so we're making a first 5. We'll go with Washington. First half plus 155 is my parlay piece.
I don't have a good enough read on these pitchers, not a good enough sample size, and I don't grasp how well these pitchers are doing. So I'm going to first on the hitting and the bullpens. I have both of these teams hitting horribly. Mets 21 and Washington 22 out of 30. And bullpens, Washington 29 out of 30 and Mets 21 out of 30. So neither team is playing inspiring baseball right now. So if you like one of the starters, take Brian or Adam's analysis and go with the better starter, because I have both teams trash as far as bullpen and hitting are concerned. That's all I can say for this. One thing, a little bit of betting advice is sometimes not betting something can save you some money. I'm not betting this one.
Jake was like, is the hoodie hinting you are backing Air Force this weekend? No. I slept in this hoodie. I had to get my in-laws dog to doggy daycare this morning because they're like on vacation. So no, has nothing to do with it. It's just what I had on. But I have been to Colorado Springs. I did get this at the Air Force Academy a couple of years ago when I went out to college basketball game. I did Air Force and Colorado State in the same day, Brian. And then I flew home. So I flew out to Denver in the morning, drove to Colorado Springs for a day game, went to New Mexico, Colorado State at night, drove back to the airport, slept in the airport for like 2 hours, and drove back to Syracuse. That was a heck of a day. Great day right there.
Never made it to Boulder?
No, I will get to Boulder at some point, but that was like, it just kind of worked out where I could get out 2 games in one day, go back home. But it was a good day. So I very much agree with your parlay leg. I like Nationals plus 1.5 here. If you didn't put the Nats in the parlay in that capacity, I probably would have put the plus 1.5 in the parlay. Andrew Alvarez, Brandon Sproat, 2 guys that I have watched a ton at AAA. I've had them about dead even in my AAA rating. So I don't have them in my current AAA ratings anymore because they're no longer there. But they both got called up within the last, maybe 3-4 weeks. I think Alvarez was a little bit before Sproat. Prior to them making it up, I had them almost like, when I rank out the starting pitching in AAA, which is a big component of my AAA handicap, they were almost always right next to each other. And I will say this about these 2 guys. Andrew Alvarez is someone that's been climbing my rankings from last year to this year. Brandon Sproat is someone that's, I don't think he's got quite the luster that he had last year. If so he's someone that I got to watch a ton in Syracuse. When he came up last year, it was like, oh, this is kind of the next guy. And he sort of got passed by Tong. and McLean over the course of like a year, I think he could still be pretty good. I just don't think he's got the upside as the other two. And I think what the books are doing right now is pricing him as if he has the upside of a McLean or Tong, when I just don't think that's the case. Now, the nice thing about these two pitchers, their respective AAA teams, Syracuse and Rochester, play all the time. At AAA, you have your kind of rival, and you play them more than you play any other team. And so for Syracuse and Rochester, that's the rival, 90 minutes apart. The I-90 series, they call it, or something like that. They play constantly, and they've had big-time exposure to each other at the AAA level. All of that is an equalizer here, in my opinion. The Nationals, they've been better against right-handed pitching all year. They're going to get a right-handed pitcher. A lot of these Nationals have been at AAA most of this year and last year. They're going to get a righty that they've seen a ton, and a right-handed pitcher that I'm not really sure belongs in a big league rotation just yet. He's the one where, like, if you were to give me McLean, Tong, and Spro, and it was like, we'll play a game. Start one, kill one, put one in the bullpen. I got to be honest, I'm killing off Spro. I'm probably going to start McLean. I'm going to keep Tong in the bullpen. I'm going to kill off Brandon Spro. It's just where I have those guys right now in my ratings. Yet the books are kind of telling you they're all equal the way they're pricing these games out. Since I disagree with that, it would have to be Nats plus 1.5. And I like where Brian's going here with that plus money on the first 5 for the parlay. Wolf Gaming says trigger fix your mic. I don't know. This is a pretty good mic right here. I think that might be.
There was some buzzing right there. Yeah. Sounded like somebody's shaving.
I don't think that's mine. I will.
Yeah,
I think it might be TV's, but hey, he is back in Arizona, and he woke up at 6 a.m. to do this show. He typically, this is usually a nighttime show for him. So we appreciate TV on vacation, essentially, still, waking up at 6 a.m. to do this show.
Dedication.
All right, let's go. We got to talk about this one. Brian Leonard, his Guardians did the unthinkable, but we all kind of thought that was going to happen. I feel like we really sort of gave out Guardians every day on this show. I did 2 videos that gave the Guardians out at plus money, and they pulled off the sweep. Brian, are you concerned at all that this is a little bit of a letdown spot for them tonight, or are you just riding the train with the Guardians right now? Guardians Twins, how are you seeing this one?
Yeah, it's an interesting game because we've got Messick, the lefty, going against Lopez. Great pitcher that unfortunately had a injury, but he's been back for a few starts now. Do we take the Cleveland team that's hot with the young guy, or do you take the team in Minnesota that has the more established starting pitcher? Minnesota right now is about a 110 favorite, 115 favorite, total of 8 to the under. When you watch these games, especially now, I watch as many games as possible. Some teams have clearly given up on the season. I've been watching Colorado lately. They have shown no effort at all in their games. They can't wait for the season to end. Pittsburgh's playing as if they can't wait for the season to end. But you want to back these teams that still give you a little bit of energy. I'm not sure Minnesota has. Minnesota's had I think that a coaching change needs to happen in Minnesota. I just don't think they've got the management to do it. They don't have the money to do it. They've traded away, as TB would say, 40% of their pitching staff at the trade deadline. But we're getting Cleveland here at a pretty decent price. This is a team that continues to go out and play. They're doing the little things that need to be done, and they have to. They don't have much power on that team. They don't have a talent as these other teams do, but they've got to be able to play good ball. And defensively, they seem to always do that. But they run the bases well. It's a good baseball team, and they've gotten more out of their talent than anybody would expect. Parker Messick, 3-0 in the season, 1.84 ERA, 3.13 expected, 1.33 whip, a little high. Fastball velocity only in the 20th percentile. Doesn't get a lot of chase, doesn't get a lot of whiffs or strikeouts, which is fine. He throws 5 different pitches. His four-seamer 38% of the time. So everything he throws is at least 10% of the time. You got to like that. Being a lefty also helps. As I've said before, love playing lefties. when they come into the league. And you see the same thing out of the game that I just used in our previous handicap. The lefties got to like that. But he's been very good at walk rate, barrel rate, hard hit rate, ground ball rate, all been excellent. Still small sample size at 29.1 innings. Pablo Lopez, just one of those guys that has just been a warrior. I would watch a lot of preseason games, and he was the big leader in the clubhouse for Minnesota. So to get him back, I think really helps them. He's been back for a little while now. 2.64 ERA, 3.79 expected, 1.10 WHIP. He is a fly ball pitcher. He's only in the 30th percentile of the ground ball rate, but everything else is league average or better. Extension 93rd percentile, our hit rate 88th, chase rate 90th, throws 5 different pitches, the four-seamer 41% of the time. Two guys I really like from a pitching standpoint here. From a hitting standpoint, Cleveland is getting timely hitting. I still don't think they're a very good hitting team. Minnesota, they've had a hard time getting everybody together all season long with a lot of their injuries. If I play this game, I may be looking at the under. Granted, it is 8. In fact, I'm seeing some 7.5 to the overs out there right now. But I think this is going to be one of those grind 'em out games for Cleveland. They probably get the win, find a way to get the win. But that bullpen is, as I mentioned the last few days, is really racked up. They've had to use guys that really shouldn't have had to use, and they got away with it against Detroit. They got to get some extended innings out of some of the lesser guys in that bullpen. So we'll see how that goes. Kind of like the under here, kind of like Cleveland. Don't know if I'll get there for either side.
So the buzzing culprit is me. I just muted and someone said there was no more buzzing. So I have a laptop. I have my laptop on 2 pillows. So that could be the reason that's happening. Normally I pay a lot of attention to my sound. I use a filter and all this stuff. So when I'm back in Japan, I will sound much better. As for this one, I backed the Tigers the other day and Cleveland just knocked them around. I was expecting Cleveland's bullpen to look bad, but they actually look good. My numbers like them a lot too. Taking a look at the matchup, my numbers like Messick a lot too. I know the sample size is fairly small. But with the better bullpen, solid starter, look at Pablo Lopez's numbers against these guys in his career. He's got a 308 average against versus these batters in 78 at bats. That tells me Cleveland has a possibility to put a couple of runs on Pablo Lopez here. I would lean Cleveland here, but I'm not going to get there. But if anything, I certainly think Cleveland has a decent shot of winning this game. I don't think it really matters that one team was off and one team played yesterday. I think playing yesterday might actually be an advantage because you're still in the groove of things. So that
I was going to make one comment about that. I agree. First off, they only travel from Cleveland to Minneapolis. So it's not that long of a flight. Also, Cleveland's been fully focused on the playoffs for this long. I can't see a letdown coming. And yeah, having the day off does make a difference, no doubt about it. But do the Twins really concentrate on baseball activities on their day off? No, they've been out of the playoffs for a long time. If it was a winning team, I could see that. But it's a good point by Memphis Money. But in this game, I don't think it's going to matter.
Yeah, so yesterday we talked about the game, and I got my days confused a little bit. The Means and Peterson had pitched on Sunday, so they were never candidates to get called up to pitch yesterday. It would have not been on their normal rest. I got that confused. I thought they had pitched Saturday. The reason I bring that up is I caught a little bit of the Columbus game yesterday, AAA, and they announced Peterson as their starter for today and Means as their starter for tomorrow. Now, a AAA team announcing their starters is very irrelevant to the big league team, because if the big league team wants them, they just grab them and say, go throw someone else out there, because it doesn't mean anything at AAA. So it is Austin Peterson's day to pitch. Okay. And I think he's ready. I mean, he is absolutely ready enough where you could go and say, hey, it's time. You're going to make your big league debut. We're going to put you behind Parker Messick. And the reason that is very intriguing and also I think still on the table for the Guardians here is Messick is a lefty. Peterson, I believe, is a righty, and it would be like a totally different look. Peterson's sort of started to take a step forward. He's, in my opinion, most other organizations would have done that already, I feel like. So they're kind of taking their time with Peterson for whatever reason. That's fine. I like when organizations, give these guys like ample opportunity to sort of develop at the AAA level. But just to go back to like right now, the Guardians and their bullpen, I think it would be an interesting time to do it. You've got, you'd have Messick. You could basically go Peterson in long relief and then not have to worry about a bullpen arm until the very, very leverage spots late in the game. Who knows, by that point, could be a blowout. It's still the Twins. This team, as Brian said, has really not been playing meaningful baseball for a couple of months. And the later innings for the Twins are a mess. They have no bullpen arms. They traded every bullpen arm of note away. So, yeah, you get a guy that comes in late and maybe can throw an inning or two. That's good, but it's not consistent. They don't have a consistently good reliever on the roster. So that's something I'll have my eye on. I think that they are going to leave Means at the AAA level because he's still coming back from injury. Expect him back next week, though. They're going to let Means pitch on Saturday, and I guarantee you he's there's still a week left. So he's going to pitch Saturday for Columbus. He'll be back for the Guardians next week at some point, probably a lefty out of the bullpen. I'll have my eye on if they call up Austin Peterson because I know they would put him behind Messick. And just to make the overall point, no, I wouldn't go with the Twins here. I have no desire to bet against this Guardians team right now, who's won 7 straight games. They have all the momentum in the world. They're a game and a half out of a playoff spot, and they see the finish line. So this is kind of like what I was talking about with the Diamondbacks earlier this week. Guys like Andrew Southland going out there with a sore shoulder and getting 3 outs. Like, the season is over next week. They have something to play for. Right now, it's, Coach, I'm ready. I'll give you everything I have because if I don't, our season's over. That's why Arizona's going to a 4-man rotation. That's why teams like the Guardians, you don't have to worry about their bullpen because these guys are, unless they physically cannot do it, and most pitchers at the big league level know their body's good enough to go to their manager and say, I physically can't do it. They're going to go, and it's just going to be like empty the tank. And so for that reason, I would not worry at all about Guardians bullpen usage or anything like that. I think you're seeing them come together, and it would be Guardians or pass here for me. I'll throw one other thing out there. I'm just going to throw D-backs in the parlay because that was kind of where I was going to go earlier. And for that, for kind of the same reason, I think Lovello has sort of got them together, and it's like, we're all out right now. We're going to give our best effort. And I just can't say that about the Phillies right now, who are kind of on the road with not much to play for. So that's my parlay leg. And now with 5 minutes left in the show, I'm going to throw it over to Tokyo Brandon, see if he can close out another 3-team for us here.
I was just going to ask, can I do the next game? Because this is going to be my parlay leg.
Yep.
I am going to take the Padres today over the White Sox, and I will tell you why. I had the Padres yesterday, very disappointed how they played. Perfect time for them to bounce back, perfect team to bounce back against. Dylan Cease is not a guy. I mean, he's been a little bit inconsistent. I backed him a few times. He's disappointed me a few times, but the season's long. He's still a talented pitcher, and my rankings have him ranked 12 on a curve of 30 out of all starting pitchers. So I have him in the top 1/3 of all starting pitchers, where I have Davis Martin ranked 26. Bullpen-wise, San Diego still has a better bullpen, ranked 3. White Sox ranked 16, current form. And hitting, Padres kind of mediocre, slightly above mediocre, ranked 13. And I got the White Sox ranked 23 in hitting. So overall, I mean, it's a good enough discrepancy to take them on the side. Cease is a good enough pitcher to back here in this situation, and the Padres really need a win. They got really spanked yesterday pretty badly. I was quite surprised. But Randy Vasquez, we all know he's not a great pitcher. He's very lucky, and yesterday his luck ran out. He got smacked around pretty good. I don't think Dylan Cease is going to get smacked around here. If the Padres can keep this a tight game going after the 5th inning, their bullpen should be good enough to close this out. They're just too talented. I like the Padres here, I think it's minus 190. Good enough for a parlay piece because Brian's is plus money.
You're actually getting minus 180, so it's even better.
Sure. For a parlay leg, I'll do that. Yeah, I like the Padres here.
Brian, anything for you on this one?
Yeah. Dylan Cease, I don't know if I trust him. 4.59 ERA, 3.48 expected. Great strikeout numbers, 1.32 whip. If you take a look at the last 3 years, and I've talked about these guys being able to beat their expected numbers. This year, he's 1.1 runs higher. Last year, he was about 0.2 runs higher, and the year before, about 0.5 runs higher. So he is just his numbers look great. You take a look at his whiff rate, 95th percentile, strikeout rate, 90th, chase rate, 80th. Those are all great, but his walk rate, 21st, ground ball rate, 21st. He gives up home runs, and he can put people on base. That's my only concern. He's basically a two-pitch pitcher. He's got 6 pitches that he uses, but he throws his slider 42% and his four-seamer 41%. That's basically it. And yeah, they're pretty good. His four-seamer's 97.1 miles an hour, which is 2 miles an hour better than league average, and his slider's 2.5 better than league average. But there's something. I've been a big fan of his. Something's going on. I think a change of scenery in the offseason may help him because he just has not pitched as well in San Diego as what we all thought he would be. Davis Martin, 4.01 ERA, 5.35 expected, 1.28 whip. Just about everything he does is in the blue. If you look at the StatCast page, the best thing he does is 64th percentile, the ground ball rate. Throws 6 different pitches, and he doesn't throw the four-seamer overwhelmingly more, 32%, change 24, cutter 23. So I like the pitch repertoire for Martin, but from a talent standpoint, it's definitely San Diego, and they're 3 games behind the Dodgers right now. Yes, they would like to win. It's not a need situation. They're going to the playoffs regardless, but if you take a look at the teams right now, the young teams that seem to be giving up. The White Sox are one of them. The White Sox are 3-7. Their last 10, lost 6 in a row. The Angels 2-8, lost 7 in a row. We're looking at Pittsburgh 1-9, lost 4 in a row, and Colorado 1-9, lost 5 in a row. These are teams that have been out of it for quite some time, and I don't trust them. That may be the situation with the White Sox at this point. Yeah, they brought up the younger guys, so they're getting guys with the chance, but they're not playing well. And San Diego, from a talent standpoint, should easily win this game, but I somewhat just don't trust Cease. Maybe that's what it is. But I'm rooting for him in the parlay because, it'd be great to get another parlay win.
Yeah.
Do you trust Davis Martin? Do you trust Davis Martin is the question.
No. San Diego is probably going to win, but I'm just saying I'm a little worried about Cease. Something's going on there.
Yeah, I am too. But
yeah, I mean, I would agree with both of you. Like, I don't trust Cease. I don't like Martin. This actually has the biggest edge for me of any total on the day. Like, what is this over 8? Like that implies that like these two are like frontline pitchers right now. And I don't see that. I mean, certainly Davis Martin is not. And right now, like, yes, Cease has been at points in his career, but he isn't right now. So where do we get off having an over 8 on this game? Like that to me is off by at least a run. Again, I don't consider myself a great totals handicapper. I don't ever play them as client plays, but that has a considerable edge for me on the number. I've got this like, I have to pull my numbers up. I think like 9.1. So like on the other side of 9. So the fact that you can still get a juiced 8, like at 8 minus 115 or 8 minus 120, I think it's a pretty good bet on the total. And I think it speaks to kind of what both of you guys are talking about. Padres should get to Martin. White Sox should get something off of Cease. Not going to take much to get to 8 runs. So I like the over in that one.
Couldn't argue with that at all.
Brian, what do I have for a D-backs money line? It's the only one I didn't jot down.
I've got you at minus 120.
All right, that means we have the parlay at plus 627. I mean, that would if we can hit a third parlay this week at plus 627, we pretty much guarantee ourselves a winning year, even if we're doing this still in the playoffs. So let's see
People
if we
in
can
the
get
comments,
it done.
People in the
Say
comments
again?
complaining that my minus 190 is killing the parlay odds. But obviously you don't do sports betting very often, because to win 3 legs of plus money would be nearly impossible.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, you could even argue that like Brian could easily go with Nats plus a half if he wanted to, but I don't mind him juicing up the odds with the money line. I think it's for as far as like a numerical edge, probably a bigger edge on the money line there anyway at that price. So, yeah, typically if you're going to do a 3-teamer, the way I always look at it is you give because you're parlaying it together to get plus money, it's a good spot to give yourself a little bit of an extra chance. So like, I agree with you going that way, TB, as opposed to like laying the run and a half. It's a parlay.
Right.
Why not just give yourself a better chance to win? Go ahead, Brian.
I look at parlays differently. I'm a numbers guy. If it's a bad bet straight, it's a bad bet in the parlay. That's the way I've always treated it. You're still laying the same number regardless. It's true. What the other legs are. So if you're not willing to play it straight, you shouldn't put it in a parlay. That's just my opinion. I'm not a parlay player, but I don't know anybody that does that kind of thing, that bets for a living out here in Vegas that does that kind of thing.
Yeah, and I don't think TV wouldn't be willing to play the Padres straight here. I just think that maybe if he played it straight, he'd look at like -1. But like, why you don't get the right price on a -1 anyway? So why not just put the money line in the parlay? I think it's kind of what he's sort of getting at here. Anyway, that makes our 3-teamer. We've got Tokyo Brandon on the Padres. We've got myself, Diamondbacks, and then Brian Leonard, first 5 Nationals plus 155. So that's a Nats first 5 money line, a Diamondbacks full game money line, and a Padres full game money line. And that comes to plus 627. We've already hit 2 parlays on the week. Can we make it 3? I don't know if we had a week where we hit 3 yet. So that would be a
The first week we were really good. I don't think we hit 3 that first week.
No, first week I think we might have hit 2, and then we hit 1 early in the following week. That's about as close as we've got to like 3 in this close.
At one point, I think we were plus 13 or something like that.
The high water mark for the year is 19.2 units, I believe.
Yes.
And it was very early in the season.
Let's win this one. Plus 600 is nice.
If we hit this one, we will be back as close as we've been in a long time to that high water mark. So anyway, one more time, let's close the weekend on a high note. We've got Padres money line, Diamondbacks money line, Nats first 5 money line, 3-teamer, plus 627. Another great week here. We will be back on Monday for the final week of the regular season, and then we'll be riding this show right into the playoffs. So we're not going anywhere. Appreciate you guys tuning in. If you missed any part of the live show, as always, it's up on demand on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. While you're over there, give us a like, give us a subscribe, and have a great weekend, everyone. We'll see you guys on Monday.
Are you trying to finalize your card for this NFL Sunday? Well, you got 5 free picks coming your way right now. Let's make millions. That's right, Newbie and Berg back again to break down our circa millions picks for the folks. Yes, I'm a little loud for you, Berg, but that's because I'm excited to see you, buddy. Great to see you here. Week 3 already, buddy. And it looks like you're on the road a little bit here, but the show doesn't stop, correct?
The show doesn't stop. I got this new mic. I got a new.
Wow,
it
looks
good.
I
got all the fun stuff because I saw you on our show and I thought only I could look that good. First of all, I'd be 20 years younger, but also I'd have the equipment to pull it off. So I did. And I'm on the road.
You look good.
I'm on fish tour, but the millions quest does not stop for fish tour.
The comments loved the fish in the background. They were like, sports betting, Berg, and fish. I'm so down. So they'll be happy when you're back at the home base. But buddy, week 3 is going to be a big week for us. A bounce back week starts to scratch the surface of what we're looking for. We'll recap how we did last week and we'll share our picks at the end of the show. But as we always like to start, we like to remind you folks, if you enjoy the content, content. Comment below. Let us know what your picks are. Hit that like button. Make sure you're subscribed. It goes a huge way on letting Berg and I put this show on for you each and every week. So Dan Alexander, Adam Rosenberg, let's make millions. Let's get into it right now by looking at the beautiful Circa contest spreads here, Berg. And I'm going to warn people, get your side of Tums for the picks this week because we're coming gross, man. We're punching and throwing haymakers this week. And a lot of them have to do with the fact that maybe week 2 of the NFL wasn't as overreaction week as we had maybe thought it would be. There were some that ended up hitting back for you, but it feels like week 3 could kind of be that chaos week. It's why I'm warning people, if you like the Seahawks in your survivor, this could be the week that you get burnt. Not because I like the Saints or anything like that, simply because I think this could be the crazy week. And let's start it off, Berg, with something that's just been crazy to start the season. Let's take a look at Indianapolis taking on Tennessee. The first pick for us, Berg, grab your Tums, like I said, because one of the teams that's blown away the spread, that's blown away the expectations, that had the refs on a horrible decision at the end of the Denver Broncos game to say something that happens on every play isn't allowed to be happen. And let's re-kick here. We're taking Tennessee. We're fading Indy. This is the first true road game here for Indianapolis. They've gotten to stay home in the Dome. They've gotten to ride some Jim Irsay, energy there at home. And now they're taking it on the road in division against a team that, let's be real, Berg, they haven't looked great, but I don't think they've been as horrible as maybe the market perceives them to be. Certainly, I don't think that they should be over a field goal dog at home against a team who, again, has gotten to beat up on some teams who maybe aren't as strong as people thought that they would be and has gotten to stay home for 2 straight weeks to start the season. Why do we like the Titans this week, brother?
It has nothing to do with the fact that we tried to fade the Colts twice and it didn't work. I can tell you that.
Let's just keep going back to the well. It has nothing to do with it.
It's not us being petty. It's not us being petty. Certainly not me. Look, what it comes down to for me is you just nailed it. It's Daniel Jones, who I still don't believe in. I still believe is overperforming, doing his first road game. The key thing that comes out for me when I look through the data on this the Titans team, who don't look good, but also don't look horrible.
Yeah.
5th best tackling team in the league. 3rd.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of metrics that are scary going underneath the surface that maybe aren't, final box score stats that can tell you Tennessee isn't a team who I want to be backing hand over fist, pulling off the rubber band, betting on them every single week. But this is a really good spot for a team who isn't as bad as the market thinks they are, and a team who we both agree, and the comments certainly will disagree with us, drop them below about what idiots and assholes we are. But I don't think the Colts are this good. I don't think the Colts are 4-point chalk on the road good.
No, I don't. This isn't the 2022 Niners. This is not that team, or the Rams, I guess, from that year. Look, I'm looking through a lot of the metrics, and the Titans on defense are actually performing really well. Like, again, they're finishing tackling. They're top 6 in coverage. The Colts, by the way, the other side on all of these, they are bottom in tackling. They're bottom in pass rush. Their run defense has been also bottom 9. So I'm not sure first of all, we agree that this line is bonkers.
Yep.
And now we have a team that we clearly see that's been overrated. Like, this Colts team hasn't punted yet this season. What I'm betting here is, and what I'm ticking for our side on this, is that the regression is coming and the crazy week is going to be this. So give us the Titans at home. I think it's going to be rowdy. Daniel Jones pick to seal it for us. That's what I'm calling right now.
Yeah, I like a Daniel Jones pick as well, but they're not calling him Danny Dimes anymore. In Indianapolis, they're now taking the low-hanging fruit and calling him Indiana Jones. That's the new nickname here for Daniel Jones.
None of the players on that team know that movie, or that I don't know.
It's a great movie, though. Great John
movie.
Williams. Some of John Williams' finest work is in Indiana Jones.
Some of his finest stuff is that. Yeah, and look, Indiana Jones is. What are they going to say when he loses his starting job in week 5?
They're going to say, why did it have to be Titans? Why did it have to be? That's a reference that 4 people on this video are going to get. Indiana Jones. Why did it have to be snakes references here?
This is good.
Yeah, no, it's good, but it's gross. We're taking 4 with the Titans, and we know that you don't want us to continue to back up that pick. But Berg and I like it a lot. And like we're saying, we're going to start taking some picks that are maybe off the board a little bit to make up a little bit of ground here. Give us the Titans against the Colts here. And you know, we talk about the duct tape shoe special. We're the duct tape shoe guys betting against Indianapolis every week, and we only keep putting more duct tape on our shoes. This is the week when we get ourselves a nice new pair of Crocs. No duct tape needed for a pair of Crocs. They're holes and they're lovely. All right, Berg, before I say anything else stupid, let's move on here to game number 2, pick number 2. And no, folks, there ain't no rest for the wicked. There is no respite. We are continuing to be absolutely dumpster diving dirty boys. And we are going with the Carolina Panthers taking on the Atlanta Falcons. Amazing showing by the Atlanta Falcons. What a great game that they played against Minnesota. Or was that J.J. McCarthy really looking like how he looked in the first half of that big win that they had the other night? Oh, and injuries piling up galore for them. This feels like a great spot here for the Falcons, right? Yeah, wrong in my opinion. They're taking on here a Carolina Panthers team that last week they end up covering against the Cardinals. So covered a spread last week. So already market expectation has kind of shown that the Panthers maybe not as awful as they once were thought of. And this Falcons team too, dude. I just feel like, yes, they got the kicker woes out of the way. It was a field goal fest. If you end up in a field goal fest with the Carolina Panthers, they can drive down the field. They might not convert it to touchdowns, but they can hang with you if it becomes a field goal off. I'm not calling for an outright win here for the Carolina Panthers, but 5.5, road chalk, Falcons, yucky. Yes, they're going to be able to run all over this Panthers team. But that backdoor swinging in the wind, sure, I wish it was over a touchdown, but I think this is a field goal game, Berg. What say you?
Yeah, well, of course, I obviously would be on the Falcons with all this stuff. No, exactly. Wrong. No, I am dumpster diving with you on this. I also think the Falcons win this game outright. I downgraded a lot of look, I understand it was a Brian Flores defense that they went against, but I did downgrade a lot of how that I've never been a big Raheem Morris guy, and I can't stand him. Downplaying a lot of how this offense looks. By the way, is Drake London, is he getting benched in the middle of games, or is he getting hurt in the middle of games?
Injury popped up. So that first week on the ending of the game when they were going down to the wire against the Bucks, he landed kind of strange on his shoulder. So I think there's a lingering injury for Drake London, which again, if you're not able to get vertical against this team, yes, they're awful against the run. Don't get me wrong, but Carolina also is able to get vertical against the defense, who kind of showed that they can give up some points in bunches and they can give up some yards through the air. And Bryce Young, what does he care? You know what I mean? He's just chucking balls up. And Teterow and McMillan, I think, is going under the radar of what an absolute stud he has been to start the year. Had his biggest week, obviously, only 2 weeks of a sample size, but he was terrific. And he's the perfect kind of guy who can beat you deep and chew you up around the middle. And as long as the pass rush doesn't get to Bryce Young the second that he's dropping back, he's going to be able to get the ball downfield. And Teterow and McMillan's a playmaker that he hasn't really had to throw to in his career.
I think Tet McMillan's great. I gave out Tet McMillan for offensive rookie of the year at 7-1 the other day.
Love.
I think that I think they're going to have a lot of game scripts where he's going to be able to get to possibly 1,200 yards. AJ Terrell's out. AJ Terrell's an all-pro. That's
huge.
That matters. That to me, that means that I don't know who they're going to put. Ted was the biggest body in the draft. He's a big dude, and he's that kind of target. The injuries are pretty scary on the Carolina end again, but this is another home divisional dog type of situation, and we've learned this. These, especially early on, is that divisional dogs don't really get a lot of the respect they should, especially when they're at home. So give me the Panthers. I think Panthers are shocking the world. I think Panthers are winning outright. The Panthers always have a kitchen sink-esque game in the week 3, week 4, where their back is against the wall at home and they're either 0-3 or 0-4. But I think I like them for this. One of the fun bets that I like to do on these types of things is take the dog at exact win margin 1-6, and it's usually 5-1.
Yeah, nice plus money.
It's like basically tripling the money line. It's pretty awesome. So Yeah, look, I'm in on this one. This is a fade of the Falcons offense. Another thing that I wanted to pull out, Michael Penix hasn't. I'm not saying that the weather is crazy in North Carolina, but Michael Penix hasn't played an outdoor game since the Washington Wazoo game in 2023.
It makes a difference. Think about Jared Goff, like just the split of him going from turf to grass. Like shit like that does matter. You know what I mean? I don't know if it's a huge, oh my God, look, he's playing outdoors, but an inexperienced quarterback who doesn't look all that great and polished inside of a Domeberg, I think there might be something to that.
Yeah, outdoor, like it's his first out. I have the notes like that I had written because I saw this early in the week. It was just, first outdoor road start this season. He had obviously the one last season, the Sunday Night Football game, and he was wildly mediocre in that OT loss. Again, they also the following week lost to this Carolina Panthers team. And prior to that, again, he hadn't started since the UW Wazoo finale, and it's just creatures of habit, not used to being outside. Noise is different. You miss whistles. You miss all sorts of snaps. I'm willing to take it. We know that 5.5 is the new 6.5. So I'm telling people that I got 6.5, even though it doesn't really exist. We got 5.5. Let's go with it. I can't get any worse, right?
Wow. I mean, I don't know if I'm as bold. Like I said, I'm not calling for the outright win, but my cohort is. So if you want to get a little mixy, the win 1-6 margin, a nice 5-1, 6-1. Hey, if you want to ride with my man Bergie there, comment below how gross are you, or how sick are you through 2 picks of this show. We would love to hear it
from 1 to 10.
because Berg, crank that bitch up to an 11. Because we're going in this Green Bay taking on Cleveland game contest spread. We're looking at 7.5. I love that we're getting over a touchdown. I love that we're getting over an extra point. I love that we're getting over that half point as well. Because, again, ain't no rest for the wicked. Money does not grow on trees. But we're taking the Cleveland Football Browns. Oh, man, it just sounds gross coming out of my mouth as they're taking on the Green Bay Football Packers. Berg, if you put some duct tape over the 2 names of these teams, you would probably be shocked to find that one of them has a plus 133 net yards per game, and another one of them has a plus 97 yards per game average. These stats via Mark Lawrence, who does a great job with his newsletter. You ripped off that duct tape, you find out that the Browns are actually gaining more and giving up less yards than the Packers are. This is this Packers team that we have anointed as the Super Bowl champion. People are rushing to get to the window on them. Oh my God, they look so incredible. Don't get me wrong. I think they're going to be competing for that NFC championship game. But 7.5 point road chalkberg? Make the case for why we like the Browns. Again, this isn't one that I'm ringing the bell and saying sprinkle on the money line for. We've done that a couple times here. We've hit a couple of those. This is just one that me to Berg, this line is out of control for a Browns team who always makes it tough for you playing at the dog pound. So what do you think about this one, Bergie?
So this Packers team under LaFleur has actually not done well also against the AFC. They have not scored a lot. I have Packers team total under 24.5 in pocket. But as you mentioned those stats, another thing that would be pretty important to mention that in terms of all yardage and all ratings, Browns are the top defense in the league.
Yep.
So Browns are the top defense in the league. Tucker Kraft got hurt today in practice.
Yep.
Him lighting it up the first 2 weeks has allowed that offense to move. I had someone send me just a minute ago, hey, do you like Matthew Golden? I'm like, I don't like any of the offensive players now that I know that everything's going to get a downgrade, when I would argue that the top producing wide out or tight end for the team, the knee injury in practice is never good. So we'll see what happens with that. And it's just, look, we're getting more than that key number. We're getting more than a touchdown. First road game for this Packers team that has been coddled. They also, everyone's going to say, well, they have extra rest. That's fine. But this Packers team, people are so ready to ship like at the Niners a couple years ago. I hate to bring them up again, but it's one of those teams that people are just dying to anoint that they've won something when I haven't looked. They had 6 months. They had 5 months to prepare for this Detroit team that's in their division that they've seen a ton of times. And Detroit, we know, is not great on the road. And then a Commanders team that we've always thought was overrated. So this Browns team can only go up from here. Give me that defense. They're always hungry. That defense never stops. I think we also might get a Dylan Gabriel appearance for the second half of this game. I think we're very close to a phantom Flacco injury and a QB switch to spark up the pace.
Yeah, and here's something that I would caution people. If now you're saying, oh, well, Tucker Kraft is out, there's also some banged up injuries there in the wide receiver core for the Green Bay Packers. Oh, yeah, let's look at target share. Matthew Golden stock up, whether you're a DFS player, whether you're a prop player, whether you're a fantasy player. Matthew Golden's profile, he's the Jameson Williams for the Lions of the Packers. And what I mean by that is there are going to be weeks when you get nothing from Matthew Golden. I would not be betting him as a prop better simply because the variance that you'll get out of him, sometimes you'll have a huge bomb that goes his way, sometimes you'll have a catch and scamper that goes his way, but the absolute sheer variance of what he is as a player and what I project him to be as a player, do I like Matthew Golden as a prospect? Sure. Do I like him as a weekly prop play or someone who I'd want to be putting into my lineup? Hell no. One other thing that I would like to say too is that 41-17 false final against the Ravens. That was a tight game until late in the game, and then it just became Ravens going away in garbage time simply because a big sack that happened to Flacco. You could kind of debate, was it not a fumble? It probably was, but that fumble going in for the touchdown, that's what made it 33-10, and that's what pushed the whole thing open. But, late in the third quarter, touchdown by Joe Flacco makes it just a 2-score game, a 10-point game. So they were more competitive against the vaunted Ravens, who, again, are a Super Bowl favorite than it may have seemed. And they also got jobbed out of that Bengals game as well. They allowed 7 yards in that first week against the Bengals in the second half of the game, and they still weren't able to get the win done. But what they did do was keep it close, and they covered the spread for us in week 1. We're going back to the well, and I saved this point for last, Berg, because I hope people are still watching. If you are, like, subscribe, comment below. Mark Lawrence, how about this one? 0-6 Green Bay against the spread as road chalk of 4 or more. That has been released in history for this team.
They can't handle the heat. Cannot handle the heat.
He can't handle the heat. Get out of Cleveland because Cleveland is notoriously hot. But regardless, 0-6 road favorites 4 or more. That stat via Mark Lawrence. Big thanks to him for sharing that one. Cleveland plus the spot, the play for me and my man Adam Rosenberg. You can follow him on Twitter at Hey Rosenberg. Does shows all week long, always dropping great props plays. Check him out, and you can follow me at Newbie Talks, NEUBYTALKS. The sickness continues. Get down with the sickness, because we are taking a point, a single point, as the Cleveland Browns are taking on Dallas. Dude, I'll let you bat lead off on this one because this simply to me is, what would this line be if Dallas actually lost that game last week? It would be at least Pick'em or Chicago favored. That was the look-ahead line. So what, we're upgrading because this defense has looked way worse than they were supposed to be? I mean, Berg, this just feels like the ultimate buy low spot on the Chicago Bears, and I know you love a spot like this. What ended up putting us on this, outside of the fact that some line moves took us off some other plays that we were kind of looking at?
Being full disclosure, there's a couple things that we liked, and some of the line moves just didn't go the way we wanted. And
but to start the 2 weeks, Berg, we said screw the line moves. This is going to be what our picks are. We're going to stick with our picks. So I think we're kind of adjusting the strategy a little bit, which is what you do with circa millions, especially now that injuries are starting to stack up, is you have to, you can't just go in unless you're one of these teams who's 9-1 to start the year and you're already licking your chops at that quarterly prize. For the vast majority of the pool, you have to go back to the drawing board a little bit and maybe adjust how you're arriving at 5 picks against the spread in the NFL, which is really effing hard to do. But that's what kind of happened with us landing on Chicago here. But I still like it a lot, man. This isn't just, we're just throwing this in here, seeing what sticks. I think this is a horrible Dallas spot off an overtime game.
Yeah, it's also just this Dallas team defense just looks the same as they have the last couple of years, especially in the.
And now they don't have Micah Parsons to cover it.
And they don't have Micah Parsons. Look, it's the worst deep passing defense in the league. You know how many deep throws of 20 yards or more that they've given up already.
Well, they gave up about 45 to Russell Wilson last week, so it has to be something sizable.
They've given up 3 20 yards or 3 TDs of 20 yards or more. That's impossible.
Wow.
In 2 weeks, and they've done that. So,
and one of them was absent-minded at the end of the game when Malik Neighbors makes that insane catch. You know,
right? So for me now, look on the other side. You have the Bears. You have Ben Johnson, who some have famously said he's a offensively aware Brandon Staley, which I think is a great comp. But this is kind of what he does best, or he did do best. It's let me expose a deep ball, and he's obviously loving scripting plays for Caleb Williams, who seems to fall apart after the first drive. So I'm imagining that he's probably going to script a ton of deep ball throws, and that's going to play into Caleb's strengths. I like Caleb Williams over longest passing completion at 35.5. And that's part of the reason why I think we're going to just take these Bears. Eventually, this is kind of the spot for them. I think that these teams are actually a lot more equal than they look. And any team that allows Russ Wilson to have 500 yards passing is sort of they got to be on some sort of list for a little while. And I think that that's what the Cowboys are going to be. So give me the Bears. +1, but we're not really playing for a push here. They're gonna win this one outright.
Also, I should have had this ready to go. I'll have it for next week's show. For whatever reason, Ben Johnson looks like Steve the Pirate at some angles from Dodgeball. Alan Tudyk. There's times when it makes me think like, wait, we have a pirate on the team? And then at the end of Dodgeball, when he comes in, he's all clean shaven and looks like Ben Johnson. He's like, hey, it's Steve the Pirate. But yeah, I'll pull a side by side of Alan Tudyk, aka Steve the Pirate, and Ben Johnson, because I can't unsee it. And that is how I will quantify the fact that we are betting on Chicago against Dallas. Horrible Dallas spot, really nice buy low spot on Chicago. If Ben Johnson's going to get the guys to rally a troops and be able to scheme against someone, it's a defense who's way overrated. We got burnt on Dallas last week, winning the game, not covering the spread. I think they go to Chicago and could lose this game outright. So we like a lot of home dogs this week, which I love here heading into week 3. And this is where the love for the home dogs dies. And we take a look at laying some chalk. It's been so good to us. Last week we did cash in with the 49ers laying some chalk. But this one, dude, talk about buy low. Talk about sell high. Are the Kansas City Chiefs dead? The rumors of the Kansas City Chiefs' death may be greatly exaggerated. Actually, I don't think they are. I think they might be dead. But if they're going to get right, it's going to be against the Giants. It's going to be on Sunday Night Football. I'm hoping that some calls go our way because, Berg, we are bucking a take that we have, and that's being very anti-Kansas City. You maybe get Worthy back this week. You have a team who is just absolutely cooked, coming off a loss against the team that they lost against in the Super Bowl. You have Chris Jones nearly crying in the post-game press conference, talking about the tush push. Well, be glad, because Russell Wilson does not run the tush push quite like Super Bowl MVP Jalen Hurts does. Berg, why do we like the Chiefs laying 6 road chalk? The Chiefs against the Giants. Please sell me on this one, because I am lukewarm. I'm tepid on this one, to say the least.
The simplest version of why we're doing this is: are we really going to buy high? Are we really buying high on Russell Wilson?
That's fair. That's a very simple question. Who wants to buy high on Russell Wilson? This is comment below. Would you like to buy high on Russell Wilson? Because I have bridge insurance that I would like to sell you.
Yeah. Look, Worthy has practiced all week. Royal, pretty talented rookie that they're pretty excited about. He practiced. His offense is going to look a lot better, I think. Also, coming off that, the 0-3 teams don't usually make the playoffs. Houston Texans being the last one. They ended up losing the Kansas City Chiefs in that game. But this is a pretty big get-up spot for the Kansas City Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes turned 30 this week. There's a lot of great narrative that's going on. What a man!
I'm 30.
I think he's in the league as long as he is. So we're gonna take the Chiefs laying the chalk. I think that this Giants team turns back into pumpkins at home, And Sunday night football, it's going to be one of those 10, 12-point wins by the Chiefs. I can't believe we would ever consider buying Russell Wilson off of a 450-yard game. I'm not going to buy high on Russell Wilson. Get out of here.
All right, let me see what I got here for you. I just pulled up Mark Lawrence's thing because I like these trends. I forgot to put them in, and I wanted to give the man his credit because he works way harder than I do, and I just read his shit on air. NFL away teams in Game 3 coming off consecutive losses. So these are teams that have gone back-to-back losses, and we're also not factoring in that they're a team that was going for a three-peat in a Super Bowl. 14-6 straight up and against the spread. This is a trend that's been going back to 1988. And if they were, so it also says, coming off a loss. How about 5-0 against the spread if they out-yarded their opponent in their previous loss? Kansas City did outgain the Philadelphia Eagles, which now that offense has been looking, that hasn't been hard to do. But this is the rally the troops. This is the circle the wagons game. Like, if Kansas City is going to buck the horrible trend for teams who go 0-2, potentially making the playoffs, statement win on prime time against a team who's still in rebuild mode, this would be the spot to do it. So yes, it is disgusting. Yes, it is gross. Kansas City minus the spot. Those are the 5 picks for you. We'll recap them real quick, but first we have to see how we did last week. There's a reason, Berg, I saved this until we were 27 minutes into the program. Yeah, I have to. I have to have something here. That's. We got the daddy chill for you. This is Ellen crying about it being a bad day. Yeah, there we go. It's pretty good. It's a very bad day. 1-4. It's rough. 3-7 to start the year. And what do we do to bounce back? We take a board like this. We're bouncing back with Tennessee plus the spot, Carolina plus the spot, Cleveland plus the spot, Chicago plus the spot, essentially taking them to win the game as it is essentially a pick 'em price. And then we're laying the points with the team who has arguably looked worst as some of the worst teams in the league, but coming off a gut-wrenching loss is Kansas City. Berg, I'll tell you what, I think this is my favorite card yet.
I thought about that.
I almost just dropped a full-on F-bomb because I love it that much. Like,
I love it.
How freaking sick is it that I look at this board and I'm like, Berg, this is our get-back week. I love it because this is also some plays that not a lot of people are going to have. This is also some of the plays that people are going to comment below and be like, dude, you guys don't know what you're talking about. How are you going to give out these awful teams against the spread? Guess what? To win money betting the NFL, you have to have the stones to take some teams like that are on that list. So one more time for you, Tennessee +4, Carolina +5.5, Cleveland +7.5, Chicago +1, and we're laying the 6 with the Kansas City Chiefs. Bounce back time, baby. Let's ride. Berg, keep ice on hand for what we talked about before the show. Berg may be walking a little tenderly if you see him out at the fish shows this weekend. But, buddy, have a great weekend. You're going to come back with your chi reset. So even if this isn't the bounce back week, which it is, next week is 5-0 week. He's Adam Rosenberg. At Hey Rosenberg. I'm Dan Alexander at Newbie Talks. We really appreciate you guys watching every week. Keep those comments coming. We'll see you next week. Until then, I hope you make some millions here on Let's Make Millions. Have a great week 3, everyone. We'll see you in week 4.
Hey guys, welcome back to WiseKracks. Bill Krackomberger, John Orlando here at the fabulous Superbook at Westgate. We were just getting into a conversation. I said, wait, save it for the show. So yesterday I read that Ohtani had like 5 innings of no hit.
Yep.
And they took him out, Dave Roberts. And then the last week, did someone go 8 1/3 or 8 2/3? 8 2/3. And I think the Ohtani thing is different though. He's just coming back from that surgery, right?
I guess, but
you just want to give him 5 innings.
What happened to? We asked the pitcher, "How do you feel?" I know the argument is, well, they're always going to say they feel fine,
right.
But let's just use that. Let's just go with let the player know. I mean, he's throwing a no-hitter. I get it. You can't baby this thing in baseball where we baby the arm.
Yeah.
Never works. Do you remember they shut down Strasburg? I'm going way back.
Oh,
his
Steven
first or
Strasburg.
second
Yeah,
year.
Washington.
He was cruising. He was killing it, and then
Yeah.
they shut him down.
Great prospect. By the way, great pitcher this first year.
They shut him down, and they didn't see the World Series for years after that.
Yeah.
You can't baby
and
these
if you
arms.
think about years ago, these pitchers were pitching,
and there was less injury.
12 innings.
Seriously, if you go look up the stats on like Fernando Valenzuela, Roger Clemens, Pedro, all those guys in the 80s and 90s, 10 complete games in a year, more. Nolan Ryan throwing 140 pitches, coming back on, and back then 4-man rotation.
That documentary on Nolan Ryan on Netflix was excellent.
It's so good.
Same guys that did Action, my show Action.
Yeah.
He did that, and he warned me, and he sent me things about it, and I thought that was fantastic.
Yeah.
All right, let's start out with this $5 million.
Oh boy.
No. Oh wait.
Okay. No.
Wait a minute.
No. Go where you were gonna go.
Let's start out with John Orlando.
Let's get it over with.
Coming over to me yesterday and saying, "Hey, I'm going to get in this tournament. Are you in?" And I had $200 bills.
Wait, tell him your first response when I text you.
What did I say?
I said, "How do you feel about the $400?" I think it was a $75,000 guarantee,
Yeah.
and
What did I say?
your answer was, "I feel nauseous."
Oh, is that what I said? I said nauseous. Nauseous. So now I say, come over and see me. But I was at breakfast, and situationally, I didn't have a lot of money on me. You know what I mean?
Right.
This time of the year, I'm just telling you, the money's in the apps, or I have a box in the casino.
Right.
So do you realize what I gave you yesterday?
You gave me chicken scratch.
720s. I gave you $720, $200 bills, $720. I was going to pay for breakfast with cash. I paid with my American Express.
And you gave me a lot of $5 bills.
And I gave you 12 $5 bills.
Do you know the look I got?
Yeah.
At the cash.
So
Did you do that purposely?
You are breaking. No, you're breaking me, John. It's every week is something,
All right. Well, let me ask you this.
And then he was doing good. He's showing me the future. We're gonna go till tomorrow. We got to get down to like 60 people, and we're at like
23 people.
Or
Yeah.
23 people. We're at 60, and the next thing, same thing. I get the same
Heartbreak emoji
effing thing every week. Heartbreak emoji.
Let me just ask you.
And then what did I say? I sent the girl from the Monsters.
Yeah.
Dead. Yeah.
Let me ask you this.
Do you have to?
Let me just ask you this. I think it's important that we get back in the win column. Would you agree? That we get in the cashing column. Would you agree?
Did we ever cash?
All right, don't get nasty.
No, I'm just saying.
Let me ask you this. I almost don't want to suggest this,
right?
Because you're gonna make it like you've already done it before, where like you make it a thing, like where that's the only thing.
I have
that
money
makes
today.
sense.
So what do you want to get in?
There's a senior.
How much?
It's 400.
Here. I didn't know you were going to do that. This is live on air. JH, I swear, touch a Bible on my parents' grave. I didn't know. There's 400. Good.
Let me ask you this though.
I just went to my.
But wait, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Don't you think we should be able to fire 2 bullets at it, just in case?
No, this
Bad
is,
beat, just in case.
Is it illegal to rip the bill in half?
Oh my God! What are you doing? What are you doing? This guy's tearing. What are you doing?
If it's 800,
yeah.
Let me know.
Yeah.
But again, just like our people that thank you for your sponsors and subscribing and everything, they're the ones that tell me, Crack. Make sure, I shouldn't really be saying.
It's like you're enabling a drug.
Please make sure you get his receipts. Poker players. No, I know. You showed me your receipt yesterday. You got a great printer at the house now, too, by the way. No,
Look at this. Look at this.
No, it looks
there
great.
It is.
It looks great.
There it is.
Wow. Okay. So
all right.
If you do go.
You like that I had that just in case you referenced that today.
Okay. I didn't know you were going to. When's the seniors? When is it?
Today, 11:10.
You're kidding me.
Yeah.
Wow.
You liked it?
I do.
One day, winner take all. Well, not winner take all, but
okay.
you know.
Where's it at? What casino?
Venetian.
Venetian. All right. There it is. Do you have $800?
I mean, I got,
Do you have $800?
No, I mean, I'm a little light.
Jesus. But I just have this 400 back.
I will.
If you don't,
I will document.
If you don't,
I will document.
If you don't, I know you. Bill, we're gonna get into something else. We're gonna get into something else. There's a super seniors, and I'm getting my dad's ID or something.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Oh God.
Photoshop out the mustache.
All right. So
what do you got?
I can't believe I wasn't planning. That was spontaneous.
But you know why you do it. You do it because you know that I can go deep.
I do it because it's like paying for the show to abuse you. Really, I don't want you to make no money
for the content.
Yeah, for the content.
It's win-win for you, is what you're saying.
So listen,
this guy.
I can't believe that.
Yeah.
I did not expect to do that. Okay, FanDuel.
Yes.
They're paying the Jacksonville Jaguars $5 million back of
Why?
this scandal.
Oh, wait, I don't know anything about this.
Okay. The guy's name is Patel, I believe. It doesn't say. I know. Yeah. So what's his first name? Amit Patel.
Okay.
He was working for the team, and he stole $22 million, and he gambled it all away.
How?
From the Jacksonville Jaguars.
He was
pled
in accounting
guilty.
or something?
He's a finance manager. He exploited his position to manipulate the team's accounting, inflating certain costs and duplicating others. And so now he stole that money and gambled it away. But everyone steals all these things that you read. They're all stealing money. They're gambling it away. I mean, American Greed's full of it. Why all of a sudden now is a casino giving the money back? I always say that. In the end, the casinos get all the money. Matt Boyer. The casinos get all the money in the end. They're the ones that win. They never have to give it back.
Yeah.
So why did they give the $5 million back out of this money? I think they just said that they wanted to give it back to keep their relationship with the NFL. Why not get back the whole 22? No, I mean, listen, they get back the $5 million, though. Patel's actually has a lawsuit against FanDuel for $250 million, saying that FanDuel exploited his gambling problems. Give it a break, Patel. Really, I mean.
Does he have any chance of winning?
No.
Zero.
No, they all do that. They all go after,
Right.
He gambled on his own, but however, he got 6.5 years in a minimum security prison in Alabama for stealing this money, and they did get back $5 million.
Let me ask you this.
Was like, wow, I can't believe they
when
get back
they
money.
say I gambled it all away,
Yeah.
is there any chance that he didn't, like maybe he's got a couple million stashed somewhere and he no, because they look at the record like they know.
Yeah, no, I don't.
You couldn't get away with that.
I don't think he's getting away with nothing like that. Yeah.
Now, when he goes to prison for something like that, is he in a rough prison or is he at what they call like camp?
It is a camp.
It is?
It is a camp, yeah. So, I put a tweet up earlier in the week about my friend's son. So my friend's son, I should have had this up here, sorry. He's at a game with him, and the kid has a sports betting account now. And he's like, wait, hold it. What do you got going there, kid? And he had 83 $1 to $3 parlays in his account. And he said that he's seen someone that won $50,000 betting $1 or $2. So now he's one of them. Like, he's not. Here's the thing. I asked him. I said, "How old's your son?" I thought he just started college. He's 19. He's not even old enough to get. He's not even old enough. I said, "Well, how did he get an account with one of the legal sports books?"
Don't you have to show your license?
Fake ID. I can't believe that works.
But don't they have to pay out? How do they pay out the account?
He must have a
bank
account.
With a fake ID.
Yeah, but I mean,
and a fake
John,
social.
we have fake IDs when we were kids.
I never had one.
You didn't?
No.
All of a sudden,
because
now
I didn't
you're
drink.
a good kid.
Well, I didn't drink, so I didn't need one.
Okay. Well, I mean, why did I even?
I threw you a curveball on that one, huh?
Yeah, you did, because I figured you were.
You had one, so you could bet at the track when you were 16.
I don't think
18
so.
for
I had
the track,
one though
right?
when I was younger, but I don't know why I had it. It definitely wasn't drinking. I was
the
never
legal age for horse racing is 18.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's amazing. I always say it. Like I always say, I know I'm a broken record about saying these. Kids have gambling problems in every college, but I got to tell you, this really confirms what I say. All my friends have an account, Dad. Like the father was like, "What do I do here?"
I would not have thought that.
Like, what do I do here? It's really scary to see this.
I'm sending you a photo right now because I want to talk about this while we're on gambling and theft and all that.
Okay.
We had a guy on the show a few months back, Brutal Chameleon.
Oh wow, the Brutal Chameleon.
Yeah,
I seen that.
So
I told you I seen that.
Yeah, so he, I saw him post a couple days ago that one of his players. So he obviously he's an advantage player.
Yeah.
He's got a couple guys I think that he has either taught how to count or whatever that he gives them the money, they play, whatever. And a guy walked off. I just sent you the photo. He posted a photo of the guy.
That's the guy?
Yeah, the guy walked off with 70 grand. Looks like a
guy?
sweet kid, too. Like
a sweet kid.
Well, I mean, he doesn't, he doesn't look like a thug, is what I mean. But he walked off with this money, $70,000. Wow. I want to say in Louisiana. I forgot what.
Wait till I sent it to JH.
But he said that he was robbed at gunpoint, and I believe he's got whoever's in on it with him. Maybe put on a mask, whatever. So like they're on camera. Cops were called. That kid.
I can't believe that's the guy. I expected to see someone else.
Crazy.
You know, it's 74,000 or whatever.
I think 70.
It's 70.
And I want to say
I've seen the video of him talking about it.
I think the original bankroll on it was 50. Brutal Chameleon, if I get this wrong, please let us know and we'll fix it.
So what happened was he bankrolls a team of card counters.
Yep.
And he won money, and the guy probably makes, he probably makes a pay, $1,000 a week or something.
Yep.
And he just seen this guy winning and making money. He showed him, but he didn't have the bankroll to play himself. That's going to happen. I mean, you can ask my buddy Billy Walters. I don't want to tell you how many times he was robbed. He was robbed down the M one time when I was even there for like $350,000.
Yeah.
Like one of his runners said, "Oh yeah, they stole the money outside," and they set up the thing.
Yeah.
That's happened many times though.
I think one of the things that could have prevented this was they didn't valet park. They parked in the out in the. You know what I mean? So it made the fake scenario a little easier.
John, I am going to tell you something.
Doesn't matter.
I'll tell you guys something I've never told anyone. Like I've told some people in my inner circle back in the day. This is back in the day when I was betting and dealing with local guys. So this one guy says, "Oh, I can get you a ton of accounts and this and that." And I said, "Listen, everyone always says they can get big accounts. Just give me a dime a game or a nickel a game." I ran stupid on a Saturday, and I wound up winning like 40. No, actually, I won 11,000 the first week, but I couldn't settle. I couldn't get there to settle. And I said, "You're going to collect that. You're good, because I don't want to, get. Don't worry. Next week I won like 28,000. I was like almost 40,000, and I walked in to get my money, and the guy had a gun on the table, pointed at me.
Come on.
And he's like, "Not only am I supposed to," and I was an idiot. I swear to, I touch a Bible again. I just was so stupid, the things I would say. And he said, not only am I supposed to not pay you, I'm supposed to rob anything you got in your pockets. And I told him to go ahead. I'm not trying to be a tough guy.
Sure.
It's stupid saying that. It's stupid, but yeah, so.
Well, I mean, when
by the way,
someone's pointing a gun at you,
that's 40,000.
Yeah.
I can go on and on and on. I'm owed 7 figures by bookmakers and ex-partners and agents that I used to. Thank God I'm not even dealing. There's no more meeting the guy on the corner. None of that BS. I'm sick of that. All I'm going to do is win. In the end, I'm going to win. And I always tell everyone that, hey, let's get accounts. We'll split them. I used to always tell people that. And they said, yeah, I can get accounts. And these poker players, every swinging dick in the poker room, is a bookmaker. Poker guy, oh my, you should bet with my guy. He's the best. He takes 5,000 a game. Of course he does. Fucking lose. Cursing now, I'm sorry. Yeah, of course he does. Of course he takes 5,000 a game. But then when, I've had bookmakers change the game. I'm up grinding out 500 a play, up like 8,000 the end of the week. The end of the week, it says minus 8,000. He changed all the games the other side. He had the company do it. These per head shops, boy, they're not the best either.
So what would you've been around the block?
Yeah.
What would your message to the brutal chameleon be? Is you just have to chalk this up as a learning lesson?
You know what I say? So I was owed a good amount of money from someone. I'm not going to say who, of course, but a guy paid me a lot of money over the years. And we were partners. And at the end, he decided to jump over a $100 bill to steal $1. So even though we made sick amounts of life-changing money, he stole a nice chunk for half a year.
Right. But if you played the long game,
we made a ton. But he lost all his outs. I burnt the whole area up. I burnt the whole big city, by the way. Burnt the whole city up. This is many years ago.
Because this kid is sick over this, man. I spoke to him on the phone.
Here's what people say.
Yeah.
They say, well, how can you let that go? Why do you take chances? And why, people want to tell their wife stuff too. I never tell my wife anything. You can't tell your wife anything. But a lot of guys just have no choice. They just have no one to talk to. But here, if you didn't take those chances at the beginning to get different accounts and to beat sports books and stuff and go partners with people and get beard in, I'd still be working 2 jobs probably and grinding out and trying to save $100 a week and pay a mortgage, and you know what I mean? So by taking the chances, I got where I got in life. But sometimes your partners don't understand. I was screwed out of so much money. Even my partners didn't understand. Like, they don't get it. They don't get it. So, anyway, I don't know how we got on this. We really don't do a lot of sports betting talk. I don't know how we even got on. Oh, we got on it from Brutal Chameleon.
Yeah.
So you have to suck it up, take a loss. No, you can't keep even your best guys. You can make a good, honest guy a thief.
Right. With too much money.
With a certain amount.
So what would that amount be where you're like, you wouldn't want a player,
Like
so a player
over,
under him,
yeah.
what was 10K or something, or
you
less?
know what? You're going to need that with swings. If the count gets higher, you're supposed to bet. At the end of if you know last hand of the shoe, end of the shoe, you're supposed to bet multiple hands. It could be enough for splitting, doubling. And by the way, you only have a 1 or 2% edge at card counting. Anthony Curtis has less than 1%. So you have to, at those swings, you have to have a good amount of money. Yeah, you can't trust. Like yours, 800 I just gave you, that's your limit. you're teetering on a dime maybe. But anyway, Brutal Chameleon. Sorry.
Man.
Yeah, you just can't.
Sorry, buddy.
Can't keep someone with 70,000.
Man, terrible story.
All right, New Jersey takes steps towards tougher, responsible gambling. That's why I talked about.
Yes.
I talked about the kid.
Yeah.
And New Jersey's. I want to tell you something. In Jersey, I remember I was depositing at. Oh, you were there. When we deposited at FanDuel or something.
FanDuel.
This is back.
I want to say both.
Yeah. How
Should I
strict?
not say? Okay.
I don't care.
Okay.
How strict they were.
Yeah.
They were so strict at where you're getting the money from.
Right.
This is before the Know Your Customer law even came into effect.
Right.
They wanted to make sure you had the money in the bank. It came from a bank account. New Jersey is very strict, and they identify the problem gamblers, I think, before any state. They're that good at that.
Really?
So they're even cracking down even more with a three-step plan. And, even though we talk gambling, I really make my money still gambling.
Yeah.
I still say that I try to promote this responsible gambling because I know I was there. I was a loser, by the way. I was a losing gambler for many years before someone shook me. The whole story with Frank Atlantic City Blackjack Machine and showed me the right way. So I like to see that James McKelvey, the bureau chief here, talking about responsible gambling and pushing it, and some different rules they're having and some more compliance rules.
Yeah.
So I like that. I just something I wanted to talk about.
Can I ask you a baseball betting related question?
Yeah.
I'm curious if you think there's any value on this. The Texas Rangers right now, they're just 2 years out from being World Series champs, right? It was just 2 years ago.
Yep, you had them.
I had them. They're only a few games out of the wild card right now.
Oh, okay.
And I feel like that's a team that's got really good chemistry. They've got the experience. They've been big pressure postseason before, obviously, just a couple years ago.
Right.
A lot of those guys are still on the team. Is there any value in like a betting on them to squeak in, get hot, and go?
Just gonna look at their record
and go deep.
So we're 2 years out.
We're 2 years out. I feel like I want to say they're 3 games out of the wild card or something like that. 3.5 games out of the wild card.
Yeah.
In that division.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just seems like if they get hot, they've got great chemistry on that team.
Yeah, now that I'm looking at I wanted to see their future prices and stuff. Yeah, you got a little bit left here to do it. You've got some. Yeah, I don't mind going with one of those longer shots too.
At this part of the season.
Well, you only have. What do you have? 2 weeks.
Like I'm saying, I like them more than the Mets right now. I mean, it's a different league, but the Mets are like 2-8 their last 10. They're falling apart.
Yeah, they
coming apart.
Why do they fall apart every year? What's the reason why every single year?
Yeah, I don't know.
So there's like 75-1, by the way, on
Rangers.
On the Rangers, yeah. Let's throw a peanut, have some fun.
Little peanut. All right. So when we win the senior event, we'll discuss.
Okay. Okay. John, you've played in poker games, home games in your life, right? Money on the table? I played money on the table.
Sure.
Even chips.
Yeah.
It's amazing when I see these, maybe it's the Bible Belt, South Carolina. When I see these places, though, that are busting people for busting poker games.
Seems crazy.
By the way, they're not even taking a rake. There's no rake, which means they're not taking money out. But I have no problem with someone taking money out. You're in their domicile. They're bringing food in. They're paying for the food.
Sometimes they have like sexy dealers. They do,
like they have massages and they come over. But I just cannot believe that they're doing. This bust was in South Carolina, but
it seems like there's better things to do. But
you would think so. This was.
Are they worried about money laundering? Is that what it is, or they're worrying about a bigger picture?
This person, Watts, argued that money seized was only used to cover food and drinks, rather than enrich anyone that ran the game. So,
in my eyes, you had a party at your house and people played poker. What's the problem?
Even saying it constitutes the different laws. but normally it's an illegal game because they charge a rake.
Right,
But
right, like Molly's game.
Here they didn't even charge a rake. So, excuse me, I thought it was pretty interesting here.
Yeah.
That they didn't charge a rake. Oh, speaking of which, they say Molly's game. Did you see that documentary on Charlie Sheen?
Loved it.
Oh, I got through part 1.
Watch
I'm gonna
part
get to
2.
part
Oh,
2.
it gets even.
Who was the girl that was running the hookers?
Heidi Fleiss.
Heidi Fleiss.
Yeah.
Why would I confuse her with Molly's game? But I just thought it was really good. I don't know why I
So
mentioned
good.
it now,
And then
guys.
when you get done with part 2, then go watch him on Joe Rogan. I'll send you the link.
Oh, really?
Link. He
Was
was
he
on Joe
was he
Rogan
on after that?
after that.
Yeah, I don't know why. You
gotta love Charlie.
I root for
You
Charlie.
gotta love Charlie.
I don't
He's
like
the
a lot of
nicest
the
guy.
examples he was doing, though. I love his father. I met his father
Yep.
at the Taj Mahal in Atlantic City
Yep.
when it was open. And his father, just great.
Good
just a
guy.
nice guy.
Great voice.
Great voice, great
Yeah.
actor. And I didn't realize that Charlie Sheen's name was
Estevez.
until I seen that.
Yeah.
I didn't realize. Of course, I knew Emilio Estevez,
Right.
but I didn't realize he was. But Wall Street's one of my favorite movies of all time.
So
it's in
good.
my top 5.
So good.
I love Wall Street. So I just thought that wasn't planning on talking about that, but just popped out there. Robert Redford.
Saw that. 89,
Yeah,
right? 89 years
Boy,
old.
I can't believe all these stars that were in love with him. Jane Fonda,
Yeah.
Barbara Streisand. I
He
can go
was
on and
like-
on. Oh, the girl.
He may
all
have
that-
been one of the biggest heartthrobs ever, right?
Ever. But here's the reason why
Yeah.
I'm bringing him up. The great Robert Redford. Look at him at Caesar's Palace.
Oh, wow.
During the Electric Horseman.
Yeah,
They put him riding his horse, and that Palace Court, I think it's called, it's still there.
Yeah,
That's
of
still,
course.
And by the way, that's right where the Sopranos episode was too.
Yep.
There was a Sopranos episode
Yep.
there. But yeah, I seen that and said, wow, Indecent Proposal, a Billionaire, The $1 Million Night. I mean, a lot of that was shot in the Las Vegas Hilton, right where we are now, which is now the West Coast.
Yeah.
So I just thought,
Decent Proposal was all here.
Decent
right?
Proposal was here.
Vegas Vacation was here. A lot of
Vegas
movies.
Vacation, yeah, a lot.
Casino.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's a lot of movies that were here. So I just thought we mentioned Robert, and since we're on entertainment, so I'm an '80s guy.
Yeah.
And I love '80s music. So Toto is coming to town.
When?
Do you remember that, right?
Of course.
I don't know if it's before you. Africa. Of course, they sing Rosanna. Hold the Line was back in the '70s. So they're coming to town, and ready. Look at who's opening for them. I'm like, wow, Toto's coming here. Ready? Christopher Cross and Men at Work opening for them. Remember
Really?
Men at
I
Work,
used
their
to
one
love
hit wonder,
Men at
maybe.
Work.
No, they had a couple songs.
They had a bunch. Land Down Under, Who Could It Be Now?
They did. I'm wrong.
Yeah.
So they're coming to Fontainebleau December 30th. I just thought that was unbelievable. Christopher Cross. Oh my God, Christopher Cross, unbelievable voice too.
Forget it. Here's some fun
Duran
trivia.
coming the next day.
I love Duran Duran.
Next day, the January 1st and 2nd.
Here's some fun trivia for you. Back to Toto. Before they were Toto,
right.
Jeff
What were they?
Porcaro and was it Steve Porcaro? Who did they play for?
Oh, I don't know. Who? Tell me.
You tell me.
Total
Take one guess.
79? I don't know.
Before that.
I wouldn't
Long
even know.
before that.
I'm gonna know who it is.
You will know who it is.
Tony Orlando.
I
was guessing.
Yep.
Wow. You're kidding me.
No.
Wow.
Yeah.
I just told John before the show, I texted his dad last night. There was a nice man. He watches our show, John and I show. We had 2 different people, older gentlemen, which shocked me though, come up to me and say they watch all our shows, and the guy was saying about how you see Tony Orlando in the 70s, and he was a little confused. So I texted your dad and said, Tony, I usually don't bother you like this, but this beautiful old man just told me that he's seen you back at the Flamingo Hilton in the lounge. And your dad shot right back to me and said, it wasn't the Flamingo Hilton, it was the Hilton. No, and I was like, oh, God, I don't want to, but then later on, your tone of text doesn't come along sometimes. And then later I explained to him, I said, well, he meant the Hilton, I'm sorry, but he's also seen you in Reno. And I said, I hope he's right, because I don't know if you ever were in Reno. And he was in Reno.
Yeah,
So, and then he
Reno,
sent me a
Tahoe,
beautiful
Vegas.
text last night. And he sent me, he must have been, at the time he was doing something, then last night I could tell. I went to sleep.
Yeah.
And he's texting me at midnight his time. He's like a late bird. He
is.
He's a night owl.
Late night owl.
Jesus.
And up early. He used to be
early.
up really late. Now, the last 7-8 years, he's up pretty early.
Really? Like, give me a time. What, like he's up at 8?
I mean, he'll text me sometimes at 8 a.m.
Wow.
8 a.m. His time.
His time. That's
6 a.m. my time.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
HeritageSports.eu, 100% sign-up bonus.
see it.
Been around for decades and decades. I said it, 30 years. 100% sign-up bonus up to $500. Now, that may not sound like a lot. but they have 108 juice. So they have reduced juice. They have a $500 money back guarantee right now. Been around a long time, Heritage. Not a lot of sports books that have been around so long. Check out their page. Lots of bonuses. Get out of your bet at halftime. They pick a game every week for that. You can get out of your game. HeritageSports.eu.
And right. You say they've been around a long time.
Yeah, almost.
I don't think
30
people
years,
realize
96.
how important that is too. Because I don't know if you remember, like maybe 3 or 4 years ago. Do you remember you once said, "Look at all these sports books." Like we were looking at all the different sign-up bonuses for a bunch of books, and you had said, "I've never even heard of half of these." Like Maxim had a sports book, and they're all gone now. They're all gone.
Thankfully, I think they all got taken over and bought out.
Okay.
Because even when I was playing back in the day, I was playing with a place called Aces Gold Sports Market. Playing with them for years. Years. 1 week, they just decided to fold up shop after the Super Bowl and take everyone's money.
And your money's just gone.
After paying me a lot of money. What am I supposed to do?
You can do.
Screw me out. Another just so happens it's the 40-dime figure. Yeah, and they screw a lot of people, not just
So
me.
That's something you got to be aware of too.
There was a guy in Antigua that he was in with the government. There was a guy in Panama that was in with the the Panamanian government. They stole Panama. They stole my money.
Do you get nervous having a high balance, like even in your DraftKings?
No, not the regulated books. No, I don't play anywhere where I have to worry about offshore.
Got it.
I'm done doing that.
Got it.
It's John. Listen, I was getting down like 8 dimes a game here preseason football. I can get down here in town.
Yeah.
Thank God, places like the Westgate, South Point. These places take the win. These places take my bets. Thank God. So, John, these places like, I'm not going to name the cities and towns, but there's places still that you can play illegal slot machines in a local bar because they don't have the. Maybe there's a casino right down the road too, but they have a machine. They'll still pay you. Now it's amazing. Like I said. The things they go after, like those local card games, around the country, but yet these slot machines continue to operate. This is a recovering gambler who said he fears these high streets are being flooded with slot machine arcades known as adult gaming centers. Now, what I'm talking about is the ones I was thinking of. I'm not going to say, but I will tell you these because I've been down there. I was down in Florida. And these shopping center strip malls with these little, it says gambling arcades that operate everywhere shock me. By the way, they hold like ridiculous percent. They're not regulated. I talked about this in the past a little bit. But after my brother and I went to one, I was like, wow, this feels dangerous in here.
Which one were you at? Or do you know
I was in. Not that I don't want to say. I was in Florida. I was in by Naples.
Oh.
Yeah, which is a nice area, Florida.
Rich.
Yeah. And but they have these little. You can see these they're called adult arcades, And it's just amazing. They close them down and go after them. The governor is now going after them, but they do have these arcades in a lot of places. And I just wanted to talk about. Oh, well, John, this is good. And we can't help ourselves because maybe where I'm from, we have that superstition to us still. Even though I'm a mathematical, analytical, type of a mind. And I do go by a lot of that. And I know that stuff wins. You still have some superstitions casino-wise. Now, I don't, but years ago, my superstitions are still to people screaming and yelling around you, and they're going to lose, in the end, and you almost want to bet against them, or the little things. But I don't get too crazy. I get mad when someone gives me a final score that's wrong. I get mad. I do get mad at certain things. Final score again. Oh yeah, we won. Oh no, we lost. Oh, it's only a 6,000 swing. Thanks. But this is about the casinos. People saying, they loosen the machines on Friday and tighten them back up.
Total myth, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
But
there's no loosening the machine.
There's no loosening the machines.
Right.
Now, granted, the machines have a random number generator in the machines where they pay back a certain percent, and the casino could set it at a certain percent. There's minimum state guidelines, of course. But, I want to tell you something, though. I do believe in stuff. I pulled them out of my bag before, like an Italian horn. Someone has to give it to you as a gift, and it supposedly, wards off the Malokia. And believe it or not,
my stepmother loves that word.
Yeah. So,
she's Italian.
I have to tell you though, why do I still carry that black horn? I probably never did it until John Orlando was around me, but it doesn't matter. It works, though. I've had some good years since I've known you.
Yeah.
But, having that horn, though, even I believe in that. That's what I wanted to get to. People bring a lucky rabbit. Remember years ago, a real rabbit's foot?
Yeah.
Think about that. How do you
Barbaric
cut off a
when you
rabbit's
think
foot?
about it.
But
Yeah.
Everyone used
when
to
you're
have,
little, it doesn't register.
It doesn't register. But, it's just it's the random number generator, and there really is no. I like what they used to say. Machines are set at the end of the bank to pay more in the middle
when
of
you
the
first
bank.
walk in.
It would make sense.
It would make sense.
It would make sense if a machine that years ago you had the buckets of coins.
Yeah.
So it would, or even now though, your tickets.
Yep.
You have machines that are set at a higher payout.
Right.
There.
Right.
By the cash out cage. And it would make sense, but as far as I know, what I read, they say no.
Yeah.
They say no, it doesn't happen that way. So it just, I find that kind of interesting. Now, we're going to go to Matt.
Yeah.
Our buddy Matt talking about these things are always based on you for some reason, Mr. Orlando. But so this particular one.
I don't think this ticket is as bad as they think.
Okay, let's look at this now. So the original odds were 418 to 1.
Yeah.
Current value is 153 to 1.
Yeah.
The bet off, the current value is cash out. They want to give you $24 where WagerWire, that's WagerWire.com, the WagerWire app, wants to give you $68. So they're giving you
no way,
almost triple for the situation. The original bet was $25 to win $10,488.
It's a 4-teamer, right?
I mentioned that. So here's the bet right now. So you see, New York Liberty check minus 275.
Yep.
The tie on a women's European championship plus 80, got that in.
Crazy.
Now the Mets to win just the National League. Take it easy. It's not the World Series.
Right.
Just the National League, which you just said they're 2-8, and the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl.
I still, for years I have said you don't have to bet on them, but never bet against Mahomes. So I'm never going to say the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl is a bad bet.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll tell you. The Chiefs have not looked good so far.
Okay, it's early. It's fine.
I know they played the Eagles, of course. And they played, to be fair, they played a tough game with the Chargers, who are a little bit better than maybe people thought. But I just thought it was pretty funny here. Literally, you can make a $43 profit, which even the average bet in this country is less than $100. I don't see you cashing this out. I see you. Let's see what the Mets do here.
Yeah.
And
they
even if
honestly
they
need to get hot
to the playoffs and get a little hot, then maybe look at the cash out.
But they have the players. I mean, the Mets have a great squad.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't give up yet.
So I would agree. With let's wait till see what happens here.
Yeah.
But again, with WagerWire, you're getting a lot more than the sports books charge you to give you at the cash out.
By the way, did you see how my Super Bowl Destiny team, Broncos, lost last week?
I did. They're not going to the Super Bowl. They're not going to the playoffs.
Come on. They had that game won. This is a nonsense call.
Yeah. Okay, Randy, I'm over here at the Westgate, and I know you didn't show up in person because you can't pick a winner like me in NFL. Now, NFL sides are so tough, but people want them. So anyway, I want to know what you're on. I have a whole list here of stuff that I'm going to be on that I haven't even really – I bet some stuff earlier in the week. But I'm hoping maybe you match on that. But I have a couple plays that I have not bet yet either. So want to know what you're on right now. Let's see. What are you looking at? I'm going to tell you the current lines.
A little tough start season, but here we go. I got 3 sides, a total, and a teaser.
So, you want to put everyone in a homeless shelter. Go ahead.
So the first one is Tennessee +4. You might even be able to find better than that. They're betting in this Colts team, 2-0 Colts team, like they know tomorrow's newspapers. So this line keeps going up.
Widely available.
This line was 1.5 last week at this time. So we're getting some nice value here with this young Tennessee team. I really don't like this coach, so I got him rated like the lowest coach in the NFL for Tennessee. But this screams a good matchup. You got a 2-0 fat team going on the road against a division opponent who usually plays them tough. So getting these extra points here, Tennessee +4, +4.5, or even a little sprinkle on the money line.
I see +4 -05, and I sprinkle on the money line. And I'll tell you what, makes perfect sense though because of the line, the big jump in the line. What's your next one?
The big matchup here, Philadelphia and the Rams, 2-0 teams here. And the line dipped a little bit where I jumped on. It might be tough to find right now, but it'll probably come back. I took a little of the Philly -3, -120.
You're against me, and you're against two other sharp groups. Oh,
Okay.
okay. But to be fair, I took 3.5 and even some +4 -15. So you're on Philly though. This game is a big rematch from last year's playoffs too, where I thought the Rams played really good.
Yeah, sure is. I trust the Philly offensive line a lot more than this Rams offensive line on the road. The Rams did have both teams had a tough game last week on the road where the Rams survived against Tennessee, and Philly held on to beat the Chiefs there thanks to, I call him Travis Swift now, dropping the ball in the end zone. But
Maybe
I like the spot here for Philadelphia, even though I think the Rams, could be a decent team against them probably in the playoffs upcoming this year again.
All right, there's -3, -20s all over the screen, so you can get that one. What's the next one?
All right, let's see here. Looking at my notes.
I buy this guy a Masters hat. He wears the Masters hat and goes against me. Jesus. All right.
Well, we don't know each other's picks, so this is a good exercise.
Yep.
The Chicago Bears at home getting +1. Like them against this Dallas defense, who had to play a hard overtime game, barely making me through Grandissimo, which I'm sure Crackman appreciated that holding on, but scary game, back and forth game. Ugly defense there for Dallas. And this Ben Johnson hopefully has a game plan here to exploit that bad defense here with his young quarterback. I trust the Chicago Bears defense a little bit more in this matchup to finally get their first win at home. Going there,
Makes sense this play because the public's going to be all over Dallas here. So they say, "Oh my God, Chicago's terrible. Dallas is playing great. They almost beat the Eagles. Now they beat the Giants at home. Not that they're playing so great, really. It was they allowed a lot of points on defense, but." So both of them make sense. Pick 1 and 3 anyway. I can't go with you on the number 2. I'm against you. What else do you have? A teaser you said?
I got a total and a teaser.
All right, give us the total first.
The total is under 42 in the Cincinnati-Minnesota matchup with the two backup quarterbacks.
Okay.
And the reason I like this, not so much for the backup quarterbacks because these are experienced backups, but both offensive lines here are weak, especially with the Vikings injuries, and we don't know if they're getting any guys back here. So this total looks like this could look like a lot of run the ball. Cincinnati is a weak defense, but in this Viking offensive line, I don't know if they can, they're going to be trying to run the ball to start out, getting used to having North Dakota's greatest ever quarterback in there, Carson Wentz. Wow. So, a big thing for my home state here, getting Wentz to start for the Vikings. That's a big deal. The Vikings might get back their best linebacker in Van Ginkel. So I like them to give this Browning some trouble, even though I got him rated as one of the top backups in the league, and they won't miss too many beats without Joe Burrow here. I think Browning will shine for him, and he'll probably be an NFL starting quarterback next year.
And there's 3 42s on the screen I'm looking at here. So there is 42s. They just popped up, actually, a couple of them. There was one at BetMGM. Now I see a couple more. And what's the teaser?
Teaser, I'm going to tease a lot of people probably have this too. I can't see where this we'll see if the Saints team can travel on the road. This 0-2 Saints team going into Seattle, getting Seattle down to 1.5 here on a 6-pointer. And then teasing up the Arizona Cardinals against this San Francisco team in a division matchup, backup quarterback in for San Fran. So getting up to about 7.5 or 8 looks like
numbers 3 and 7.
Decent teaser to me. So that was one I jumped on. A pretty limited teaser week last week was pretty limited. Week 1 was a lot of teaser options, but the last 2 weeks have been kind of limited. But I do like this one.
Well, good. All right. So we got some plays for you. Fantastic. We appreciate it, guys. He didn't show up this week. Oh, they said depending on how you do, they may see you 100 yards down the road from Caesars next week. I don't know what that means. Yeah. So, John, I seen this on one of our buddies' shows.
Yeah.
M2M Vegas. I love their podcast.
You love those guys.
I do. They're good guys.
Have you met them before?
No, I never met them. No, they do meetups too. I'd look to.
Yeah.
So anyway, the Strip has all 000 roulette.
Yeah.
Except for high
I
limit.
hate walking by it.
The Win just lowered and said, hey, get rid of the 000.
Good.
All 00. Meanwhile, right next door, over the bridge,
Single 0.
triple. Instead of going from triple down to 00, they went to quadruple 0.
Stop.
The Venetian has quadruple 0. I made a video.
Wait, I'll be there today. I'm going to take a picture of it.
That's where the 800's going. Quadruple 0 roulette. Now at the Win, not the Win, at the Venetian, the Win. Listen, I love.
I think people don't even realize they walk up, they see roulette, right, and they don't even pay attention.
They don't.
That's
they're
what
just
happens.
having fun. Pick their favorite
And they're
number.
playing, and they don't even realize they're playing a worse. As if roulette could get even worse.
Instead of playing a 5% game, you're playing a double-digit house game.
Right.
You might as well play Keno. And it's funny. I had Keno people come after me. I put a Keno thing out.
Yeah.
And how bad Keno was, a tweet, and a dozen people out of the 100 came after me.
Really?
And said, no, Keno's good. It could be good.
Oh, come on.
And you don't want to know something, though? A couple of them made sense. I'm okay to agree to disagree.
Yeah.
They made sense, a couple of them. You want to know why? They said, if you play Keno, maybe at a lounge, you sit for an hour, have a good time, you can relax more than playing a machine at 10 times the speed.
Okay.
I kind of agree with that a little bit. If you could do it and just relax, listen, just know you're playing a 20% game. It could be really, there's situations that, yes, if it's a progressive, you can bring that hold down. But in general, listen, Keno's so bad, the public knows about it. John, are you old enough to know the Keno when you used to eat in a coffee shop?
Bro,
the Keno. Oh, that's right. That's how you started.
I was just going to say that if you text my dad right now and say what started
that was your first Gamblers Anonymous meetings. The Keno, I know. I'm sorry to say it on air, but the Keno, you used to fill out in the lounge, have
it was
some
great.
fun.
The Keno runner, the girl would come by.
I don't know if this is your situation.
Yeah.
But you see how our dads, like my dad with the parlay cards, I'm 9 years old. Here, pick 4 teams.
You're just trying to keep your kid busy and quiet was the goal, right?
Yeah, so I understand. You're having some fun, but the Keno lounges are gone. Those things in the coffee shop are gone. But you can play digital video Keno.
Right.
And that's what I was referring to. Boy, you could just play. It's ridiculous. So, anyway, I just thought the Win was pretty cool to go back to double 0. Thanks for the 5.26 game instead of literally they can go up like the Venetian did. I love the Win, even though they stopped giving me bonuses and stopped giving me offers. That Win,
it's so nice.
It's so nice. It's like you're
best
on
place in town.
It's like you're on vacation.
Yeah.
I want to close with this. Went to breakfast again.
Yeah.
It's everywhere in town. Breakfast. I used to say, how do they make money? They're serving eggs and they're charging.
They're making money
$8.
now.
They're making money now.
Yeah.
How much are $20, $25?
Yeah,
they are making money now. $82 for 2 simple omelets and coffees and a soda, diet soda.
Yeah.
I mean, it's out of control. But it really is. I just wanted to say it's not just that. I know it's dinners. And by the way, it's not just Vegas. I get that. When you guys come to Vegas, you'll tell me in the comments. Am I correct, though? It seems like it's a little bit higher in Vegas, but I've told no. It's everywhere, country, all over the country. Maybe L.A., New York, Miami. I don't think it's like that at mom and pop places across the country.
No, I don't think so. No.
But
I went yesterday, real quick, to this place.
Yeah, it was I
liked it.
Scars. I went to Scars Pizza at the Venetian, right?
Yeah, and I loved that.
I
hadn't seen that new food court.
Yeah,
they did a really good job.
Yeah, Scars. By the way, I've been to Scars in New York. And,
so that's a new, okay.
Yeah, Scar, his name is Scar Piemonte, I think his name is. And he's got a cult-like place over there in the Lower East Side.
This was good. It was kind of crispy.
Yeah, it was good. It was good, but not as good as that place at Fountain Blue. And I'll
Miami,
tell you, Miami Slice, I think,
Miami
is great.
Slice.
Total bust that
was
joint.
good.
It's like $10 for a slice.
Yeah.
But I like it, though. I like the whole pie. It's like $50. It's great. It is what it is. What's the place we went over at Durango? I thought that was pretty good lately. The Durango, your place there.
Yeah.
Something Street. Prince Street
I just went blank. I'm getting old.
No, you want to go blank here, and you want to go play in the effing poker tournament with my money, though. Right from here, he's going to the poker tournament.
But for local pizza here, I'm still going to go back to IDK.
I like IDK.
Yeah.
I like IDK.
Yeah.
What's our buddy's name over there?
Ryan.
Yeah. Ryan does a great job over there.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We'll see you next week on WiseKracks.
I was planning to not watch it. Yeah.
I don't believe you. You're going to not watch the Thursday night football game and do what instead?
I didn't watch the Sunday night game last week. It was still going on when I got home. Like I left here, it was probably like 6-3, maybe something like that. And I went home. I didn't watch 1 second of it. Who cares?
So you mean you're going to be at work, the game's going to kick off, you're going to catch whatever of it at work, and then when you get home, you're not going to watch the team you just played in Survivor. I don't believe you.
No, I said I was planning on not using it, but I guess, or not watching it. But I guess since it sounds like myself, Joff, and his brother Andrew are going to use the Bills tonight.
Well, you better figure it out soon.
Why? It's like the game's in like 3 hours.
Okay. Listen, if you like living on the edge, I do not. I hit the panic button.
I don't have like some proxy deadline. I
understand, but you still have to get it in before kickoff. And like, what if you have some elusive PLL meeting like that, like PLL, P and L meeting? There's a lacrosse Freudian slip, like, or some budget meeting you have to go to, and then you forget to submit it, and then there's just an absolute disaster, and every underdog finally wins a game on Sunday.
Well, first of all, I did the P&L on Tuesday.
Oh, okay.
Second of all, I have an alarm set on my phone. I have an alarm set.
Look at you.
Very
And
smart. Third of all, if that all somehow happened, I could just use one of the Sunday games. I get like one of the other options on Sunday. I think clearly the most picked team is going to be Seattle.
Yes.
They will be the number one pick for sure because there's not as many great opportunities to use them.
There's like no other opportunities, but you don't need to use them. You only have to use
20.
In some survivors, you have to use 18. Other ones, you have to use 20. Like you don't need to use them in every single one.
Well, so that's interesting. Like talking about the different strategies in different survivor contests. I think I mentioned it to you and the guys. I kind of like the Chiefs this week because I feel like very few people are going to use them.
Yeah, because they're going to save them for the holidays.
You got to think that the Giants are demoralized after that loss. They should have won last week. They didn't win. And the Chiefs have the Ravens looming next week. If they lose on Sunday night, they might start the year 0-4. So I do think there's some
That's
value.
really good for my no playoffs and under 11.5 wins. I would really like that.
But I don't think you can use the Chiefs in the Circa contest because Circa has that different wrinkle of Thanksgiving and Christmas. Kansas City plays at Dallas on Thanksgiving.
Which I wouldn't want to use them for.
Kansas City hosts Denver on Christmas night.
Which I really wouldn't want to use them for.
But they're playing on both holidays. That makes them a big chip to play. How many of the teams are playing on both holidays? I think
Correct. And if Bo Nix or Dak were to get hurt, the Chiefs would be even bigger favorites in both of those games.
I think unless I'm wrong about this, Kansas City and Dallas are the only two teams that play on both holidays.
Correct. And I had no problem burning Dallas last week because I didn't want to use them on a holiday.
Well, you don't know that yet, do you? Because
yes, I do. They're going to be underdogs or not. Like they're not going to flip to be a favorite over Kansas City unless something happens to Patrick.
Jaden Daniels already hurt. He's hurt right now. Water. I think
you used Dallas last week.
No, we used Detroit.
Oh, did you? Me and CT used Detroit and won.
Detroit, I think was a good pick. Although the one thing I was thinking about while I was watching that game was, man, maybe Detroit's actually like really good. Now I kind of wish we'd saved them.
Yeah.
Because Detroit, they look
and
like.
And now I never have to worry about Dallas again.
Detroit looked like Detroit last season.
Yeah.
They looked like Detroit last season.
And that was the thing about not wanting to use Baltimore last week, right? I wanted to save Baltimore because there's like 7 spots to use Baltimore. I think you either use the Bills tonight or you use the Bills next week. So what's really the difference?
Well, and the following week, though, they are at home on Sunday night against New England. So there's anytime you take one of the best teams in the league, what you're talking about, I think, to me, the 3 best teams in the NFL are pretty clearly Baltimore, Buffalo, and Philadelphia.
Oh, so not the Green Bay Packers?
Not yet. I'm not quite ready for that.
I think everybody needs to pump the brakes on the Packers.
I like Green Bay, but I'm not ready to put them in that level with those 3. But my point is that if you use one of those 3 teams, that's a chip that you probably could have played a lot of times. I mean, Buffalo, you could use them in Survivor almost any week, and it wouldn't be like a terrible pick.
Right.
They're going to be a favorite a lot. You could have used them last Sunday I know every wise guy on the earth was on the Jets.
Woof, same.
But Buffalo won that game very easily. I mean, there's going to be a lot of opportunities to play Buffalo.
Yeah, I think they were the number one. Were they number one, Jets, in the Westgate Super Contest? They were on the top 2. Anyway, it went 1-4 again after going 0-5 the week before. So whatever those top 5 plays are, we'll be betting against on Sunday. Speaking of Sunday, Ariel is gone for the Jewish holiday, which means I'm hosting, which means you're stuck with me in another show.
I was saying, oh, good, meaning I don't have to do the show.
No, you got to do the show with me. So it's even going to be more fun. John Murray gave out a ton of great plays last weekend. Maybe it was just a little bit of luck, but I believe you went 7-1.
I wish I could have given out those plays to myself.
You didn't bet them? I literally was sitting on my dad's chair writing them down. And he's like, what are you doing? And I was like, pretending to produce, but I really only logged in just for your segment so I could get those plays.
Jay Cornegay and I have a joint entry into a contest in town. We went 1-4.
Same. I went 1-4 in the prestigious Westgate Super Contest. Yeah. I tweeted out the picks and I just got obliterated for them. But that's okay because I went 7-1 on the plays I actually put money on. I'm not stupid enough to put money on my Super Contest plays anymore.
I don't understand what happened in the Denver game. I mean, I'll be honest. I couldn't really watch it. I don't really understand. We had Denver. That was one of our losses. Houston was a game that was back and forth. They scored the late touchdown. They gave up a touchdown drive. And then we had Kansas City, another back and forth game. If Kelsey catches that pass, he probably scores a touchdown.
Kansas City as well.
Does that mean Kansas City is going to win the game? I don't know about that. But that was such a huge play because it went from probably touchdown Kansas City to Philadelphia racing back the other way. Yeah. And that's in a very low scoring game. That's a potential 14-point swing in a game that there were 30 points scored. So that's a very significant play. A bad week for us. What was our other loss?
I think Jay did a pretty decent. I think he might have went 4-1. Maybe he faded you guys in the Las Vegas Review Journal that I'm in with Todd Dewey. Actually, I just remember getting an email from Todd saying, hey, send your plays in. And I was like, Jay went 4-1. Good for Jay.
Congratulations, Jay, on your 4-1 effort. I wish that had applied to our.
Well, it's hard. First of all, 5 games in the NFL is hard. First and foremost. Second of all, dogs just don't win anymore. I will say this. The dogs in the teaser spots have been great. Outside of that, what are you guys doing? What are you guys doing over there at the Westgate? Not adjusting?
We had a up and down weekend. So Friday we did really well. We did very well in college football. Kelly's team was part of that. They lost to Arizona. Another thing that helped us was myself. This is unfortunate. Myself, Louis D'Onofrio, we're known as the Gruesome Twosome. We got knocked out of the Splash Sports Survivor contest. We had UCLA.
So did I in one of them. That was the only spot to use UCLA. So I was like, all right. New Mexico,
Thank God there was no other spot to use them. Now we're out of the contest. So we're done. The Gruesome Twosome is no more. That was a bummer. And the worst part about
I'm using Oklahoma State this Friday night, so we can get it. We can just run it back to back where, teams that this is the only spot to use them all season just lose outright.
Me and Louis both think that quarterback stinks too. And
Nico?
That hurt us. But the book did very well Friday. Saturday, our biggest college football games, Tennessee blew that game. They had that game won. Now they did cover for people that had +3.5, but they should have won the game outright. They lost in overtime. But the big one at night that saved us, and I have to say this, I'm saying this as a thank you to my co-host, Notre Dame lost again. Kelly talked me off the ledge of a Notre Dame playoff play before the season. They're now 0-2. Thank you. I didn't do it because of you.
I had $0 on Texas A&M for what it's worth. I had them on my long list, and I'm like, I don't trust this team. I did not, and I think offensively they are better than advertised. So I will leave it at that.
Well, I will say that Notre Dame's defense has a lot of problems. It's nowhere near as good as it was last year. But the bottom line is that was a blatant hold on the winning touchdown. That cannot not be called.
But it happens all the time.
No, not like. Did you see the replay of that?
Not really.
The defensive lineman goes around him and he just tackles him from behind. It wasn't even holding. He just tackled him. It was so bad, but it was very good for the book. A&M wins the game outright. That was good for us. And then, of course, the biggest event of the day on Saturday by a mile was the fight.
Oh, I thought you were going to say DJ Lagway throwing 5 interceptions.
Well, no. He threw 5 interceptions.
5!
No.
I would have went 3-0 against the spread. Vandy got the win for me. Arkansas was in the mix. Are you kidding me? 5 interceptions and you still had a chance to cover?
Yeah, I think LSU only covered that game because of a pick 6. And
yeah.
LSU's
By the way, in case for those keeping track at home, that is now my second pick 6 that has cost me a cover. And it is only week 4 of college football.
Let's keep in mind, I was guilty of this. I really overreacted the first week of the season. I was so impressed with what LSU did to Clemson.
Yeah.
And I thought they were going to be one of the best teams in the country, and maybe they will be. But it turns out now that Clemson is not very good, right?
True.
So we know that. So I was guilty of overreacting there. LSU only covers because of the pick 6, but the big event for us was not that game. Canelo Crawford, the most bet boxing fight we've had since Mayweather-McGregor.
Wow.
2016. And it was funny. I was sitting here all day watching the bets, playing with the price. I like moving the price by 1 penny, just see what people do. So I'll just move it by 1 cent. Yeah, it's fun. And a guy texted me who big boxing fan.
He's like, what the hell are you doing? He's watching the on screen going, John, what are you doing?
I love doing that. And he's
like, are you bored?
I was not bored. I enjoy it. But anyways, he's a big boxing fan, former sportsbook director in town. He's like, what are you seeing? I said, the way this fight is being bet, every advantage player is betting Canelo. And every kid is betting Crawford. All the tickets are on Crawford. All the price-sensitive guys are pouncing on Canelo when we get to a certain price.
So the kids are geniuses.
It has to look like Canelo's going to win easily. And then I went home and I watched the fight, and Terrence Crawford kicked his ass for 12 rounds. So what can I say? I don't know. We did okay on the fight, though. Our guys did a really good job. They booked the method of victory very well.
Okay.
Crawford by decision was a very big winner for us. The fight going over 10.5 rounds was very good for us. If Crawford had knocked him out, we'd be having a separate conversation. I probably would be clearing this office out.
Yeah, I was going to say you're going to lose your job.
But no, seriously. The guys did a good job of mitigating the risk. We did okay because I heard some reports around the city and some national sports books that lost considerably on that fight. Big money on that fight because there were some very big bets on Crawford. It was a crazy Saturday. There was a UFC event in San Antonio earlier in the day. They moved the UFC Noche to the afternoon so it wouldn't go up against the boxing. Then you had all that college football, and then you had the fight at night. It was a wild day. We had huge handle, a lot of moving parts. We did okay.
Okay.
We did okay. Now Sunday, that Dallas game. I mean that.
Thank God. How do I have 2 games? Like Dallas was worse than Denver, but Denver was such a sweat. That's why I took the Bills tonight. Like, if they lose as double-digit favorites, whatever at this point. But like,
Kelly,
that Dallas game took years off my life.
Dallas was way worse than Denver. I mean, Dallas was getting every call in the first half of that game.
I know.
Close, and then they
got bailed out again in the second half.
Completely bailed out. Dallas was definitely the most public side.
64-yard field goal.
Every money line parlay. Now, the NFL now, they're using these new kicker balls to make it easier for the kickers or whatever. Great. So this guy makes a 64-yard field goal. They win in overtime. That hurt.
I needed it.
That would have been a really significant win for the book. That was disappointing. We did very well with Seattle beating Pittsburgh. That was a very good result for us, but the Dallas game.
You gave me that one, I think 3.5, and it was an interesting game back and forth, and then that wonky kickoff. I don't understand if he didn't know the rules or what happened there. I missed it.
He had
if you've got like the 4-box or you've got red zone or you've got multiple TVs, you can only like pay so much attention, but it was like Dallas sweating, and so that was my main focus. And every time it would switch back, Seattle had scored another touchdown.
How awful was it to watch that game with you on Sunday? Like, who watched it with you?
Nobody watched it with me. I don't want anybody to watch it with me. I literally called Brett and I said, hey, just so you know, I'm going all in on the Bills. He's with his survivor partner right now, Ben. And Ben can hear me. And he goes, I think I want to, like, I can hear him in the background going, I think I want to take the Bills too. Like, and Brett's like, no, don't listen to her. And I go, you guys better plan on watching the game together on Sunday because I'm going to be cheering for every single underdog to win outright. Every single one of them.
You're going to root against Brett.
I asked who they were playing. They said they didn't know yet. And I'm like, okay, well, and he's like, I didn't cheer against you with Dallas. I'm like, well, you probably did. I wasn't with you.
What if during the Dallas game, all right, so let me set the stage. It's like early fourth quarter. It's a sweat. And Brett like comes home and he's like, hey.
Well, first of all, I was really hungover. So I got convinced, which is way worse than a football season wedding. I'm going to say this. My friend Katie's 40th birthday. Friday, I get off work. We drive to Orlando or Kissimmee or wherever the
fuck dated your friend.
This godforsaken places.
Okay.
We got this awesome house with a pool on the water, whatever, right? We're drinking. We're having a good time watching the K-State game. So then I start drinking more because K-State looks awful. We're, in our 40s playing flip cup. It was a great time. I said, all right, got to go to bed. I got to get up in the morning, work a little bit. No problem. Some of the group decided to stay up all night so I can hear them. And I'm like, oh my God, I want to kill everybody. So I get bad sleep.
Friday night.
So then the next morning, we're getting ready and I've got all my bets in. I'm listening to Art on Last Call because Joe Madden filled in for me. I'm writing everything down.
Caesar, he's a man.
Yeah, he's great. He gives me all the good intel on Saturdays. Long story short, none of the games I care about are until late. So I'm like, okay, cool. We're going to go to Epcot, drink around the world. I would never wish that hell upon anybody, John Murray.
Yeah, it sounds terrible. So you spent.
So like all the things I hate in life were there. Like everything that I don't like was there.
Like what's one thing?
Standing in line.
Ugh, terrible. Okay.
So like we have these lightning passes to ride the rides, right? Yeah. That's great. So we're waiting max 10, 15 minutes to ride these fun rides, which is one of the things I do love, roller coasters.
That's not too bad. 10
but when it takes 30 minutes to get a freaking margarita and it's 85 degrees outside, I'm not in the best of moods.
Why did you? I can't believe you. Like, how close are you and this girl? Like for you to go to a 40th birthday party for somebody on a football weekend. I mean,
I'm telling you,
that is really out of character.
Very out of character. And again, Brett's friends with her husband.
Okay.
I'm like, okay, we got to make some more friends down here. Like all I've done for 4 years is bet sports and fly around the country. Like we should have some friends that are not our family members, right? Because like remember our whole family moved down here. So people that are not our family members that are our age, they always invite us out on their boat. Great people. I really like his wife. She owns her own business down here. This is what she wanted to do for her 40th birthday. So I looked at the schedule and I said, okay, like none of the games I care. There was the noon games were a snooze fest. Don't care about the 3 o'clock games. Like the first game I care about starts at 7 o'clock.
What if there had been, so if I'm understanding you correctly, hold on, I'm looking something up. But if I'm understanding you correctly, if the matchups had been better, you would not have gone to this birthday party. And then potentially you could have fumbled this friendship. Like if there had been better games. I don't know if I would have
fumbled the friendship. There were other people that canceled as well. Like, here's the reality.
Yeah. Tell me.
Once I was hammered, we had a great time. But getting drinks in the first like 4 hours we were there, and I was like, there are screaming children. There are people that are Disney adults that are wearing Mickey Mouse ears. Like, just like everything. I'm telling you, just they're just not those are not my people.
Are there a lot of like men our age that are Disney adults that are there on a college football Saturday?
No. And that's the funny part is there's no TVs to watch the game. So my phone is dead by like halftime of the 3:30 game. So then I go buy an expensive charger at the like charging port thing. Like, I didn't plan very well, but I will say this, like I think it was worse than a football season wedding. I mean, I had a good time, but like, don't ever invite me to do that shit again.
All right. Well, hopefully Katie doesn't watch the show because
Katie knows. I talked about it on WagerTalk today because we're getting ready to hit the road. And Andy was like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "Listen, I'm having like immediate regret. Like I got to figure out if I can get sick. Like, can I get food poisoning or something? Anything is better." So Sunday, now we got to go back. So Sunday, we drive home early because we don't want to miss kickoff. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
We get home and I'm just a complete piece of shit on the couch at that point. So watching the game with me Sunday, I was in such a pit of misery. It didn't really matter. Like the Cowboys game, I wasn't really yelling or doing anything because I was just like, well, this is very fitting that I'm going to go out week 2 with as bad as I currently feel. I mean, I don't really drink like that anymore.
So you had a fabulous, I think I'm putting this word in your mouth, but you had a fabulous vacation rental Friday, and then you went to Epcot Center with your girlfriend Saturday, and then you watched football on the couch Sunday. And this is your version of like.
We were asking what it was like to watch that game with me, and it was.
I mean,
I think I kind of fell asleep for a couple hours. I ordered some DoorDash.
That doesn't sound that bad.
Good place, John Murray. I was not in a good place.
It doesn't sound that bad. I got our producer Johnny Hoagland here.
Listen, I think so. The idea is that you go have a drink in every single country, right?
Yes.
The problem is you go have a margarita here, you go have a beer here, you go have something vodka there. Like that is not.
And you're outside.
And you're outside and it's hot. And I don't think I had a single water all day long. And I don't even think I went pee more than one time, which should tell you how dehydrated I was. Because normally, like when I'm drinking and then you're waiting in line, I'm like, nah, we're just gonna keep going.
That's always concerning when you're playing golf and it's like super hot out here and you're drinking and you're like, wow, it's the 14th hole and I haven't gone to the bathroom yet.
Yep.
That's not good.
That's not good for your liver or kidneys.
No, that is terrible for you. All right, let's go to, is that all you had for the weekend? Do you want to bet on anything else? Because why don't we, let's start with college football. I think I would call this a okay college football Saturday. There's some good.
I would say it's better than last Saturday.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's not super, but also like pretty decent. Do you want to tell me what we don't have the Chuckle Ham play anymore. Do you want to do the
if we did have the Chuckle Ham play, I think it would be Maryland.
The Rum Ham. Maryland.
Rum ham, there you go.
Rum Ham.
Speaking of getting drunk and not feeling well the next day, have yourself some Chuckle. Too old for Chuckle.
No, they're playing Wisconsin. No,
yes.
Wisconsin was bet at -7 and -8.5 at this sports book. So that's why you see that number get all the way up to 10.
That's why you gave me 3-1 on Maryland.
That's one of them. A couple other ones. I'll stick in the Big Ten. Indiana, that they've really hit Indiana and they pushed that one up. Indiana is all the way up to a 6.5-point favorite against Illinois. Interesting game because what's Illinois ranked? I don't really look at the rank.
Both in the top 25 for the first time ever.
But
I think it's like 22 and 18. I don't have it in front of me, but
I think Illinois is higher than that. Now I don't know. Johnny Hoagland, our producers in my ear, is saying 9. I know they're up there high, 9th, I should say. But Indiana's gotten some money there. That they got the money more like 4.5, 5 though. We're at 6.5 now. This game might be the most interesting game of the day Saturday. Florida and Miami.
God, I hate that team.
They're
going to win. They're going to win, right? That they're going to beat Miami.
Florida +9 got some very respected play. It got dropped down. Then another group laid 7.5 and moved it back up. So we're at 9 right now. Always look at the slate, the schedule. That's a late game on Saturday. There are going to be parlays going to Miami, Florida, depending on how the favorites do early in the day. That there's going to be a lot of parlays going to the U, right? We'll probably need Florida pretty big. Probably kind of like the A&M game last week where we needed A&M to win the game outright, which they did, and they saved us. I think the game that I'm most interested in is probably this one, Michigan at Nebraska. Interesting quarterback battle there. They laid Michigan -1.5. We're up to 2.5 in that one. Really interesting.
You guys are going to need.
I think we'll need Nebraska.
By kick. Yeah.
I think we'll need Nebraska. Yeah. I think maybe the most interesting game. Well, no, the most interesting game is Texas Tech, Utah. But another very interesting game is this one, Oklahoma against Auburn, with Jackson Arnold transferring out of Oklahoma to Auburn, and then Oklahoma brings in their own transfer quarterback, and he's like the second favorite for the Heisman Trophy.
Out of nowhere.
This could only happen in the NIL era of college football now, but they bet Oklahoma from -6.5 to -7. I think that's a really cool game. Hawaii, they took 3.5 and 3. They're against Fresno, and they took Nevada plus 10.5 at Western Kentucky. I don't really have anything for you on Texas Tech, Utah, Kev.
Yeah, I don't have anything for me either.
I think that's a great game. I think it's going to be. I think it's the best game of the day, probably. I mean, it's Miami and Florida is a good game, but probably the most interesting game of the day at 9 a.m. Texas Tech, Utah. We're at Utah -3. We juiced it to the Utah side, but we don't have a whole lot to report on the game.
All right. Anything to report on my other two plays, SMU or North Carolina?
I don't think so. No, nothing really standing out there. I'd say
anything to report on the other games that I played. West Virginia, your team plus 12.5, and Memphis plus 7.5.
I don't recall you congratulating me on the backyard brawl.
Oh, I'm very happy for you. I bet you guys late. I don't remember why. Someone texted me and I bet it.
This was I was at the bar. I was at Office Bar Naked City, Chris Palmieri's joint with Johnny Hoagland. And this on Monday night. And I mentioned to Johnny that I feel like one thing about you, Kelly in Vegas, you're always rooting against our teams. You root against the Bears, that's Johnny's team. You root against South Carolina, that's Louie's team. If you cared about soccer, I bet you'd be rooting against Liverpool every week.
Oh, God, you guys are a bunch of crybabies. I literally had West Virginia the other night. I didn't text you. I'm sorry I didn't text you. Hey, I decided to join. I don't even remember who texted me, but I decided to join somebody on the game because we had just got back to the house, and I was like, all right, I'm going to bet this game.
It's a lot of big conversation amongst me and the producers.
By a bunch of softies. Stop. No one cares about your team. I only care about my bets.
No, you hate.
I don't even care about my own team. I don't care about my own team. I took the Colts on Sunday. Do you see this little helmet right here? I took the Colts on Sunday.
You know how many times I've seen texts from you making fun of Caleb Williams' nails?
It's bad. He's got to stop. He's got to stop. You've got to go in and be a leader. Stop. Whatever he's doing, he needs to stop. He just needs to go be a quarterback. The video I sent you guys by one of the Barstool kids was objectively the most hilarious video I've seen because he's talking about growing up with a single mom and like Caleb Williams he's like, I can't bear to think about my quarterback putting his nails underneath the UV light instead of reading the goddamn playbook.
I shouldn't have brought that up. It
is one of the funny. I even retweeted. I was like, I watch it like 7 times in a row.
It's on me, but.
And how can you not? When your quarterback is not focused and the rest of the locker room doesn't respect him, what do you do?
How do you know that a locker room doesn't respect him?
You don't read a lot of the stuff that I read. And even John Hoagland's like, oh, you read that he's dyslexic. And I go, I actually didn't read that. So then I went and read that article.
Maybe you're dyslexic and that's why you didn't know what you read.
I actually hadn't. So then I Googled it and there was an article out there saying that basically Ben Johnson has to call the plays in reverse.
What?
I don't know. I don't know if it's true or not, but what I'm saying is when there's all of this stuff going on, when there's all this noise, it's hard to win football games and it's hard to control your locker room. And they're already off the rails 2 weeks in. I don't care though, because I got under 8.5 wins.
One last college football thought. And again, I'm giving the praise to my lovely co-host. You can't possibly have watched Texas last week and not have some serious concerns. I
did not watch Texas last week.
I can't.
Remember, I was at Epcot.
Arch Manning looked like he'd never thrown a football. I think that there's something that they're not telling us because
he's hurt.
He's got to be. His whole throwing motion looks different. They were constantly running in passing situations because they didn't want him to throw the ball. I don't know what's going on there. They play at home on Saturday night against Sam Houston State. They're a 39-point favorite. I think they'll be able to get.
Good thing they played some cupcakes since playing Ohio State, so maybe they could work out some of these kinks.
Well, I mean, they did go at Ohio State in week 1, which is a pretty good opponent. But yes, they have definitely taken some easy games to get ready for the SEC. There's something off with Arch Manning's throwing motion.
Like maybe he would be a 3-star if his last name wasn't Manning.
No, but I mean, there's definitely a possibility he's just not that good. But I think
it's a very real possibility. There's a reason why he didn't start over Quinn Ewers.
But I watched him throw the ball last year. His whole motion looks different.
I have no idea.
You want to go to your league, the National Football League?
Yeah, let's hear what you got.
Oh, Liverpool plays on Saturday. Okay, NFL.
No one cares about soccer.
No Liverpool game on Sunday, so I will. Everybody cares about soccer, actually. No Liverpool game Sunday, so you'll have my full focus. They play Saturday, and I got these for you. They bet Houston +2. I think they're at Jacksonville. Is that correct? They bet. This is week 3. This is the first time they've given us a decent 10 a.m. game. And the sharp guys bet the dogs in that game. They bet the Rams +4.5 and +4 at the Eagles. Can I say this? This is going to get me in some trouble. The Eagles are a tough watch. I mean, do people like watching that where they
You want to know what's funny about the entire house
tough watch?
that I stayed with? All of them were Eagles fans. And so as I'm walking out the door Sunday morning, I casually said something to the magnitude of, yeah, I like the Chiefs. I get accused of being this big Chiefs hater, but I bet the Chiefs.
Yeah.
All that entire game, as I'm laying there hungover, that entire Philly group was just blowing. First of all, they're the worst fan base ever. The worst fan base.
No. They're actually a great fan base.
No. They are the worst. I have been to several games versus the Philadelphia Eagles with different teams playing them. By far the worst.
When we were kids, we had season tickets to the Redskins. That was their name. Now it's the football team.
No, now it's the commies.
Commanders. I can remember, and I can say this truthfully, I can remember going to those games, and no matter what the Eagles' record was, they would come down by the busload from Philadelphia.
Yeah, but they're assholes.
No matter what the Giants' record was, they'd come down by the busloads from New Jersey. But when the Redskins played the Cowboys, you could look around the stadium and you could get a pretty good guess of what Dallas's record was before the game started. The Eagles.
I'm talking about as human beings. There's a reason why they have a jail at Lincoln Financial Field.
I think the Eagles have a very, very passionate fan base.
I didn't say they're not passionate.
I think
all I said was I took a couple points here with the Chiefs. Big deal. I said just hamper your expectations. Let's see how it plays out. And they're just blowing me up. I'm like, okay, send Taylor Swift's fiance a fruit basket. You're welcome. Leave me alone. I can't play the game for these guys.
My complaint about Philadelphia, I think they're great fans. I think that they have the best offensive line in the league. Barkley's a superstar. Hurts is very good. People don't appreciate how good he is. I just don't like watching the way they play. I don't like watching that, let's jump everybody together and everybody on both teams is offsides and we're just going to shove each other for this. Like, do people enjoy watching that? And I get it. If I was an Eagles fan, I would love it.
Who was the team that tried to ban it? Packers?
I don't know. If I was an Eagles fan, I would love it. I'd be laughing.
Yeah, but there was a team that tried to ban it a couple of years ago, and everybody was like up in arms, and now other teams are trying to ban it again.
I think as a neutral that doesn't care about the Eagles either way, it's just not fun to watch. It's not a fun team to watch. Kansas City's not a very fun team to watch, by the way. I mean,
right now. Lots of unders. If you like unders, Kansas City's a team for you.
They did play the Rams, and then in the afternoon games. So I guess the big afternoon game is Chicago-Dallas. I mean, that was what it was supposed to be in the season.
That was kind of a weird line that opened up Chicago -1.5.
They took Chicago right away early in the week, but now the money has come back on Dallas, and Dallas is now a 1.5-point favorite on the road. So I'm not sure if that was fake money early. Smart money did come back on Dallas today. After other afternoon games, they bet the 49ers against Arizona. And you're going to like this one, kid. They bet New Orleans +7.5 at Seattle.
My best bet.
Seattle will be the number 1 survivor pick on Sunday, or in week 3 is what I should have said. And of course, Kelly and I's famous survivor moment, the only time that this duo ever did anything smart together was in week 3.
What do you mean? We've made it to Thanksgiving before.
That was the same year. 2023, week 3, Kelly and I decided, let's play the 49ers. They were at home against the New York Giants on Thursday Night Football. They blew them out. They won 30-12. And then on Sunday, all the top picks lost. And when we woke up on Monday morning, it was like, wow, like 2/3 of the field is eliminated. And we ended up making it all the way to Thanksgiving. But it all started on that.
And then the Detroit Lions lost to the Green Bay Packers and ruined my birthday.
That is what it is. But yes, I think Seattle will be the number one pick this week. Tampa Bay will be a popular pick too.
Yeah.
Problem with that one is Tampa Bay had a bunch of guys get hurt on Monday night. They've got a bunch of injury concerns, and I don't think Tyrod Taylor is supposed to start, right, for the Jets.
Yeah, he's good as an underdog. I sent you that stat. I don't have it in front of me, but
he can't do worse than Fields did last week. So
Justin Fields is not good.
And the Thursday night game is Dolphins-Bills. Right now we've got Buffalo -11 here at the Westgate. There was sharp money on Miami plus 12.5. Now that shouldn't scare Kelly too much. That's a pretty big window there. But there was some sharp money at plus 12.5. Bet it down to 11. Having said that, Buffalo is a $9 favorite on the money line. And the argument for using Buffalo is you just don't get that many chances to use a team that's -900, -1,000. It just doesn't happen that often.
They will be next week, but it doesn't matter. I need less stress in my life.
And of course I don't want this to happen, but what if Josh Allen gets hurt tonight?
Okay, well, we're going to go on to the mailbag because we're not going to put that into the universe.
You
John Murray.
You have to think that way when you're trying
You
to.
can't. You just don't. You don't need to say those things out loud. Okay, what if Patrick Mahomes gets hurt? Okay, what if Sam Darnold gets hurt? What if Baker Mayfield gets hurt? I mean, like, what if? Yeah. Guess what? What if Joe Burrow gets hurt and they still beat the Jags? I love the Jags plus 3.5. And somehow Jake Browning comes in, couple of weird calls, and the Bengals get the win.
Well, I know what you're saying, and I don't want any of those people to get hurt, but we have talked about this before with, like, I think one year we decided we needed to take the Bengals before Joe Burrow got hurt because he always gets hurt. I mean, yeah, I do think you need to have that as kind of a consideration when you're going through this thing.
Yeah, well, if he gets hurt tonight, I will never speak to you again. How about that?
Well, okay. Now I got two things to root for.
There you go. You got it. Just what you wanted.
No, I don't want Josh Allen to get hurt. I love Josh Allen.
If he gets hurt, I'm going to send Bills Mafia after your ass.
He's the best player in the league. I love Allen, man. And I'm using the Bills in Survivor. Why would I want him to get hurt? I'm saying you got to think about these things when you're navigating 20 games.
Yeah, I mean, I want to use the Niners. What week was that? Week 15. So I got the Niners. Hopefully by then, George Kittle and Brock Purdy will be back. But we've already seen some significant injuries early on in the season.
That's my whole point is all right, Kelly and I are in a loser Survivor contest for Splash Sports, and I think we're planning to use Miami tonight, right?
Yes.
But one of the things that we talked about was Miami will get worse when Tua Tagovailoa gets hurt, which he will. I think it's crazy to pretend like that's not a variable when you're navigating the season.
Yeah, I don't even want to take a team as awful as Miami, though. Like, we don't have to use the Jets. We don't have to use Tennessee. We don't have to use Miami. We don't even have to use New Orleans or Carolina or the Giants.
For a loser Survivor.
Oh, for the loser. Yeah, we're going to run out of losers.
I don't think we're going to get 18 losers without Miami.
No. We're not going to get 18 losers without Miami.
Probably not.
All right, cool. Mailbag. Danny K gets to go up first. I told Danny to take the I forget his last name. Citarelli, I think is what it is. Anyway, New Jersey's going to flip red. If you cared, 5-1, you can bet it. I put a little bit of money on that today. I texted that to Danny K. So hopefully he tailed me, but now he has a question in the mailbag. Is there any data showing the final score ends closer to the closing line than the opening line? I always hear that the closing line is the sharpest, but I've never seen any stats on it.
That's a really good question. That's one of the best questions we've ever had. I would have to check with some of my guys on that.
You're supposed to read this beforehand and have answers for our guests.
Well, no, I don't do that. I'm working all day. The producer comes in.
Can you send one of the producers to go over and ask?
They're not going to be able to know that off the top of their head.
All right, we'll find some data for Danny.
I will find something for Danny. It's a good question. I appreciate it, Danny. He says he always hears the closing line is sharpest. I mean, I think I think what that's based on is that's when the limits go the highest at the very end.
Welcome to the best sports betting show on the planet. This day, it is Football Friday. Love Football Fridays. We got everything you need for a massive, massive weekend. We've got NFL. We've got college football. We've got Survivor. We've got Super Contest. All the sharp info you need to get locked in. We're going to spice things up with the wing sauce of the week from Marco. Teddy and I are going to square off in another round of Sell Me. It's all happening today. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's get into it. We got Gianni coming up with the Steam Report. Teddy's going to break down Raiders, Commanders, South Carolina, and Missouri. Marco's going to break down Rams, Eagles, Auburn, and Oklahoma. Kelly in Vegas is going to join us to talk about the football contests. And then myself and Dan, we survived. So we are on to week 3 in Survivor Pool. We will share those picks with you. Let's get started with Yanni. While we're doing that, hit that like button. Really, really appreciate you guys for joining us. Ooh, looking good in the red. I like the red on you, Yanni. That looks sharp,
all
man.
All right. Yeah, well, fire.
Everybody's feeling it on Football Fridays.
Yeah.
All right, so we talked a lot about some of the lines yesterday. A lot of them have kind of held true. Let's go over some of them, and let's start with the big boy. Let's start with NFL. What do we see in line-wise? And by the way, last night, what did we see? The sharp money that came back on Miami ended up covering, but all those teasers, money lines on Bills ended up getting through. So, interesting.
Yeah, what a game that was. Worked out well for me in my 5% big move on Miami.
Oh, nice.
Sweat a little bit. You got to sweat a little bit, but at halftime, I thought the sprinkle might come in. We haven't seen too much of a change. Yesterday was the college football day. Thursdays, those college football totals. Limits get increased, and you start to see the college football lines move in the afternoon. If you ever want to follow some steam line movements on Thursday, our time, probably around 1 p.m. our time, 4 p.m. Eastern, you'll start to see the totals get hit. Pay attention to those. But in the NFL, the only thing I could really give well, I mean, not much has changed from yesterday, but the Colts continue to get money. The Falcons continue to get money. And you could tell from what was tied in yesterday, like the Bills money line parlays, the Bills teaser, like you touched on, that cash, and they're tying them into for where was the biggest one? Wait, there was one that really stuck out.
Green Bay, possibly.
No, where was that? Oh, Monday night, the Ravens at home. Like they're already going to Monday against Detroit. So even though that line's dropping for whatever reason, They like the Ravens on Monday night. That stuck out a lot. And who else? The Rams. Don't tell me why against the Eagles. But they're taking the Rams up. They're taking the Rams up. So those two stuck out yesterday from the Bills. Again, the NFL action, mostly like Saturday and Sunday morning, you'll start to see a lot of the movement. Because, again, it's the look ahead gets bet, and then Monday they kind of settle. Everyone has their line out. If you look at the screen, it'll look pretty much the same across the board. Then may get hit, and then it's not till late in the week, like after injury updates and injury reports are confirmed, and then if the public money knocks some of those lines out of whack. Because I'll say it again, public money far outweighs sharp money when it comes to the NFL. And if they're getting so much risk on one side, they're going to be forced to move the line. Like we kind of saw that yesterday, even though you touched on like sharps were on Miami, it was still holding true and even went up before kickoff because of all that Bills risk that the books had. So pretty much in the NFL, looking the same until we head into the weekend.
My guess is that Ravens money is Lamar Jackson's record against NFC teams. What is he, like 24-4?
Yeah, and home,
something
Monday
crazy.
night home, Baltimore. And
Yeah.
I told you, a guy I really respect in the NFL, he's got them as the top team, power rated wise. Says nobody would be favored over Baltimore on neutral field. So
Interesting. Let's move to college football. Tons of action on Saturday. I'm sure the lines are starting to jostle around and move a little bit.
Yep.
What are you seeing?
And that's where we did see some of those totals get hit yesterday. We saw the Oregon State get steamed over. I think that was a Raz play, over 55 and a half, I believe. I'm sure that's gone now. What else can I give you that got hit yesterday? Arizona State, Baylor over 59 and a half and 60. Kent State, Florida State under 56 and 55. I like that one. Troy Buffalo over 42 and a half, Western Michigan plus 14 and a half. And here's an added board game for you. Over Columbia Lafayette, good to over 51. Now, looking at a couple we touched on yesterday, East Carolina, we talked about them getting steamed at 7.5 and 7. I'm seeing it getting public money on East Carolina at 6.5 right now. So again, that's a much different number than what the Sharps got in on at 7.5, and now taking the 6.5 on East Carolina. And Wisconsin's all the way up to 10, and they haven't gotten any buyback from the betting syndicates, but the recreational bettors aren't taking the 10. So that's limiting the risk for the books. As long as the game doesn't land 8 or 9, they're gold there. North Texas, again, Army continues to get faded, as we touched on, and Michigan, sharp money on Michigan opposite the public there. So thanks, Star. Thanks. Glad you guys cashed on that Miami yesterday. So great college football action for you as we head into a nice weekend.
Well, I asked Dave Mason after you had left yesterday. I asked him about a game like Bills and Dolphins. He said it's really tough. How do you put the spread when you have so much money on the teaser, on the money line,
Exactly.
and then you get people like yourself, the Sharps, coming in and taking Miami? It's worst case scenario for them. He said it's really, really difficult. They struggle with it.
And like I got in at 12.5, and I knew it was going to move down. And I let my guys know, up as long as you're getting 11.5, you're good for 5% move. Because I thought that at 10 would have been pushing it at what the true line would have been. I thought it should have been lower than that, and it's set up nicely. But in my sharpest out had it at 11 when others were still at 11.5, so I felt good about that. But like I said, yesterday when I saw the line creeping back up, that was worrisome a little bit. But when I looked in the back end and saw the overwhelming Bills money just kept coming in, I said, okay, that's the reason for it. It's not like somebody's coming in and steaming Buffalo.
Yeah. Let's move to baseball here. I looked over the spot. We got pretty good amount of games.
Yeah.
We're kind of to the point where some teams are pretty much done with the season. They've packed it in. They got their vacations planned. What are we seeing on some of these baseball lines?
Yeah, and like I touched on, one of the groups I work with, actually two of the groups that I work with have stopped betting baseball until the playoffs come. Like, I mean, they may hedge some of their season win totals and stuff like that. But they've actually stopped. They say, they won this many units for the year. It's just a lot of randomness now with so many replacement players coming up, coupled with what you touched on, teams out of it. Where's the motivation? It's hard enough to quantify motivation in Major League Baseball during the season, let alone when teams are playing for absolutely nothing. But does the youth care? So there's a lot of factors to consider. So I can't fault them for stopping, betting baseball till the playoffs get here. But they are attacking some of those dogs, and I think they're looking at those matchups that appear like coin flips. And if you can get plus money, they're getting down. Perfect example, 906 St. Louis plus 110, also under 7.5 at even money. 916 Kansas City plus 125, and then 922 Pittsburgh plus 105. Like I said, hasn't been heavy steam so far in Major League Baseball. Not even a lot of the overnights got attacked. But some of the one-sided public games that are sticking out, because again, the recreational bettors are still betting baseball. They're just not doing it like they were during the summer, where they're straight betting and really putting action. They're parlaying pretty much every single night. And the ones that are sticking out today, no surprises, LA Dodgers over San Francisco is one of the heavier one-sided that I see in all the parlays. Texas over Miami is in all the parlays. Yeah, those two stick out the most. Dodgers and Texas, even more than the Mets, which is a 2-1 favorite. The Dodgers and Texas stick out more. Those are parlayed with everything in Major League Baseball from the recreational bettors.
Yeah, I mean, it's the weirdest time of year. I mean, the hottest team in do you know the hottest team in baseball right now? I didn't even know it until I looked on the free picks page. Look, the Cleveland Guardians have won 12 out of 13 games. The Guardians.
Go Indians. Go Indians.
Yeah. What's so crazy about it is they're now only 3.5 games behind Detroit. Who would have predicted that like 2 weeks ago? Yeah. So just the end of the season, it's very, very strange what happens there. So, take that for what it's worth. So, nice job, Yanni, on that 5% last night on Miami.
Thank you, brother.
That's a bold stance to take going into
a 5% on Miami, the way they look, and Buffalo rolling.
It was great.
We just got under the number, but I'll take it. A cover's a cover.
Absolutely. What do you have up for everyone this weekend?
Yeah, I have tonight's college football. I love those primetime standalone games. I've had really good success with those so far this season. It's early, but I'll take it. I have tonight's college football primetime. I have a Saturday package up loaded with 4%. Here's what sucks, that I lost my college football 5%. And I feel like there's a play or two that even warrant that kind of bet, but I don't want to look like you're chasing. So this Saturday's package is really strong. Like some plays warrant it. It's the more data we're getting, the better the results will be. And so far, results are really good. So college football package is up, NFL package is up for Sunday, and we're just going to keep grinding, man. Just keep doing damage. So, like I said, number one in profit, NFL, college football combined, and let's just keep doing it. Steam Room Sunday, leading hour into kickoff, and if you like money, jump on board. I think
love
it's
it.
$100 off.
Oh, nice. All right, Gianni The Greek, we got Steam Room, all this football plays up. Thank you so much. It's been a great week of segments.
Thanks,
Have a great
Andy.
weekend, Gianni. Yep. Let's see. We got Teddy covers SF Niner. I don't think we've heard from SF Niner all week in the chat. Comes around, says all around the world yesterday was awful, and then asks if I'm drinking chocolate milk. No, I'm not drinking chocolate milk. It's my iced coffee. It was a necessity to have right now. Let's bring in Teddy covers. I see he's sipping on something. I'm guessing it's not chocolate milk. Although, I got to tell you, chocolate milk sounds damn good right now. Now I'm thirsty. I want some chocolate milk.
Yeah, I have 2 or 3 glasses of chocolate milk every morning, to get me going.
I would weigh 400 pounds if I did that every single morning. But man, now you know, yeah. Anyway, all right, Teddy, we got a lot to get to here. We got an NFL game breakdown. We got a college football game breakdown. Then we're going to play Sell Me, where Dan comes on, picks a game, assigns you and I a side. We have to duke it out. Let's start in the NFL with the Raiders and the Commanders. Jaden Daniels injury news. Does it matter? Does it not matter? What's your breakdown on this game?
Sure. So with the Raiders and the Commanders, all right, it's 2 teams, to be perfectly frank. I don't know that I trust either one of them. All right. So it's a pick your poison type of ballgame. Now, Mariota has filled in okay for Jaden Daniels. That being said, Mariota's a career backup, and Daniels is an emerging young star. So there's a significant difference between the 2 QBs, and the point spread obviously telling us that with the money coming for Las Vegas after the injury concerns for Washington. And of course, looking at the Odds Logic live odds screen right now, I'm seeing mostly 3 for the Commanders. Total sitting 44. There are some 43.5s and 44.5s out there. And Washington, the oldest team in the league this year. All right. I thought that was an issue for them last Thursday night when they went to Green Bay and were really outplayed, outprepared, outclassed. Nothing worked for them. And it was still a one-score game in the fourth quarter. They had a chance to come in under the number and make things interesting. Couldn't get it done. Offensive line injury for Washington, defensive injury for Washington. This isn't a team I'm excited about laying points with. That said, it's a Raiders team coming off. I mean, let's call it what it was on Monday night. That was a pretty ugly showing. I mean, certainly on the offensive side of the football, the defense played well. And the defense of these units is the one that we trust less to have back-to-back good games, especially against a Washington team that didn't play well. A lot of criticism for Geno Smith and his interception in that ballgame. A lot of criticism of Pete Carroll not running Ashton Junty enough for the Raiders. So there's certainly these concerns for Las Vegas right now. And when you talk about a team that hasn't won, now going east for an early start game, injury problems, and the chirpings there, that's a concern for me. Again, so this isn't a load up to the window game, back the dump truck, back the Brinks truck up to the window and bet a bunch of money. This is not one of my stronger opinions. It's not a client play. But I have to play this game right now at -3. The only way I can play it is the home team, not the road dog. I worry about Vegas in the travel spot. I worry about the early start game. I worry about the injuries on both sides of the football. And I worry that maybe they're not, I don't think they're the better of the two teams. Even though for the full season, I like Raiders over their win total, Commanders under their win total. Week 3, Washington's not as banged up as they're going to be. I lean to the favorite here at -3 or less.
Let's move to college football here. Week 4, South Carolina versus Missouri here. I believe we're dealing with another quarterback injury in this game. What's your breakdown here? Missouri, big time favorites here, -10, over under 48.5.
Yeah, let's just check the current number on that Missouri. A little bit. We've seen the money went for Missouri early on, and then back to South Carolina. Now we're seeing there are 9.5s out there. 10, the prevailing number for the Tigers against the Gamecocks. And with this one, I mean, I really want to start with the concept. Basic strategy in college football, twofold for me. One, buy low, sell high. You're looking to bet against teams that will look great and may not be quite as great, and bet on teams that may be coming off a real rough showing. The second concept I'm looking for in college football, maybe the more important of the two, I'm looking for misleading statistical profiles that I can bet the other way. This game features both of those possibilities. All right, Missouri, number 4 in offensive yards per game, number 6 in points per game. They've beaten up on Louisiana, Kansas, and Central Arkansas, none of whom are elite on the defense side of the football, to put it mildly. And even that Kansas game comes with an asterisk. Remember, the final score was 42-31 Missouri. Kansas was leading that game with less than 5 minutes left, and Missouri's final touchdown run came on a 63-yard scamper where they were just trying to get a first down and take a knee to run out the clock. And, of course, Jayhawks defense, not their strong point. So it's a Missouri team that's getting a lot of love. Their statistical profile looks good. Maybe it's time to sell high before SEC play begins. Meanwhile, South Carolina, the Week 1 win over Virginia Tech, not particularly impressive, and is devalued even more after the Hokies lost at home to Old Dominion by margin and fired Brett Pry after last week's game. South Carolina Week 2, everyone hated the box score for the Gamecocks. Sorry, against South Carolina State. They had 3 punt return touchdowns the first 2 weeks. And I want to talk about special teams touchdowns. In my mind, this is a meaningful concept when we talk about college football and the NFL both, but college football in particular. All right. When you have a punt return touchdown, what happens to your statistics? Well, you don't get a drive on offense. All right. So it deflates your offensive numbers. You can't gain yards when your special team just scored a touchdown. What happens on defense? It affects those stats too. Your opponent gets back-to-back possessions, the second one coming against a tired defense that just came off the field. So good special teams make statistical profiles look bad. Teams that win the field position battle because of good special teams, teams that scored non-offensive touchdowns, which is the epitome of Beamer ball, they're undervalued in the markets because their statistical profiles don't look as good as they should. And then, of course, last week, South Carolina, Sellers got hurt. They got bombed at home against Vandy. Everything went wrong. What a disaster. All right. Dropped out of the AP top 25. Couldn't score more than a touchdown. The backup couldn't do anything. This is a buy low opportunity for South Carolina, just like it's a sell high opportunity. And oh, by the way, Sellers returned to practice on Thursday. The markets expect him to play. And obviously, without him, the offense is not one that we trust. Worth noting, Beamer and the Gamecocks, 3-0 straight up, 3-0 ATS, I'd say, as road dogs last year. They beat Clemson, they beat Kentucky, they lost by only 2 at Bama, and they also won at Oklahoma in a pick'em price game as well on the highway. We like this team. Away from home, buy low, sell high, give me South Carolina, plus the points in Missouri on on Saturday.
I like it. I've been meaning to ask you, do you have a strong opinion on the new kickoffs? Is it affecting the handicapping at all? And I would assume, if anything, it might be on totals. Are these teams getting better field position here to start off? Dallas, they start off on the 35. They got 15 yards and they're in field goal range. It feels like there's just a better field position. Is it affecting the handicapping on any of these totals so far?
Absolutely. When you talk about, certainly when you talk about the NFL, all right, and this is something that Kelly and I talked about on the NFL opening line report live right here on WagerTalk TV every Monday morning, 8 a.m. Pacific time, bright and early. We want to get out in front of the line move, so we go 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. every Monday. If you don't watch it live, watch the replay, but you'll miss stuff. I encourage you to watch it live. But conceptually, all right. No, I got lost there where I was in my promo. What are we talking about?
Just the kickoffs.
Oh, the kickoffs. Yeah.
The teams are getting these better possession.
This chocolate milk's not working nearly as well as the caffeine usually does. But we talked about it on Monday's open line report, how the new kickoff rules absolutely affect totals. You have multiple factors in play. First, it comes out to the 35. If you have and we're seeing longer kick returns than we've ever seen, or at least in modern NFL history. So the average field position is better than it was. Between the 40s in the NFL, that's where coaches go for it on fourth downs. When you have an over, you like coaches going for it on fourth downs. If you get the fourth down conversion, it often leads to a touchdown. If you don't, your opponent gets good field position. So you have longer returns leading to shorter fields. You have the fact that kickers, 50 yards, a chip shot now, 55 yard, 60 yard, doesn't matter. So you have longer field goals, you have more fourth down going forward attempts, and you have shorter yards to gain before you get to the field goal range. All those factors together make me think the little run of overs we saw, and again, last week, it wasn't crazy because all 3 TV games stayed under, on Sunday night and the 2 Monday night games. We still went 10-6 to the over in week 2, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit more of the same this coming Sunday. My only total play for the clients this week is on an over. I'm not looking to play unders in the current environment unless there's a real darn good reason.
Okay, all right, yeah, it makes sense. Didn't the NFL, weren't they trying to get rid of kickoffs for injuries?
Yeah.
Now there's more kickoffs now than there's ever been.
But it was the players running for 50 yards in a sprint and then smashing into each other.
Okay.
That was the problem, and now there's less smashing into each other at top speed.
Now they're running 20 yards and smashing into each other. Problem fixed. Problem fixed. All right. Teddy, you mentioned opening line report. We're going to do sell me, but tell everyone what you have up for this weekend. Big weekend of football.
Sure, absolutely. Locked and loaded in the NFL already. Got 3 plays up for a Sunday, including a top total and a 4% best bet game of the week. And in addition, the college football card will be posted. I was waiting and I didn't get it done before we went on here. I'll be posting the college card within the next few minutes after we get off the air. So check out my homepage, wt.buzz/TC. Don't buy any plays. Get on board with this weekend warrior package. It's a really good deal. $49 every play, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. All football plays. And there's nothing more to buy. There's no bait and switch or bigger selections, anything like that. $49, the weekend warrior package. Get it right now on my homepage, wt.buzz/TC.
All right, let's bring on Dan. Let's play Sell Me. If you haven't watched this segment before, it's very simple. Dan picks a game in the NFL. And then he gives Teddy a team, gives me a team, and we have to figure out and make the case for each one of them, and you guys tell us who you agree with. All right, Dan, what's the game?
Yes, gentlemen, we are back again for another rousing edition of Sell Me, and I mean, everyone's going to be watching this game because unfortunately it's going to be the only game on. That's right. Sell me the side in the Kansas City Chiefs and New York Giants. Teddy, last week you had to make the case why my Philadelphia Eagles would beat the Kansas City Chiefs and cover, and great breakdown on that one. Andy, you're always batting second whenever we're doing this, so I'm actually going to give you the lead, and because you get to go first, unfortunately, you have to break down why the Giants could potentially be covering. This one's basically 6 painted. There's a rogue 5.5 out there at a public book, but we're basically looking at 6 across the board here. So, Andy, Russell Wilson at home. Russell Wilson coming off an amazing game that ended how Russell Wilson games usually end, with an interception. So, why will this game maybe end a little bit different? And New York Giants maybe getting the cover here. Back-to-back weeks, Andy. Sell me the side of the New York Giants.
So you give me the Eagles against the Chiefs, and
it's starting to stack up. This is a fair point, Andy.
What is it? Okay, so I have to make the case for the Giants. Okay, well, Kansas City is not scoring a lot of points, so I get a team that's only put up 17 and 21, and so in order to cover big spreads, you got to score a lot of points. Who's Patrick Mahomes throwing to? Travis Kelce? Travis Kelce has cost them 2 games and a wide receiver. It's like the worst stat line ever. He's dropped the ball. He's taken out their fastest, healthiest wide receiver. You got Travis Kelce yelling at people on the sidelines, and we saw Russell Wilson be able to keep it close against an explosive offense. And this defense of the Giants is absolutely terrible. They're going to give up 1 million yards. Or are they? This Chiefs offense is absolutely sputtering. My biggest case for the Giants is that the Chiefs cannot blow teams out. They're just looking for a win, Dan, at this point. There ain't no style points. They cannot go 0-3. Just get a win, get out. I get the Chiefs to win, but the Giants to cover with Russell Wilson fighting for his job. You got a new running back, Scattaboo. You got this defensive line that can put pressure on Mahomes, and Mahomes is not throwing to anybody. And, oh, by the way, he's their leading rusher. That's not great. So all signs point to the Giants covering this game.
Teddy, why would he not have led with the Giants can't do the tush push? Because according to Adam Schefter and all the pundits, that's the only reason that the Chiefs lost, was because the Eagles can do the tush push. That should have been the lead there, Andy. But Teddy, going on the road, Kansas City looking for life, but laying 6. Sell me that side, Mr. Theodore Covers.
Sure. Well, I mean, the concept here, if we're looking for, tell me this pencil, sell me Kansas City. Do you pay attention to the NFL? One team's going to the Super Bowl, has been in the Super Bowl. The other team is a bottom feeder. Okay. And all the Giants want to do is get to the Jackson Dart era. Kansas City's defense is not Dallas' defense. Oh, Russell Wilson's throwing the football around. Sure. That was against the team they played last week, not the team they're going to play this week. And one thing I don't want to do, I mean, of all the reasons to play the Giants, or not to play the Giants, I don't want to step in front of this championship pedigree team with an 0-2 record. All right. Their season's on the line right here. So you're not just getting Kansas City, the regular Kansas City. You're getting Kansas City focused with their season on the line. And that, we know how good they are in 1-score games. This ain't a 1-score game. This is we're going to beat the tar out of you. I wouldn't mind laying some alternative point spreads here. Minus 14.5, minus 21.5. Yeah, you can have your G-men all you want.
Oh, there's a bell. They say once he starts throwing out the alt lines, Andy, the bell starts ringing. Comment below and let us know which side you're betting in Sunday Night Football, because let's be real, 90% of the people watching this program will be betting that game. So now you got a breakdown on the Kansas City Chiefs and New York Giants. Teddy, on the way out quick, let them know one more time about that Weekend Warrior special, because it's good for everyone. Marco coming up right behind you. Whoever you want to get, it's a hell of a deal, man.
Sure. Don't buy plays, guys. Buy packages. Get on board and let a capper show you what they can do. Plays will lose sometimes. Packages will lose sometimes. But I encourage you, if you want to get on board, this is a great opportunity. It gets you every play in football all weekend long. Saturday college, Sunday NFL, Monday night. Nothing more to buy, no bait switch, and it's $49. It's a reasonable price to get on board with every play for the weekend. Weekend Warrior package available on my page, wt.buzz/TC, and all the pages. Just visit WagerTalk.com to get on board, and no limit. You want me? You want Marco? You want us both? Get Yanni too. Weekend Warrior packages, $49. WagerTalk.com.
Awesome stuff, Teddy. Thank you so much. Opening Line Report continues to be one of the best shows around, so check that out on Monday mornings. So absolutely ridiculous, dude. Hey, Teddy, make the case for the defending Super Bowl champs and the dynasty in back-to-back weeks.
Well, Andy, the other game was about to be the Chicago Bears against the Dallas Cowboys, so I may have done you both a favor.
It's true. It's true. All right. Well, I love that segment. All right, let's bring on Marco. Marco's going to bring us our wing sauce of the week, but we're going to talk about some games here before. Marco, how are you so far this week?
I'm doing good. Coming off a very enjoyable evening last night, 3-0 night. Two of the plays I got to witness in person last night at Michelob Light Arena with the Las Vegas Aces. We had two player props that continue to just disbelief of what we're doing with the WNBA. We cashed them both in the third quarter again. Really fun with that, and then talk about a thrilling game last night between the Aces and the Seattle Storm. And you guys had a little excitement there with your WNBA team too.
Well, your prop had to be Asia Wilson to over everything to shoot all the shots. Was that one of your props?
Well, the first prop it was kind of a correlated deal for me. And again, this is why we talk about the prop market. For the WNBA is so inadequate, okay, because these guys just look at averages. They don't understand matchups. They don't understand, what's going to happen. And I opened up my first prop with, when the backs are against the wall, it's win or go home. You're going to ride your horse. And that horse is the MVP, Asia Wilson. So, yes, we were on Asia for her point total over. But I said, if you're going to ride Asia, okay, what do? You got to have somebody get her the basketball. I took Chelsea Gray, who's the quarterback of the team, and she's been on a tear with assists over the last 10 games. That I took her player prop plus the assist to go over 15.5, and she was over that, early because she was dishing the ball down low, getting the ball to Asia. Asia can't get the ball to herself. Okay, that's the thing with the big play, a big arson, inside. So. It was a fun night, but what an ending to that game.
Yeah, listen, this is fun. I'm wondering if they're regretting shutting down Caitlin Clark as early as they did. Now Fever move on without her. So, but let's talk some football here, Marco. We're gonna go over Rams, Eagles, Auburn, Oklahoma, and you're gonna give us our sauce of the week. Let's do Rams and Eagles. Fascinating game. We know what happened last time these two teams met here. Phillies -3. Over under set at 45.5. I personally think the narrative about the Philly passing game is quite laughable. Picking apart the Super Bowl winner and the guy that's won a million games in a row starting, to me, is kind of interesting. But boy, the Rams had a great game plan for them. How do you break this game down?
Well, I got to start with, in Philadelphia's done everything asked of them. But let's be honest. How much can you ask of a team to start a season? This is the third high-profile game in a row. They started the season with the Thursday night game, as the Super Bowl champs always do. You raise the banner and all that, and everybody's, high-fiving everyone. It's an exciting situation. You had a little bit of the air taken out in that game. If you remember, the first half of that game was a track meet. Okay, they went up and down the field, both them and Dallas. It was, I think, 21-20 at the half, and then there was only 3 points scored in the second half. Then you've got Philadelphia off of that, feel-good game, get your rings and everything, to go on the road and relive the Super Bowl again, the team you just beat. So another high-profile game, physical game. Dogfight, could have went either way. We know what happened with the tip pass and everything in the end zone for Kansas City. Tush push comes through again for Philadelphia, as it always does. Now they got to return home off of those 2 games to face another high-profile team who they beat to get to the Super Bowl. Philadelphia beats the Rams in the playoffs last year. And I always say, revenge is the most overused term in sports betting, except certain situations. And you always remember the team that ended your season, and that's the Philadelphia Eagles for the Rams. I think the Rams, this is the great spot for them, and I know it's a little bit of obviously an overreaction to the offense with Philadelphia, but you can't deny the fact that we've gone now 6 quarters for the Philadelphia Eagles where they have not done a lot offensively. Granted, one of them was a good defense, Kansas City. The other one, the week before last week, just made Russell Wilson look like a Hall of Famer throwing for 400 and some yards against them. I'm going to go ahead and take the Rams in this one, plus the points. I think they get their revenge. It's going to be another dogfight. But remember, the Rams had an opportunity to win that game last year in Philadelphia.
I love it. Russell Wilson with the stats and the loss. Jalen Hurts just takes the win. I'll gladly take the win. A lot going on there. All right, big game here in college football. Auburn versus Oklahoma. We got a revenge. Do you call it revenge spot from a personal standpoint, since we just talked about revenge? Oklahoma -7, over under 46.5. What's your breakdown on this game?
Yeah, this is an interesting game. Obviously, Oklahoma's looked very good so far, but, they've only had one true test, and that was, against Michigan. And I was on Oklahoma in that game against Michigan, and one of the reasons why is because I wasn't buying all of the love for the Michigan quarterback, Bryce Underwood. I'm not saying he's not going to be a good quarterback. I'm saying it was his second start, and it was on the road on a Saturday night in a hostile environment. Until you show me you can do that, I can't get excited about you yet. And that's why I was on Oklahoma, and they handled him. They win the game by 11 points. Now in comes Auburn. All right, the Auburn quarterback, as you alluded to, Jackson Arnold, is going to be a little interesting. He was the quarterback for Oklahoma last year. So what is going to transpire here? But going back to, Norman, he'll be okay, I feel. But more importantly, he's already had a road test this year. Remember, they opened the season on a Friday night at Baylor. The entire world loved Baylor in that spot because everybody's saying, oh, what's he going to do? He flamed out at Oklahoma. Okay, all right. The offense was very good in that game at Baylor. I was on Auburn. I like that outcome. I think they're going to be okay here as well. Not quite sold on how good Oklahoma is or isn't yet. This will be a true test, but we're looking at the touchdown. And if you look at the market, a couple of the sharper books have moved this game back to 6.5. And I really take notice whenever you're talking about the key numbers. When you get a game that you're hovering on a 7 and it goes either north or south of that, it's going to take serious money or respected money to do that. And so I'm going to tell you, I lean to Auburn in this game. And I'm also going to tell you, sometimes I tell you grab a number right away or wait for a better number. Grab it now. I think if this thing moves off of 7, it is going to continue with the 6.5s that we're starting to see. So grab Auburn now, get that full touchdown. I think it's going to go right down to the final possession of the game. And if I think it's a 1-possession game and I can get the full touchdown, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, it's funny whenever the narrative is the revenge, they never bring up the other side. It's like, well, if they played there before, the team could. Never mind. I hate the revenge angle in most cases. It's laughable. All right, let's do the wing sauce of the week, Marco. Last week, you compared the Connecticut team to the garlic parm wing sauce. What's your sauce this week, and who's the team?
Okay, well, we're going to have a team, but we're going to more have a coach. Okay.
Oh, this is great.
Okay. All right. We're going to go to the Jacksonville Jaguars, or as I'm calling them this week, the Jacksonville Jagoffs. Okay. All right. Liam Cohen, all right. Life is filled with decisions, okay? You got to make them every day. And sometimes you make good decisions and you make bad decisions. And I'm going to not bore you with the entire game. I'm going to fast forward to the fourth quarter of this game, but I'm going to tell you that the entire time of this game, Jacksonville was either up outright a touchdown, they were plus 3.5, or the game was tied the entire game. Okay. They have first and goal inside the 10. 3 plays they run. Game is tied at the moment, late in the fourth, or tied at 24. They get stopped 3 incomplete passes inside the 10-yard line. So they kick the field goal like you're supposed to do. They go up 27-24. Since he gets the ball, we get a turnover. We drive it down the field once again. We're under 5 minutes in driving. We have first and 10 at the 12-yard line. 3 more plays they run. We get nothing. It's 4th and 5. 4th and 5. Okay, it's a 3-point game, 3 minutes and change left in the game. It's decision time. What do you do? Do you want to have them have the ball at the 9-yard line, start a drive? Remember, Cincinnati lost Joe Burrow earlier in the game as well, okay? Or do you want to try to put the game away and get the touchdown? Well, let's see. You just had 3 plays. It's 4th down. You just ran the previous series first and goal inside the 10 and ran 3 plays and got nothing. So that's 6 consecutive plays that you haven't been able to gain yardage. No, we don't kick the field goal. We're going to go for it instead of going up 6. Now, I understand if you go up 6, the math guys will tell you, well, a touchdown still beats you. Yeah, but you can kick a field goal, as you guys alluded to, from 60 yards anymore to tie the game if you don't make it. You're forcing the other team with the backup quarterback to score a touchdown. And, just in case if he does score a touchdown, you're down 1 point if you get the ball back, that you could kick a 60-yard field goal to win the game if your defense lets you down. Liam Cohen went for it in another incomplete pass. And what happened? 93-yard drive by Cincinnati to win by 4, 31-27, in the only time that I was not covering the game, plus 3.5. So I say life decisions. We're going with the ghost pepper sauce. You think you can handle it. And then you make that decision. And then later that night, and I'll let you figure out where you're at in your house later in that night, that decision comes back to burn you like you burned me, Liam Cohen. F you, Jagoffs. That's my sauce of the week.
We were watching that game live on Sunday on End Zone Live, and that was brutal. It was about as brutal a loss as it gets. Is inconceivable. Inconceivable.
Do
they
you
did that.
Do you consider kicking the field goal there, or do you consider?
I 100% kick the field goal. You trust the backup to try and go get you a touchdown. You go up 6 points. I know Kelly's coming on right after us, and I know her thing kicking is for losers. I'll get her her opinion, but I would kick the field and go up 6 and make Jake Browning go down and score a touchdown. But that's just me. Whatever. So, all right, Marco, great segment. We got the Weekend Warrior pass going. It's only $49 for football. What do you have up for everyone this weekend?
Well, we're going to have another 5% play this weekend. Last weekend, if you took advantage of that Weekend Warrior package, we went 3-1 on Saturday, 2-1 on Sunday, and that 2-1 on Sunday just told you who the 1 was. It should have been 3-0. Okay, so that would have been a pretty sweet week. The icing on the cake was our 5% play. Now 32-13 with those 5% plays. Well, that was as fun as it could be. We had a 5% play on North Texas -6, a 59-10 winner, no sweat. I didn't have to lose any more hair. I can't afford to. That was an easy win. So take the Weekend Warrior. But I'm going to tell you about a special that we have that's going with myself and VR Gianni. It's the perfect 1-2 punch, okay? Ace is off to a great start this football season. I am the number 2 handicapper, money won, college and pro the last 2 seasons. And why I say we're a great 1-2 punch, VR is going to give you volume. If you want a lot of action, VR's got you covered. You know that from listening to the Steam reports and everything. I'm more selective. I like, my meat and potatoes. I want to, get the 4 or 5 best games on a Saturday and, 3 games on Sunday and attack hard. Great compliment to the two of us. You can get both of us through the Super Bowl, all of our college and pro football selections, both of us for $11.98. It's a special we're running. It's the Bet On It team. Head on over to WagerTalk. You can find that special on either my page or VR's page and get both of us for $11.98.
Love it, Marco. That's a great pairing. That's a great combo. Congratulations on that. That's gonna be a home run. I know it. So great segment on the wing sauce. Appreciate you. You're a big part of Football Fridays. Good luck. Have a great weekend.
All right. Good luck to you guys.
All right, we've been talking about Weekend Warrior. I've got my prop pack that is up. We've hit 58% winners this season in these props. We came off a loss last night. We had Ray Davis over his rushing yards. He didn't even get close, but this is why we put in the volume that we do. We decided to go higher volume, lower percentages. It's worked. 58%. It's sustainable. This is why we like this winning percentage. It's not too high. It's profitable, and we can do this throughout the entire season. We also have our college football best bet that's up, 64% lifetime winners on college football. It is our team total of the week. Love this play. The line is still holding strong on this team total, and this is going to be a really nice Saturday cash. So use a Weekend Warrior. If you want to get each individual pack, that's fine. You just want to pick one. But again, the Weekend Warrior, I already see a couple of you have gotten it today. So first off, thank you, and let's cash this weekend. Speaking of cashing this weekend, let's bring in Kelly. Let's talk super contest here, Kelly. Are you still standing by the kicking is for losers?
Yeah, I was on the Jags. That was really, really painful. I had a couple of really wonky losses, and one that actually went my way. Speaking of kicking is for losers, maybe the referees had a little to do with the Colts winner, but I will take it.
Yeah.
Listen, you got to take the good with the bad. And look, 90% of the time, I feel like that doesn't go my way, so I will gladly accept the gift from the gambling gods.
How many times in your lifetime are you going to be able to say, I won because of leveraging a leverage call?
Never.
That's never going to happen.
I don't know if I've ever even heard that penalty called.
Well, if it is, it feels like it's always like at the end of the game in a crucial field goal. Like they'll never call it in the first quarter, but if the game's on the line, the ref's like, hey, look at me leveraging.
That is exactly what John Murray says all the time on the show. It's like the ref show. Like, look at me. I haven't been relevant this entire game. I'd like to make it about myself. So thank you for them doing that, at least for your Colts. And my only super contest play winner, actually.
Well,
no, I take it back. I had Baltimore. That's right. I didn't end up using the Colts in the super contest. Andy, picking 5 games a week is hard. I never even bet 5 NFL games in a week. So like, you're like, hey, I need another play. And I'm like, Andy, I got 24 hours till deadline. Fine. Give me Baltimore. And it was the only winner I had.
I'm doing the free one on Bet Online just to try. It's hard. It's a free contest, and I struggle with it. So let's go over your picks for this week. Let's walk through these. Boy, you're taking point. You're betting on the Browns and the Saints.
I'm picking the 3 ugliest dogs that I think have a chance to win outright this week.
It's week 3. It's week 3. I feel like week 3 and week 4 is when the really wonky stuff happens. So let's start with the Browns. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, those 0-2 underdogs, Andy. There was a little graphic going around on social media early in the week, which is also coincidentally why I took the Bills last night in Survivor, is because I just want to cheer for chaos this weekend. This is the weekend, and next weekend is the weekend it happens. Last year, it just happened to be weeks 1 and 2. I think this year it's going to be weeks 3 and 4. Browns, look. Week 1, should have probably beat the Bengals. Didn't get it done. It was an unfortunate, ugly loss. Did that carry over against the Ravens? Ravens defense deserves a ton of credit. Ravens offense was not anything to write home about. That final score, I don't think was indicative of how the game was actually played. Ask Ariel Epstein. She's a Ravens fan, and she was cussing them the entire game. I'm like, they're up double digits. She's like, you're not watching. She's correct. I only watch games that I either have action on or care about. That was not one of them. That being said, this is a play against the Green Bay Packers. Everybody loves the Packers right now, ready to give them the Lombardi Trophy. I have been dating a Packers fan for the last decade. I have watched more Packers games than any other team. I know exactly how this goes down. They've got Dallas on deck, Sunday Night Football. Yes, I did misspeak on Bet On It. Thank you for all of you guys that came to the Bet On It YouTube channel told me I was wrong. Totally mixed these two games up. Next game, Saints. I love this. This is actually the best bet I gave out on Bet On It. This is a Seahawks team. You guys mentioned the kickoff rules with Teddy. That's exactly when this game switched. All of a sudden, the floodgates broke open against the Steelers. Seahawks looked great. Yay, Sam Darnold. I don't know. Thursday night, guess who they have on deck? Divisional rival Cardinals. I know the situational spots are not as prevalent in the NFL as they are in college football. This is still one of those spots where it looks very easy to tease the Packers and very easy to tease the Seahawks. All I'm going to say is buyer beware. I think both of those games are going to come down to the wire.
I'm with you. I'm terrified of taking Seattle and Survivor, and I'm not going to do it.
Everybody's going to. Listen, I know a lot of people played the Bills last night, but I knew at least in a couple of different spots, right? So I'm on Splash, I'm in Circa, I'm in the Westgate 5K, the Grandissimo. If you look at the breakdowns, which are all over social media for free, they're going to be different in each contest because there's a different strategy. Also, are you using Thanksgiving? Are you using Christmas? You know, that's one reason to probably keep saving the Chiefs. You don't want to use them as a road favorite against the Giants. Yes, this is a must-win situation. I can see why people would want to use them, but then playing on both holidays, you've got to be really cautious. Injuries do happen. Crazy things do happen. You don't want to burn up and only have one or two teams remaining for those holiday games.
Dan has said that you should not be allowed to pick the Eagles based on the slander that you.
I was on the Chiefs last week, and guess what happened?
Oh, I watched Kelly and Murray. I'm a fan of Kelly and Murray. I heard what you said about Philadelphia Eagles fans.
Listen, they were pretty insufferable last Sunday. I was really hungover after that 40th birthday party at Epcot that I bitched about going on this show. I just woke up on my couch. And I'm like, okay, send Travis Kelce a fruit basket if you want. Leave me alone. I don't care. Like
I woke up, I was doing my usual scroll, and I see you and Mr. Murray talking about how hard the Eagles are to watch. You're referencing how they're the worst fans. I thought we showed you a pretty good time when you were in Philadelphia, Kelly. I mean, it was for the Navy-Army game, but
Philadelphia for the Army-Navy game.
I know a cheesesteak saved your life more than once, Kelly.
Street in Tampa when I went for the playoff game, and I took my girlfriend who was an Eagles fan, and I made her sit away from me, and I sat in our good friend, the Mad Russian seats right there on the 10-yard line. And it was a great game. She goes, now I know why you made me sit in the nosebleeds. I'm like, because you guys are awful, and I don't want to go to jail.
They are awful. They're a subhuman horde, Kelly, but they're my subhuman horde. They're my subhuman
There we go.
We used to tailgate down at the Colts games, Kelly, and every opposing fan base was great. Like, hey, come over, grab a burger, beer. No, Philly, no. F you. Blah, blah. It's like, do you guys want to come over and have a beer? No, F you. Blah, blah. Like, no, we're trying to make this an enjoyable. No, let's fight. Like, Jesus, Philly, what is wrong with you guys?
I'm telling you, I'm like, I'm not even a Bucks fan. Relax, please. Good grief.
Oh, I got to tell you, I love your Jets pick. I think that's
talk about it because that was an awful pick last week, and everybody was on it. Have you noticed the top 5 in Circa and Super Contest have just been getting crushed the first couple weeks?
Yeah, this is all about the offensive line of Tampa. I was hearing today they're not going to have one person playing their normal position. Like, they're having to move their center to left tackle. That is brutal. They're missing 3 starters, and they're having to move everybody. That is just an absolute nightmare. Give me Baker over his rushing yards, but this is a brutal, brutal game for Tampa. I think that's my favorite.
A couple of the defensive guys, linebackers, didn't practice or had limited practice. You got to kind of look at that stuff. Yeah, are they going to give it a go? Sure, but bad hit here, quick hammy pull there, and next thing you know, those backups are coming on in. When you have those cluster injuries, like you mentioned on the offensive line, that is something to definitely keep an eye on. Also, dare I say it, Tyrod Taylor might be better than Justin Fields, at least as an underdog. On the road in Tampa, it's going to be beautiful weather. It's not going to be that Tampa environment where you're sweating your ass off and you're miserable standing there in the sun. It's not going to be that game. It's going to be absolutely gorgeous football weather. I will say, I already mentioned him once on the show, so I already doxed myself. My boyfriend has both of his Circa Survivors on Tampa, and he told me that last night, and I was like,
oh, wow.
We should not watch the game together. We should not, because I think it's going to be very spicy here down towards the end. Why isn't this 7.5? Why is it 6.5? I want to know why the whole world's going to tease Tampa down to a half. Don't do that, by the way, but they're going to. they're going to do it, and you know it.
Yeah. Tyrod's a tough guy. I mean, hardest hit he's taken was from his team doctor. Never forget his team doctor sabotaged his entire career.
Dr. Chow and I spoke about that a couple of times now.
Yes. All right, Kelly. What do you have to promote? You got tons of shows. Kelly and Murray, opening line report. What all do you have?
So starting on Monday, I got opening line report with Teddy, KIV, and Crack. If you guys want to hear more Survivor talk, and of course, what Crack's got going on there in Vegas. Of course, we got Kelly and Murray on Thursday nights. And how can you forget the best show? Sorry, Andy, on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. That is Bet on It. We've got College Football Edition. We've got NFL. We've got the Mega Show, which includes Ralph's, TNA, Marco's Sandwiches, and of course, Teddy's Stock Watch, which all of those you can watch singularly on the WagerTalk YouTube channel as well. And both last calls this weekend, I will be hosting for Ariel Epstein. She has a weekend off for her birthday. So you guys can catch me 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific, Saturday and Sunday. And then because I already have to work Sunday, which is my only day off, I have elected to go on End Zone Live. It's going to be great because I'm just going to be cheering against everybody else's Survivor pick since I somehow got to survive last night. And I'll take it because that was the easiest Survivor pick I've had thus far. Denver was not fun. Dallas is not fun. Bills were easy peasy in comparison. So I will be on End Zone Live. The Mad Russian, Jeff Petch, and I will be on there cheering for our circa 5 picks, which when Jeff and I agree, it is not great. We're going to leave it at that.
All right, Kelly and Vegas, can't wait to see you Sunday. It's a blast. Join us live on Sunday. We watch the early games, cheer on some bets. We're going to make a bunch of live bets. So Kelly's going to be on there. Jeff, Dan, the screaming. Throw Prez in there. The screaming on that show is going to be next level.
Kelly will be there to knock Prez down a few pegs. So I think if there's ever going to be a week where Prez gets cut down a few legs, it'll be this
All
week.
right, all right.
So.
Well, that is
Wait,
true.
Kelly, what are you saying back there?
No, I'm saying, hold on. Here's the best part. So ever since I had to record a couple of my own shows and you guys showed me how to use the back end, I don't know how to get out of the production access. So I'll actually be in and I'll be able to mute his mic or I'll be able to just take him off the screen.
While the middle he's talking, just do it and he'll think he's messing something up. That'll be great.
It's going to be hilarious. I can't wait. I'm very excited. It's going to be, look, let's make some money and have some fun on Sunday, right?
That's what it's all about. We did great on our live bets. We did fantastic on our live bets.
I was watching. Listen, I might have been in a pit of misery watching the Dallas Cowboys, but I was also subsequently live betting with you guys. It is a very entertaining show to watch if you guys haven't got a chance to check it out yet.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much. We got to do around the world and Survivor picks. Dan, we have too many people that have access to that show and have access to put Johnny Detroit was next level, putting up comments on the screen. It looked like a hamster was running across the
kid's
keyboard.
Wet dream.
He was loving those comments. So, all right, let's do all around the world here, Dan. Let's do some free picks here. This is a true around the world. We're gonna dig a little bit deep here. Listen, you got to give credit to Drew Martin. He posts this every day on the free picks page. Guardians plus money. Again, this team has won 7 straight, 12 out of the last 13 games. Minnesota's pretty much given up. They've lost 2 straight, giving up 10 runs in each of those. Their bullpen is taxed, and you're getting the Guardians at plus money. Raiders, Commanders, Jacoby Myers over 5.5 receptions. Here's a good little bit of trivia for your friends. This guy's top 5 in the league in targets with 22. He has 8 and 6 catches in 2 games this season. So give me Jacoby Myers, undervalued guy in the prop market. And then going NASCAR here. Bubba Wallace, top 10. This race is on Sunday. This is a client play. This is one we've already played with our money. He's finished in the top 10, 2 out of the last 3 races at New Hampshire. 6 out of the last 9 starts, he's finished in the top 10. This guy's 8th in the playoffs. He's going to be fighting hard to stay inside that top 10. It's a good track for him. So client play, Bubba Wallace to finish in at the top 10. All right, Dan, let's do Survivor. We have survived.
Yes, so this gets to live another week. Let's go.
Absolutely.
My favorite graphic ever gets to live another week.
I love how you didn't even try to blend my face in there.
Nope.
It's just
blah. I got too much shit to do, Andy. I'm not blending necks. You get Gloria Gaynor's hair, and you'll be happy with it.
All right. Well, this was an interesting week. Kelly decided to go with the Bills. You and I said, we'll roll the dice here. We have a bunch of entries, and so one of the entries is mine, one of the entries is Dan, and one of the entries is the biggest favorite of the week that we haven't used, which was the Bills. So they advance. So that entry has used the Broncos, the Ravens, and the Bills. I really hope this goes for a while because I would love this to get to like week 12, and it's like, well, the biggest favorite that we haven't used is the Cardinals at 6-6 because they're 2-point favorites because we've used everybody else. I'll let you go first here. Who'd you were debating between two. You ended up with the Chiefs.
Yeah, I was flip-flopping between the disgusting sleeper entry that we have there, which is the Jags and the Chiefs. Initially, I was thinking, do we just go Bills, take it out? We talked that through yesterday, and we're like, hey, maybe next week could also be a crazy week. Maybe that's where you lay it with the Bills. They're going to be, 2 touchdown favorites next week. So I end up landing on the Chiefs here, and it has a lot to do with what Teddy was saying when he was breaking it down with you, is like, this is the Chiefs' spot. You know what I mean? Like, this is either the Chiefs win this game, or you're talking about a team who might not even make the playoffs, might not even make a wild card when you're talking about history in the NFL of 0-2 teams, 0-3 teams, and they're facing off against a Giants team who, sure, amazing last week. They took Dallas down to the wire. They made you and I sweat. We had Cowboys as our pick, but guess what happened at the end of the game, Andy? Russell Wilson threw a pick, and they lost, and they did that against a team whose backs wasn't quite, up against the wall. And still, it boils down to the fact that last week I said, if I lose in week 2 because the Cowboys are 0-2, I can live with that. If I lose in week 3 because the Kansas City Chiefs, who spent all week long crying about a play that gets a team 1 yard, lose and they're 0-3, I can live with that, Andy. Give me the Chiefs survivor pick this week against the New York Football Giants.
All right. I like how we've proceeded with this one. So I'm going to go with the Falcons. This is, I love what the Falcons did last week. It was a team that they should have beaten, and they did, and they committed to the run. Now they play a Panthers team that gives up 5.2 yards per carry. This is a Panthers team that only gets 4.4 yards per play. So this Panthers team gets 4.4 yards per play, passing and rushing, and they give up 5.2 just in rushing. I'm going to go out on a limb and say Bijan and Tyler Algier are going to run absolutely wild. Falcons defense has looked better than I thought, and I don't know how many more spots I'm going to get to take the Falcons this year, but this Panthers team is absolute fade material. So I'm gonna go with the Falcons this week, and you and I are gonna be sitting pretty good if you've got Broncos, Cowboys, and Chiefs, and I've got Cardinals, Cowboys, and Falcons. I like where we're at.
This is where we risk it. This is where, because what, you take the Bills and then next week you lose, you're in the same spot that you were right here. So you know what I mean? In chaos week, embrace the chaos, and we will survive, Andy. Fingers crossed. Knock on wood.
Let's do it. All right, guys.
And big thanks. I just got one more thing. Big thanks. We got Adrian saying he's loving the show. We do a Circa Millions show each and every week. Me and my man, Adam Rosenberg, a.k.a. Berg. You can check that out. It's called Let's Make Millions. It's live right now. We greatly appreciate if, the 2,300 of you plus go over, check out that show. 5 free picks, our 5 free Circa Millions picks that we make with spreads, PFF stuff. We have, trends that we throw in there. So it's a fun show, laid back. You hear me swear a lot. It's a fun show, Andy. So check it out. Let's Make Millions on the WagerTalk TV YouTube channel.
Strong avatar game from Adrian there.
It is really good.
That is
it is really good.
Good avatar. I like that.
And it's funny because Adrian mentions, you need to bring Bird and Rochelle into the fold. Check out Rochelle on some of our sister channels. Announcement coming about that pretty soon, Adrian. So there might just be something there for you, brother. So Andy, great football Friday, buddy. Good luck this weekend, man.
Let's do it. Props pack is up. College football team totals up. WT.buzz/AL. Use the Weekend Warrior on any handicapper on WagerTalk.com. Get you all football plays for Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Let's have a big weekend, guys. Let's build those bankrolls up. Good luck on all your plays. Let's bet responsibly. We'll do it again Monday. Take care.
Who's hungry? The deli's open. Hey, guys, welcome back to another edition of Marco's Deli. It's week 4 in college football, week 3 in the NFL, and we're going to keep things rolling along. The first 2 editions of Marco's Deli Well, how about 7-3? 70% winners for you here free on the show. Let's keep it rolling and get started with this week's action. The first game we're going to look at is Maryland at Wisconsin. Now, I feel this is a bad spot for Wisconsin. They come in here coming off that big game last week against Alabama. Now, granted, they lost the game, so the knee-jerk reaction would be to have them bounce back at home. But when you're coming off a big game like that against Alabama, SEC school, I feel that you're going to have a hangover effect here. Look at who they got up next. They got Michigan. Now, I will point out that that's in 2 weeks. They got a bye next week. It would have been absolutely perfect if they played next week. We would have had the perfect sandwich in between Alabama and Michigan. But they do have that 1 week buffer next week. But still, I think Maryland's an underrated commodity. They're undefeated, albeit against a soft schedule so far, but they have manhandled everybody that they've played. I think they're a live dog here. Let's go ahead and take Maryland plus 10 for play number 1. Play number 2, we're going to take a look at Tulane at Ole Miss. Talk about your sandwich spot. We catch Ole Miss here, who is coming off that barn burner last Saturday night against Arkansas. Now, they came out of that with a victory, 41-35. But now they got to come home and play a non-conference game against Tulane. How do you get up for Tulane after you just had that barn burner against a conference rival, Arkansas? Well, what makes matters worse for Ole Miss and makes this a deli special is look at who they play next week. LSU comes to town. Talk about a monster game in the SEC. Perfect sandwich spot. You got a non-conference game against a lesser opponent, sandwiched in between 2 conference games, and with the next one being a marquee top 10 matchup. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take Tulane plus the points here. You're getting 13 points with Tulane. This is a horrible spot for Ole Miss. Let's go play number 2, Tulane plus 13. Play number 3, we're going to take a look at Louisiana Lafayette. They're going to travel to play Eastern Michigan. Now, I know you're probably saying, why are you looking at a game like this? Well, I'm looking to fade Eastern Michigan here. They return home after a road game where they went on the road to SEC country. They played Kentucky. Now, they got beat, as you would expect, in that game, and now they return home looking to bounce back. So a lot of people will give them a shot here. But this is a non-conference game against Louisiana Lafayette. Next week, they open up their conference season against in-state rival Central Michigan. I think this is a bad spot for Eastern Michigan. And I look at this Eastern Michigan defense. They can't stop the run. In 2 games this year, they've allowed 644 yards on the ground. I think Louisiana Lafayette's going to have success running the football and frustrate this Eastern Michigan team. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Louisiana Lafayette and lay the points minus 2.5. Now, before we get into the second half of the show, got to do a little business here as we do each and every week. If you like these videos that we are bringing you each and every week, do me a favor. It costs you nothing to do so. Just hit the like button. Give us that old thumbs up. It really helps out the channel, the algorithms, and it gets the word out there to other people to check out the video. And if you want to help grow this video and you appreciate what we're doing for you, do me a favor and tell your friends about it. Share the video. Let everybody know about these videos and the information that we are sharing with you for free. I appreciate it. And if you want to make sure you never miss one of these videos, then hit the subscribe button. Once again, it's free to subscribe. You'll be notified every time there's a new video. And if you do want to join me for my premium selections over at WagerTalk, well, then head on over there. We've got a special. We ran it last week, and if you took advantage of it, you had a big weekend. We offered you the Weekend Warrior package. It's $49. It gets you all of my football on Saturday, all of my football on Sunday, and it includes any 5% plays. Now, I don't have 5% plays all the time, but I did have one last week, and it was a big winner. Our 5% was North Texas. They were -6 They won 59-10. I'm now 32-13 with these 5% plays going back to February of 2024. That's like 19 months, and we are 32-13 with these plays. I plan on having another one this weekend, so pick up that Weekend Warrior package once again for $49, and you won't miss out on a play Saturday or Sunday in football. Last week, we went 3-1 on Saturday and 2-1 on Sunday. That lone loser on Sunday was by a half a point, and it was the only time they weren't covering in the game. Cincinnati scored a touchdown to beat Jacksonville by 4 with just 18 seconds left in the game. Tough loss, very close to the 3-0 sweep on Sunday. All right, enough about that. You know where to find me, WagerTalk.com. If you want to go directly to my homepage, just go to WTBuzz.com/MD. All right, let's get to the final two plays on this week's show. And we're going to take a look at West Virginia as they travel to play Kansas. Now, West Virginia, this is a potential trap game for them, guys. West Virginia, they're coming off that thrilling come-from-behind overtime win over their hated rival, the Pitt Panthers, last Saturday in Morgantown in the Backyard Brawl. Now, those of you that aren't familiar with that, that is a heated rivalry. They used to play every year, but the series got suspended as these two teams went into different conferences. They renewed it 4 years ago. They played 4 straight years. This was the 4th of the series, and they split the 4-2-2. It was a big game for West Virginia to win. They didn't want to lose 3 out of 4 to their hated rival. Now, that series also, why that game was so big is because it's being suspended again until 2029. So coming off that big win, I just don't see them mentally prepared this week as they head out on the road to play Kansas. Now, Kansas has had the luxury of an extra week to lick their wounds from that Missouri loss. Very misleading final score in that Missouri game, but that game was 2 weeks ago. If that game would have been last week, I wouldn't be playing Kansas here, but they've had that extra week to regroup, hit the reset button, and get themselves prepared for this West Virginia team. And I'm going to tell you, this West Virginia defense is not good. They're going to have trouble stopping Kansas in this game. I expect Kansas to go up and down the field against West Virginia. And if West Virginia is a little hungover, maybe a little bit too much of a party last Saturday, celebrating that win over Pitt, it's going to be a long afternoon for them on the road. I'm going to go ahead and take Kansas. I'm going to lay the 13 points here. On the surface, this looks like a monster number, but I'm telling you, this is a horrible spot for West Virginia. Go ahead and lay it with Kansas. For the 5th and final game of this week's show, we're going to go to the NFL on Sunday. And our NFL plays perfect 2-0 so far this year on Marco's Deli. Let's see if we can make it 3 in a row. And talk about a sandwich spot. We're going to take a look at Green Bay at Cleveland. Now, I know Cleveland is an ugly-looking team, but the one thing they do have is they do have a good defense. And this is a bad spot for Green Bay. Full disclosure, earlier in the week, I did make a teaser with Green Bay because I got them down to -1.5 where they just have to win the game. I don't see them losing this game, but I do see them struggling and winning the game late. And the reasons for that are, look at this scheduling spot for Green Bay. They're coming off opening the season against the team that everybody feels they have to beat to win the division. They opened up against the Detroit Lions, and they absolutely shut the Lions down in a dominating win. Then they had to turn around and play on a short week. They played on Thursday night last week. A big TV game against another darling, the Washington Commanders, where they were the surprise team last year, making the playoffs and even winning a playoff game last year. Well, Green Bay took care of business on Thursday night and beat Washington. Now, I realize that Green Bay does have a few extra days to prepare for this game because they played on Thursday. But here's where the problem is. After those 2 big wins on opening week and then on Thursday, look at who they play next week. another primetime game. They play Sunday Night Football. They go to Dallas. Now, I know Dallas, not a good team this year, but you got all the sidebars to that game. It's going to be a Sunday night game. It is the Cowboys. It's in Jerry's world. And, oh, yeah, Micah Parsons returning to Dallas. That's going to be a big story. So this is a horrible spot for the Packers. I see them being in a dogfight and winning this one by a field goal late. We're going to go ahead and call Cleveland plus the points. Now, this line's sitting at 7.5 right now. I think this line goes higher later in the week when the public gets involved because there are going to be a lot of teasers to Green Bay. And that's why I grabbed that teaser earlier in the week, because I think the books, as they start to get money line parlays and teasers on Green Bay, they're going to push this line up to 8.5, and maybe even get it to 9 to discourage anybody from taking those teasers. So wait till game day, Sunday, to grab Cleveland. I think you'll get your best number on Sunday. But I do like the Browns plus the points here for the final game on Marco's Deli. Guys, thanks for hanging out with me. Hey, tell me what games you like, what you don't like. Tell me if there's anything else you want to see on Marco's Deli. Leave me a comment. We like that. And don't forget, give us that thumbs up. It really helps the channel out, and I appreciate it. Until next week, guys, let's eat good this week. Let's keep this run rolling along. Don't forget about the Weekend Warrior package. I'll be back with you next week. Until then, let's cash some tickets. Good luck, guys.
Barking dogs have been cashing at a great rate in the NFL. It is week 3, and we know what that means. Chaos week is upon us. We're going to go over those primetime games. We're going to see if the deli's back open with Marco. We know we're going to get all of that steam action from VR. And, of course, best bets up next on Bet On It. VR, you guys know him as the Greek Gambler, and Marco in Vegas, Marco D'Angelo. Everybody here is from WagerTalk.com. If you guys are new, make sure you guys hit that like button and subscribe to the WagerTalk YouTube channel, because we've got a great show for you today. Starting off tomorrow night, Marco, Thursday Night Football, Miami, almost a 2-touchdown underdog at their divisional rival Buffalo, total 49.5.
Well, Kelly, at first glance, you look at this game and there's just, you're going to run to the window and you're going to like Buffalo and you're going to like over, because Miami looks like a team in total disarray. Remember, after week 1, they had a players only meeting after 1 week. Well, that players only meeting wasn't very productive because they went out and lost last week at home to the New England Patriots. Not only did they lose to the Patriots, for the second week in a row, they've given up 33 points, okay? When you faced Indianapolis, who's playing well after the first 2 weeks, and New England, but you give up 33 to both of those two teams, things aren't looking too good. And now in comes Buffalo. Based off of that, you might think that Buffalo could hit this total on their own with their offense. But here's the thing. It's a Thursday night game. It's a division game. Short week. It's an opponent. Both teams know each other, so you know how to prepare for them. And these teams have more – these type of games have more of a tendency to go under the total than over the total. And what I'm looking at here, the only shot that Miami has in this game is they got to shorten the game. This offense is not going to trade points with Buffalo. If you're going to try that type of game plan, Coach McDaniel, you might as well – just, start sending out your resumes, because you're going to be fired sooner than later. And the joke is, which Florida coach is going to get fired first? Is it going to be the Gators coach, Billy Napier, or is it going to be the Dolphins coach? Might put my money on the Dolphins coach. And I'm looking at this one. I think you're going to see them try to shorten the game with the running game. I think you can actually run the football against Buffalo, attack them up the middle, and try to shorten the game. And let's be honest, with Buffalo, it's a short week for them. Josh Allen left the game for a couple plays last week, but being Josh Allen, he came back into the game, being the warrior that he is. Short week, you know what? Those bumps and bruises, they take their toll. If you're Buffalo, you want to get in and get out as well. I think you're going to see a lower scoring game. I think Buffalo gets the lead. I think they try to milk the clock themselves. And I'm going under the total of 49.5. We usually tell you here on the show, get down now. This line's going to move. I'm going to tell you, wait till closer to game time to bet this total since we're betting the under. And why? Because the public hasn't gotten involved yet. And I can tell you, the public, after looking at what Miami's done the first 2 weeks and looking at what Buffalo's done the first 2 weeks, they ain't running to the window to bet the under. They're going to be betting the over, and you might get a little extra value closer to game time.
Also, keep an eye because some of those primetime unders have been cashing. We saw 2 more there on Monday Night Football. Sunday Night Football, we've got the Kansas City Chiefs traveling at the New York Giants, total 43.5. And I think there's a lot to unpack here. There's some situations to look at, of course. Kansas City off a loss has been a really strong bounce back angle. 5-0 straight up, 4-0-1 against the spread the last 5. But we're going to look at a different angle. We're going to look at how good that Kansas City defense has been. They just held Philadelphia to 279 yards. Well, what did we just see last week from the Giants? Oh, that's right. We just saw Russell Wilson's best game ever just get obliterated and completely wiped out by a game-losing interception. Thank you, Russell. My Survivor team thanks you. Needed that one big time. But this is why this is such an interesting game. New York has been just rough lately at home. 1-7 straight up, 2-6 against the spread. I like this game under the total. Keep in mind, I agree with Marco. I think a lot of people are going to immediately dog reaction bet the over here. It's the Kansas City Chiefs. We just saw 450 yards and 3 touchdowns from Russell. Yeah, I get it. Thank you for showing us your latest Jameis Winston impression, but I like the under. I think this one is just a touch too high with both of these teams. When played in the first 3 weeks of the regular season, games involving home dogs, 56, 30-1. That's 65% to the under. So give me the under. That is from our friends at the GoldSheet, by the way. Give me the under in Sunday Night Football, under 43.5. VR, let's move on to Monday Night Football, where I think maybe we have a barking dog situation. Detroit plus 5.5 at Baltimore. Total 51.5.
Yeah, and this line continues to drop, but it opened as high as 6.5, got bet down to 6, 5.5. I've even seen 4.5s out there this morning, like you touched on. So definitely sharp money on the Detroit side, and it makes sense. Where usually I'd look to fade a team like this. You're scoring 50 points in the NFL and covering a point spread, you're usually going to come in overvalued the following week. But fortunately for them, they're playing a Baltimore team that's coming off back-to-back weeks where they put up 40+. And if not for the improbable, they'd be 2-0 right now and maybe even a bigger favorite, which is where it opened, so it made sense because, again, that was that coin flip game against Buffalo that they were so heavily favored to win with minutes remaining. With that said, I still have Baltimore as the highest power rated team in the NFL. I repeat, right now, power rating wise, Baltimore's at the top. But fortunately, Detroit's right there. They're a top 5 team. Most, I think, won't look at it that way. They see a 1-1 Baltimore team, you see a 1-1 Detroit team, and both are in the top 5. Again, we're talking power rating here. And I just think it's a little bit too high when you look at how Detroit is coming off of that good game last week. Like, listen, their first week of the season, there was a lot of Green Bay love. It kind of made sense. New offensive coordinator, new defensive coordinator. But we saw from Detroit last week, they're just as loaded as they come offensively and defensively. And they're going up against a Baltimore team where on the offensive side of the ball, they pretty much were perfect last week. It's hard to repeat that kind of performance. But it's on the defensive side of the ball that we really get the advantages for Detroit because Baltimore is banged up. They brought in Alexander and Owuzie in the secondary to try to, bolster it a little bit. But still, they got a lot of injuries on the defensive side of the ball. And against an offense like Detroit, that's going to be problems. I also think the total's a little bit too high. It's continuing to climb. That's why I haven't pounced on the under yet. But I just think once you get over that 53 and up range, it's got to be almost a perfect game. Like any stoppages or long drives makes it very difficult. So I lean under, but we're going to go with Detroit plus the 4.5 or 5. Shop for the best number because there's definitely 5s available, and sprinkle that money line. Detroit may come out 2-1 after this game.
All right. I lean to that side, VR. So I'm happy to hear you agree. We're going to get right into the Steam report up next. Make sure you guys have your Odds Logic screens open. Odds Logic /ACE gets you a free week of service. So pen and paper ready because it goes quick. VR, I'm going to throw a little curveball though. This week we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teaser spots. And I know you usually go over this with Ariel on Sundays with Last Call. By the way, VR will be joining me this Sunday on Last Call while Ariel celebrates her birthday. But I want to kind of talk about what we should be looking for and why you think people should be waiting until Sunday to bet some of these teasers.
Yeah, and it sounds counterproductive because, again, when you're trying to beat the sports betting market, you want to get out ahead of it. You want closing line value. We know historically, if you can do that over and over, you're a mathematical certainty to turn a profit. So why wait on teasers? Well, the reason for that is because I want the market to be as efficient as possible. When it's efficient, that means the higher probability that the game's going to land near the point spread. That's how you cash a teaser. So for me, I like to wait till later, let the market kind of figure itself out. Let all the sharp money get in there. Let the books put out that closing number that they think is unbeatable, more or less, at 11-10. And then that's when I want to get involved. And I just want to look to tease those numbers. The team to me becomes irrelevant. In fact, last week we cashed the teaser and I was opposite a team that I like because the number made sense. It didn't matter about the handicap. We're not handicapping the matchup. We're handicapping the number. And what we're doing is looking for games that allow us to go through 3, 6, and 7. That's it. So we're looking to tease dogs up to 7.5, 8, or 8.5. And we're looking to tease favorites down to -1.5, 2, or 2.5. It really is that simple. You want to improve your results. Look for lower totals. Because again, the lower the total, the less points expected. Less points expected, more each point's worth. And that's when your teaser becomes most advantageous. So you want to look at those matchups where the total is lower. And more importantly, even if it's a higher total, you want to look at the line movement towards the under. You don't want games that are being steamed over, high totals that are getting steamed over. That's why we don't tease college football. Too much variance in scoring. So if you stick to those few rules, and don't lay more than -125, you'll make some money betting teasers this year. If you're laying 130s, 135s, don't do it. You're taking the worst of it. It's negative EV, and you're better off just laying 11-10 and straight betting it. You're not getting any added value by using the teaser.
I asked that question because last week it came from the comments section. So guys, jump in the comments, ask some questions, and we'll get them answered. Love you guys for hitting that like button and always hitting subscribe because that's how we keep things going here at WagerTalk so we can provide you all of the free information. Yes, we are #1 in the world for that. VR, speaking of information, I hear that Steam was still going, and that means we got this week's Steam report.
Indeed. And again, narrowing down the ones that I feel very confident are legit. We won't get no manipulation or middle attempts. So far, so good. NFL starting off good. College football has started off good. If you like money, you know what to do. Start off with 451, Indianapolis. The look ahead was -2. Then they brought out the 3. That got hit up to -120. Pay attention to the look aheads. The limits are low. Okay, so when you look at your odds logic screen, or at the very least your WagerTalk free on screen, you're going to see some big movements, but you want to see when that initial move happened, because a lot of time it's a jump from the look ahead line to where they open it for the new week. And then it's what it does after that that truly matters. Go to 453 Atlanta. The look ahead was -2.5 and 3. And then they put out the 4.5, and that got hit until you saw a little take back on Carolina at +6. So you have Atlanta -3 and 4.5, and Carolina +6. 455. Las Vegas, look ahead at +6.5 and +6. They brought out the 5.5. That got hit as well, and under 47.5. When they hit the look ahead at under 47.5, books went immediately to 44.5. So it looks like a big 3-point movement, but it took maybe 1 or 2 limit bets max to move 3 straight points. So it wasn't like it's a huge move where a bunch of steam from multiple groups are banging that under. That's not what happened there. 460, Cincinnati and Minnesota. Look ahead, under 47 and 46.5. And then they brought out 43, and that got steamed under again, and 42.5. Those are the ones you want to pay a lot of attention to. The ones that get follow through, like we saw in baseball with the overnights and then the next day. 473, Dallas, Chicago, over 46 to 48.5. That was the look ahead. They brought out the 49, that got hit. They hit the 49.5, and then they hit the 50 as well. True steam over Dallas, Chicago. Finally, Detroit, which we touched on Sunday Night Football. They took the 6.5 and 6 on the look ahead, then took the 5.5 as well once the confirmation on the injured side, defensive side of the ball for the Baltimore Ravens. So that's what we're looking at this early in the week for NFL. Again, the steam rooms leading into kickoff on Sunday. So we get a lot of good late information as well. Join us each and every week for that. WagerTalk.com. Thank you.
All right, guys. I have sad news because our barking dogs would have swept last week, but I gave out the Jacksonville Jaguars, so that was a little painful. Just going to throw that out there. But this week, we're going to go even more painful, Marco, because my dog is just absolutely and utterly repulsive. Yours is a little bit more palatable. Well, not by much. But tell me why you think Carolina has a shot to beat Atlanta this week.
Well, Carolina was a client play for me last week, and I'll take that backdoor cover, and I'm going to come right back with Carolina again. And this is more as much as going against Atlanta as it is going with Carolina. Atlanta's in a horrible scheduling spot, in my opinion. They're on the road for the second week in a row, and they're coming off a very satisfying win on Sunday Night Football against Minnesota. Now, granted, you could look at that game two ways and say, did Atlanta look good, or did Minnesota just look god-awful? Well, I'm not going to debate either side because both are valid points. But you've got a young quarterback in Michael Penix Jr., got to win in prime time. And now he's going from a road underdog to a road favorite, and a sizable one at that. This is a young team with a second-year quarterback. And when I say a second-year quarterback, he didn't start all last year. He got some starts at the end of the season. So here's a quarterback that's only got a handful of starts in the National Football League, and now you're asking him to not only win on the road, but win by a margin. We're looking at a point spread of 6 here. This is a division game. So, yeah, Atlanta shouldn't really look past Carolina, but Carolina hasn't done anything yet. And this is their home opener. So, you're going to get, a crowd with some excitement. Your first home game. I think they're divisional home dog, all those angles that we like to look for. And then I do look at the performance that Michael Penix had last week. He was 13 of 21. Okay, it's a good percentage, but it was only for 108 yards. It was a lot of dinking and dunking. I'm not sold on Atlanta yet. This is a team that I still have question marks about their defense. And I go back to my first statement. Was it Atlanta looking good or Minnesota just horrible? J.J. McCarthy looked bad, then got hurt. This is just a bad performance, and I just don't agree with the move that we've seen in this game. I'm going to take the value with Carolina. I think this one goes right down to the wire. Call it Carolina 24-23. Give me the points. And Carolina is my barking dog.
All right, VR, a game that I have on my teaser list because I'm too big of a wuss to take them outright, but you're going to take them outright. And it's funny because I was going to make a comment about having such a small dog, but VR has been giving out double-digit wins on the college football show, so I'm going to let it slide.
Yeah, and I can't hit a money line. I'm 2-0 on NFL dogs, but I can't get the money line. So I think this one, unless it's a 1-point win, hopefully we get there with the Denver Broncos. And I'm fading my LA Chargers. That's my future. The Chargers are my team in 2025. So again, I can't be biased because I just got to go week by week. And right now, I just think this sets up nicely for the Denver Broncos, who are finally in the dog roll. This is a team that was favored in both of their games. They had that really tough loss against Indianapolis, or they'd be sitting at 2-0 as well. And who knows what this line would be then. I mean, that was, one of those bad beats for the Denver Broncos. But here's the bottom line. I think they have the defense to not allow Justin Herbert to have that big explosive plays, those damaging bombs where they're stretching the field on Denver. As long as they're forcing the Chargers to drive down the football field and take some time off the clock, Denver's going to be just fine. Because I think on the offensive side of the ball, that's what they're going to do. Denver's going to look to control the clock, control the tempo, and keep Justin Herbert on the sidelines. And I think Denver's set up nicely defensively to do that. Don't look at last week's game with the Colts, the way it got out. Just became one of those ugly games. And again, they've gotten even a little bit unlucky. You've seen the Chargers gotten lucky. Not only have they been getting turnovers, but they've been able to maximize on those turnovers. Or with the Denver, they've been a little bit unlucky. Even when they've gotten the turnovers, they haven't been able to do much with it. And again, the red zone efficiency for Denver's there, which I like. If they could keep the Chargers to field goals instead of touchdowns on some of those drives, they'll stay in the game. The key is stay in the game with a chance to win it late. And I think Denver can do that. Again, they have the kind of defense, and I think offensively they're balanced enough to sustain some drives and keep that Charger offense on the sidelines. Again, Chargers are starting to become that sexy team, which I don't like. After beating, the Chiefs on that primetime season opener, and they got it done again last week, obviously against the Raiders on Monday night. So primetime and primetime recency bias, if we've ever seen it, it's going to be on the Chargers. Again, they win on Monday Night Football as 3-point dogs. They cover against the Raiders as 3.5-point favorites. Now at home, give me the Broncos. Sprinkle. And make sure you pay attention to that line on Sunday, because if it is at that 2.5, we definitely want to use it on a teaser. At 3, obviously we can't use it. But at 2.5, even with the over being steamed from 43.5 to 45.5, I would still look to tease the Denver Broncos up to 8.5 if you can get 2.5 on Sunday.
All right, that will be on my teaser list. Well, who am I kidding? It's already there. All right, guys, a tweet that I saw go, I would call it semi-viral, at least in the sports betting world, was NFL favorites of 4.5 points are 12-0 straight up this season, dating back to week 11 of last year, 52-8 straight up. That is almost 87%. The NFL favorites have been crushing, so I can see why you guys are going to think I'm crazy for giving out this play. But VR just mentioned teams that are starting to get real sexy, and none other than the Green Bay Packers look the sexiest, in my opinion. Everybody's ready to say, okay, here's this team. Give them the representation out of the NFC. But I think everybody needs to pump the brakes. This is still the youngest team in the NFL. This is still a Green Bay team who's missing 2 offensive linemen. And remember, Micah Parsons still not playing full-time snaps there on defense. I know the Cleveland Browns looked awful last week versus the Ravens. But if you just are looking at the box score and not the game, I think you're kind of missing it. I know it's tough to stomach the Browns here in this spot, but big home underdogs in the first 3 weeks of the season, that means you're getting at least 6 points or more, 18-1-2 against the spread over the last 3 seasons. I'm just going to say it. I was talking to my boyfriend last night, who is a Green Bay Packers fan. And yeah, I got a Denver Broncos helmet behind me, but I have watched more Green Bay Packers games in the last decade than I care to admit. He said, this is a game where Green Bay will find a way to lose it. And I looked at it and I said, God, it looks so easy to tease Green Bay. And then I looked at a scheduling spot. Oh, that's right. They play the Cardinals on Thursday Night Football. Not that they have some big time rivalry, but on a short week, just got to go into Cleveland and get the win, right? Looks a little fishy. I know it's gross. It's ugly, but at least take the points here with the Cleveland Browns. Be careful in those teasers. And if you're feeling feisty, like me, you can sprinkle just a little bit on that money line. All right, Marco D'Angelo. The deli has been absolutely crushing. If you guys have been missing his college football deli games, you guys can head over to the WagerTalk YouTube channel and check out that one as well. Marco, you also do a standalone deli video.
Yum.
Yeah, Kelly, we do it every week, and we're off to a great start. We started this last year, season 2, and the response has been great. So, hey, Bet On It Nation, head on over. We put it out on Thursday night. You get more sandwich spots, more trap games. 7-3 so far for the 2 episodes. I'll take 70% all year, and it's free. And you get to look at me with that goofy hat in the deli. So what could be better? Now, with the deli this week, we're going to go to a team, and you know what? You look at this game, and you look at the knee-jerk reaction. You got Chicago, and you got Dallas. Now, I know, Kelly, you were sweating. What was the over-under on the number of F-bombs that you dropped during that Dallas Giants game last week? It had to be high, and I know you went over the total with that one. But people look at it. Dallas went up and down the field. That's what we know is going to happen with this Dallas offense when they are healthy. But we also saw what we knew was going to happen as well. They're not going to be able to stop teams. Russell Wilson had a career game against this Dallas Cowboy defense. And Russell Wilson's been in the league a long time. And most people, the consensus is that he's pretty much washed up. He threw for over 400 yards against this defense last week. Chicago's got more weapons. Yeah, I know Caleb Williams has not looked good so far, but I think he gets healthy this week against this defense. I'm going to go ahead and take the Chicago Bears to get right. And let's be honest, that score last week is a little bit misleading because Detroit put up 52 points on them. That was a message. Dan Campbell took it personal after week 1 when he got just dominated by the Packers. Man, everybody, all the pundits, the narrative out there was, oh, the Lions are not the same team. Ben Johnson's gone. He was the mastermind of that offense. Well, he was still throwing the football in the fourth quarter against his former offensive coordinator last week and put up 52 points. I don't think Dallas is going to have that kind of success this week against the Bears. And talk about sandwich spots. Chicago, or we've got Dallas coming off that game last week, and they've got a big game going next week. This is a spot where I'm going to go ahead and take Chicago. Campbell, like I said last week, ran up the offense on them, makes them look worse than they are. To me, this line should be higher, but because of one team winning in a high-scoring game and the other team giving up 52 points, the market is shaded towards the Cowboys, and it's giving us value. Give me Chicago this week as the Bears and Caleb Williams get into the win column for the first time. Give me the Bears.
Oh, that one is a perplexing line, to say the least, Marco. I saw so many tweets going, wait, what? Well, now we might know why the Bears were marched out as favorites. Speaking of favorites, we have our favorite bets coming up right up. How about now? VR, before you give out your best bet for this week in the NFL, please let everybody know what you've got going on over at WagerTalk.com.
Oh, yeah. Right now, I have my college football package up for Saturday. Number 1 in college football in 2025. We've won every single week. I know I lost my 5% last week, but not much difference between our 4s and 5s. Again, bottom line, that package is up. And then Sunday, my NFL package is going up today with a 5%. First 5% of the 2025 NFL season. Currently number 1 in NFL for the regular season as well. So combined NFL and college football, it's been that kind of season. If you like money, you know what to do. Just going to continue to crush it. And I got a best bet for you. I absolutely love the New England Patriots this week. over the Steelers. I want to hear Marco's opinion on that. Hopefully he could confirm it for me. Bottom line is this Pittsburgh defense is just too easy to score on. The fact that Justin Fields and Sam Darnold were able to destroy this defense of the Pittsburgh Steelers to where they're right now going into this week, they're 26th in success rate allowed and 28th in passing success rate allowed. There's no higher correlation as far as a stat goes than passing success rate to covering point spreads in the NFL. And you're looking at one of the worst teams at that in the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think you're going to have a New England offense that has success and a New England team that's in dire need of winning at home. They only won 2 home games last year. They won 1 home game the year before that. There's a lot of pressure on them to win football games at home. And in come the Pittsburgh Steelers that are definitely a beatable team. Rodgers looked great in week 1, but in week 2, not so much. And if this is a team that is forced to be one-dimensional to where Rodgers has to get it done, at that age, if you could bring pressure, they're going to have a problem. And if there's one thing New England edge rushers can do is give pressure, bring pressure. And I think they're going to create problems for that offensive line of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And you add to that the injuries that the Steelers are already dealing with on the defensive side of the football. I love New England in this spot. Wrong team was favored. Obviously, now it's a 1 point. Don't really matter. But I really think New England should be, about 1.5, 2 point favorite in this game. Wouldn't be surprised if I would have seen it bet up to 3. So give me the Patriots, best bet for this week, and see if we could improve on our 4-2 in the NFL.
Yeah, I like the Patriots this week as well. But again, I'm probably going to wuss out and put them in a teaser. Marco, that is the name of the NFL season for me has been the teasers. You, on the other hand, have been crushing some of these small favorites. Before you get into your best bet for this week, can you tell everybody what is going on this weekend at WagerTalk.com?
Well, we're rolling it back, Kelly. Weekend Warrior was such a success last week. We're bringing it back this week, $49. You can get your favorite handicapper Saturday and Sunday, all of their football selections. And then if they have a Monday night selection, you'll get that as a free bonus as well, all for $49. Last week, I went 3-1 in college football, 2-0 with our top plays. We had 4% and a 5% play last Saturday. The 5% play was North Texas. They were -6. They win 59-10. Love those rocking chair winners. That was fun last week, and that brings my record on 5% plays to 32-13, going back to February of 2024. Long period there. I don't release a ton of these 5% plays. When we do, we win them. We're going to have another one this week. Get the Weekend Warrior. You won't miss out. Now, for this week, Kelly, for my best bet, we are looking at the Minnesota Vikings. They're going to be playing the Cincinnati Bengals, and we've got a unique situation here. We've got 2 backup quarterbacks taking over. Cincinnati lost Joe Burrow last week to injury. He's going to be out at least 3 months. And the Minnesota Vikings lost J.J. McCarthy to injury. Now, I'm going to point out the obvious. You're losing J.J. McCarthy, who is an unproven commodity and hasn't looked good so far in his 2 starts, against losing an MVP candidate in Joe Burrow. Cincinnati definitely got the worst of the injuries between the 2 quarterbacks. And let's be honest, this might actually be a blessing for Minnesota. Remember last year when McCarthy got hurt in preseason, they handed the reins over to Sam Darnold. What'd Sam Darnold do in this Minnesota Viking offense? He only proceeded to have the best year of his career. In comes Carson Wentz. I've never been a big fan of Carson Wentz ever since he, had that rookie season and then got hurt, missed the playoffs. And Nick Foles took over in Philadelphia. He's bounced around the league, but he is a veteran quarterback that has starts under his belt. And I'm going to trust the process and trust the coaching here with Minnesota and think that it's going to be plug and play with the quarterback. But where there is a big difference in these two teams, that's on the defensive side of the football. Minnesota is an elite defense. Cincinnati is not. I'm going to go ahead and play the injured player card. We could go either way with that injured player card, but I'm going to go with the Minnesota Vikings and Carson Wentz. Difference being, as I said, the defense. Let's go ahead, lay the 3. And this is one of those ones where I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to lay the 3 now. I'm not going to wait because we could see this one pop to 3.5 come Sunday. Get it now at the 3.
Woo! Just trying to gather my strength here to talk about this game because it is not a game that I wanted to talk about, but it was a game that I wanted to use in Survivor. And so I had to do a deep dive. So I called our friends over at the GoldSheet and I said, all right, guys, why should I not take Seattle against this horrible New Orleans team? New Orleans had opportunities to not only cover, but win their last 2 games, yet fell short. Spencer Rattler, 0-8 as a starter. Seahawks, this is the best week to take them. But is it? After falling to the 49ers in week 1, the Seahawks are just 13-22 against the spread here at home. They look very easy, similar to the Packers this week, to just put them in a teaser spot, right? Ugh. Let's just be honest here. This one is a little misleading. I know taking the Seattle Seahawks here at home seems like the right thing to do. But Saints quarterback Spencer Rattler has been making improvements week by week. Again, could have beaten Seattle last week. 4 of his final 10 passes were dropped. He's like the Avery Johnson of the NFL. Since he's been a starting quarterback, he has the 2nd highest drop rate of all eligible quarterbacks. I'm not sure the Saints are as bad as the final scores indicate or the box scores indicate. And truth be told, I didn't watch either of those games. I wanted to save Seattle for this spot. I don't know if I can do it, guys. I think I got to take the 7.5 here with New Orleans. And just a little word of the wise, be careful if you are using them in your survivor pools this week. They will be the most popular pick. All right, let's bring it back in, the guys. Let's try to have a winning week. Oh, wait, that's for me. I hope you guys have another winning week. And we're going to get back on track here over in the driver's seat. Good luck to everybody. Let's put up that recap graphic, and I'll be sure to check the comment sections. Love something, hate something. You guys let us know. You have a question for Marco or VR, and we will get it answered. All right, guys, and if you missed the college football edition of Bet On It, it is right here. And, of course, we'll have that mega show up. We'll have the deli. We'll have Ralph with TNA. We'll have Teddy with Stockwatch. And, of course, the college football and NFL editions of Bet On It. Until next week, let's bet on it.
everybody. Welcome into another episode of Profit Pick. If you are new, we always start this show by being transparent. And yesterday was a positive day for myself. Talked out the first quarter over 9.5 for that football game. It was an easy winner. And WNBA, I had the under. I said that it would still be good at 159. I had 161.5 cash no matter what number you got. So a nice 2-0 day for myself. Try to keep that going here today. Vino, good to be back with you. It is Friday, last day of the week. How was yesterday for you? How you doing today?
I'm good today, Ski. Yesterday was, I guess you could say good / not great record-wise. Let's put it that way, 2-2. But the top play was the Atlanta team total over. They did get over 80 points. We talked about that yesterday. Didn't win the game, but they got over 80 points. Also, when we talked out, and I had texted this to you after we got the victory, when we talked out that first quarter over 9.5, I went ahead and released it. The clients played it myself, thought that was going to be a good play, and it wound up being that. Those scripted drives, Ski, those first two, boom, boom, right down the field. I did also, though, and even on this show here, I left it as my best bet, Atlanta first quarter. And the Fever had the lead at the end of one, 29-27, so that was bad. And I'm thinking of something else I had that didn't, because I went 2-2, but I made a slight bit of money. So that's basically how it went. 2-2, made a very little profit.
I mean, I honestly can't believe the Fever won. Like the Dream should be ashamed of themselves for real. Like, I don't know. They just kind of crumbled to end the season. Like they around the All-Star break, they started playing their best basketball of the season, and it was going all the way until what? I want to say they were still playing good until just game 2, right. Or no, game one. Game 1, they were like bad offensively. They still play good defense, but it's like what happened to the Dream. But gotta shout out those Fever players. No matter how many players are down, you know, everybody else stepped up, and now we'll see them face the Aces. So. Will be interesting. Are happy. Yeah, they're very happy. Asia almost couldn't believe it when they told her that she's facing the Fever. Yeah, so I didn't even look at the odds for that, but I know it'll be pretty crazy. We have another game to talk about here today in the W. We have a college football game to talk about that goes off today. I know we started late. We don't have the most time. We'll talk a little bit of NFL too. Maybe not the biggest college football week on this show, but we'll talk a little bit of everything here. And UCapper in the chat as well says, can't believe the Dream lost for sure. Yeah. All right. Let's get to it, Vino. You know how we do it around here. We'll do ladies first. So let me get back to it. Ladies first means Liberty and Mercury. 607, 608. Opened up Mercury -1. I'm seeing pretty much 2.5 everywhere. I do see a 3. I see a 2. So line shop depending on what you like. As far as the total, it did open 156.5. I still see one of those juice to the under, but the consensus line is 155.5. As far as an injury report, I mean, I'm pretty sure we're getting everybody here today. Yeah, nobody on the injury report here. Vino, Phoenix could have very easily swept the Liberty. I mean, that we talked about that. You know, that last shot from Alyssa Thomas in game 1 routinely makes those shots. And they just fell short in overtime. But they came out and they put belt to ass. That's the only way to say it. As far as in New York, they did it. That crowd was quiet real quick. Or after that first quarter, it got real quiet in there. And man, with the limited Stewie, it's just we saw what they look like when they don't have Stewie. We saw what they look like. And if you have a very limited Stewie, I mean, you're either putting her out there and playing almost 4-on-5, or you're just not getting the best version of the Liberty. For the Mercury, they played some really good defense. They were hounding the Liberty, and they got out and ran. They ran. I think they had 20 fast break points. Alyssa Thomas, that's where she thrives, getting out in transition. So I like what I've seen from the Mercury. They're at home again. It makes me think that they should be, their favorite for a reason. They should get the W here. I mean, just to start off with that, do you think I mean, it almost looked like the Liberty gave up already in that last game. How are you feeling about the side in this one, Vino?
Yeah, I feel the same way. Phoenix, for what it's worth, the power ratings that I keep made Phoenix a 3-point favorite. They're 2.5, so the number's in line. It's not like you're paying any kind of tax or anything. But I'll just add a couple of external factors to what you said, Ski. If you're just reading body language of these two teams right now, you're playing Phoenix. You're not playing New York. I feel like if you play New York, you're almost asking New York, based on reputation, to pull a rabbit out their backside to win this thing. Because, again, when Satu is motivated, and she came off of that 2 of 17 with a point to prove, and you put her and Alyssa Thomas together, and it's pretty tough. As you mentioned, that fast break scoring was 20-2 in favor of Phoenix. Phoenix scored 25 off Liberty turnovers. And there's times where Sabrina Ionescu just looks like she can't handle their pressure. She's forcing up shot. Her shot when it was released the other night, when you watch her shooting threes, you never felt like those things were going in. She's 3 of 13 from the floor again, bad 3-point shooting. Now, head coach Sandy Brondello, she benched her, starting core for the fourth quarter and they're deep enough to let a reserve 5 go out there to try and save some energy. But I don't know that I don't think they have near as much energy as what Phoenix is showing me right now. Again, I just made this point on a previous show and we'll just reiterate it here. Yeah, maybe she didn't do it the right way when Dewana Bonner forced her way out of Indiana, but she's been a godsend for that Phoenix bench, because she comes off the bench and basically every night she's as consistent as they come offensively, providing bench points. Of course, one of the greatest scorers in WNBA history. It's just another factor to help that youth that we talk about with Phoenix. Ski, if they shoot anywhere, let's just say if they shoot 36, 37, 38% from 3, they're going to win this game. Because the only time Phoenix goes really bad is when they just can't buy a 3. But I don't see that happening here. I think they're the tougher team. They're the quicker team. They're going to be in an energized building tonight. So I like Phoenix minus 2.5.
Yeah, man. Maybe some of Sabrina's, struggles come from just being tired. They're picking on her all game on defense. I think the first half, they were like, and again, I had a few while I was watching the game. So, but I'm pretty sure they were picking on her. Like, first it was like going straight at her, like whoever she was guarding, I feel like. And then in the second half, it was like they were putting whoever she was guarding as a screener, and just going after her that way, getting downhill and going after her that way. So I know she was tired being in every single action, having to try to carry the load offensively. And it's going to be a lot of that again, here in this game. I'm sure they'll have some kind of plan, but talk a little bit about the total here, Rob. 155.5, pretty sure the lowest one that we've seen in this series. But that fast break, the fast break points in the last one, 20 for the Mercury. I think they had around 20 in the first game too, but that has to be some kind of point of emphasis for the Liberty. 20-2 fast break points, you're not going to be winning those games, So in my mind, when you get blown out like that, that's, if I was the coach, that's the first emphasis I would have. We got to get back on defense and stop them in transition. And outside of that, I just feel like these are two teams really capable of playing good defense. It's, situationally, it sets up, it's win or go home. We know what that means. So I think it's low for a reason. I think under is the preferred side as far as total goes. Any opinion there?
And maybe even Liberty team total under, Ski, unless you think there's going to be some kind of bounce back. Let me just read you the scores that the Liberty have put up in 5 of the last 6 quarters in this series. Before overtime in the third quarter, they scored 11 of game 1. They scored 10 in the fourth. So that's 11 and 10. In the second quarter of game 2, 12, 10 in the third, 13. 13 is the highest point total they've recorded in a quarter in 5 of the last 6. They can't get anything on track here. The surrounding cast that actually is pretty good shooters. Phoebish is a good shooter. Natasha Cloud should score. Mieserman should score, but none of them are. They look, I don't know. Like I said earlier, the other team looks like the fiercer group, the more motivated group. New York, I don't want to say they're the champions. We shouldn't use scared, but they just had that like deer in the headlights look, the supporting cast. Like, we don't really want the ball. Mieserman looked lousy in that game. Leonie Phoebus, her shot didn't look right. So I don't know. Maybe a New York team total under, unless you really think that, they're going to bounce back and get it right. I know I used that particular argument in favor of my play with the Atlanta Dream last night. I thought their core three had played so bad they'd have to play better. And maybe you could use that argument here for the New York Liberty. But 70, it's going to be a tall hill for them to climb to get to 78 points tonight. I see the consensus line here is 77. So 78 for the Liberty, I'm not so sure.
Yeah. I mean, if you put together the way we're feeling, or at least, Mercury and, under, that's what you get, Liberty team total. A couple of things from the chat. I agree with Paul. Satu Sabali is a key. She's also one of my favorite players. Jorge is mentioning that the first half total is at 79.5, but the full game is 155.5, shaded for a little bit more points in the first half. And I mean, it makes sense. I mean, think of what we've seen in these other, elimination, win or go home games. It gets really, really tight in that second half. So that's something to think about. And Brian, that should probably answer your question about this first quarter under. Doesn't mean it can't hit, but I wouldn't want to specifically just, look at the first quarter, I think. Mark says unders for everything. Yes, Stewie playing on a sprained MCL. All things that you have to take into consideration. So I think we did a pretty good job breaking down this game, Ravino. I think we can, take it off the hardwood. We'll go and look at let's get to some football here. And we do have one game today. So let's talk about that first. That means 307, 308, Iowa and Rutgers. Opened up -2 for Iowa. I'm going to call that still the consensus. I mean, it's between 1.5 and I see 2.5s out there. So we'll say 2 still. Total open 45.5. And it's as high as 46.5. A few of them out there, actually. And Vino, I'm not the most knowledgeable about every single college football team. But what I do know about Iowa is they're not a team that's known to be playing high-scoring games. And from what I've seen from Rutgers so far this year, their defense is ass. I mean, if Iowa can't score on this defense, it's gonna be tough for them this season. So I can understand, just based on Rutgers' defense, why this total is going up. How are you viewing this game?
Yeah, and if you take the other matchup with that, Ski, Rutgers is dependent upon their offense this year. They're just a different team. I mean, public perception of Rutgers for the last 20 years, and rightfully so, all defense can't score. But it's totally flipped this year. And it started to flip late last year. Rutgers started scoring points with the new quarterback, Kalin Kakis. They just don't stop it. In simplest terms, they played Miami of Ohio, which is probably the most pedestrian offense as far as pace, tempo, and what they do offensively is concerned. And they gave up 8.3 yards a play to Miami O. Iowa is in that same category. If you want to make a comparison, Iowa does play offense the way Miami of Ohio plays offense. Iowa does it with better players. If I use the fundamentals of this game, Ski, not only is Rutgers defense ass, and it should help Iowa, which is not a great offense, score points, but then Iowa's defense should travel. It's still the same really, really good Iowa defense, which should be able to contain Rutgers offense, which has been their strength. Less than a field goal? I just don't see it. Even if it ends up as a 19-16 game, Iowa should be the team on top. So I could see why people like over, because that's the way Rutgers games have trended toward the over. But I'll use your phrase. Actually, I can't use your phrase because they're a dog. I was going to say, how can I trust you if you can't get stops? But they're not the favorite. They're the underdog. And still, I don't trust them because they can't get stops. So I like Iowa minus the short price. And
it sounds like, probably a little correlation there, right? If you like Rutgers, you like the over. If you like Iowa, you like the under. Okay. So Vino thinking a little bit more towards the Iowa side, and that would make me think that this total is a little bit too high. So good stuff on that. I don't really have too much to add. And I don't have a banner for this next one because I didn't really plan on talking about it because I haven't really seen one of these teams play. It's my fault. There was one comment, I'll mention it now. It said, Thurman Green, where have you guys been? I haven't seen the show on YouTube for the last 2 weeks. Yeah, that's my fault. I just had a lot of stuff going on, personally. And that's kind of affected me watching some of these college games because there's so many. I couldn't watch them all. But Vino, I just want to ask you really quick. My opinion of Texas and Sam Houston State. I haven't seen Sam Houston State. I know what I'm getting from Texas. The defense is elite. The offense is a big work in progress. And that is why they've gone under in 3 straight games. For Sam Houston State, you have Texas. They opened at 41. It dropped to 39 and a total of 51.5. So they don't think Sam Houston is putting up too much here. I'm just curious, what's your opinion of Sam Houston? Are they more of an offensive or defensive team? Are these one of the teams that you follow?
Yeah, Sam Houston, for what it's worth, Ski, they had their head coach, Casey Keeler, leave after last year when they finished out last year pretty good. He was there for 2-3 years, got that program on the rise. But when he left, like happens across the country in a lot of these cases, when the head coach leaves, a lot of the talent and personnel travel with him or just hit the portal and leave the school. And it left Sam Houston in a mess. New systems, new players, and knew everything, and now you're going to have to go play Texas. I'll tell you really quick, just from my perspective, I played Texas's team total the week after they played Ohio State, right? They lost 14-7 to Ohio State. Then they're going to play San Jose State. And their team total was like 43.5. And I thought, well, they're at home. They're going to ring up 45 here. The offense will break loose. They just played Ohio State. No shame in scoring 7. But it didn't break loose. They got to 38, and it was a struggle to get to 38. A lot of mistakes by Arch Manning and the offense. So then they come back last week, and again, their team total, I think they played UTEP, which is a team this year that's changed styles a little bit, and I think they rank inside the top 15 in fastest tempo. And I thought, I didn't play it, but I'm thinking to myself, well, Texas is probably going to get a few more possessions because if this team is playing fast and going 3 and out against the Texas defense, and Texas is going to get a lot of chances to score. They scored 27 points. And I'm thinking to myself, there's something wrong with this team and this offense. Now, whether or not it all gels and comes together this week against an absolute, I told you what kind of grassroots project Sam Houston State is. You could do it if they're hitting on all cylinders. They could get to 49 pretty easy, but their team total, once again, is 45.5, 46. I don't know. You've got bigger fish to fry down the road. That's another thing you have to think about with Texas because the look ahead here is to at Florida next week. It's an SEC game. So, maybe go through the motions again. I'm not sure, but I would say this. I think as bad as they've looked offensively and as much criticism as they're taking nationally, especially the quarterback because he was the featured guy, Arch Manning, you would think that you'd want to get it right. I could care less who you play next week. You want to get it right heading into next week. So if Texas has it in them, this is a team they can break out against. I'm not so sure they have it in them right now.
Yeah, I would say no, they do not, Robbie. No. I haven't seen anything to make me think otherwise. I'm a Texas fan. I would love reasons to be happy and cheer and think that they can be successful, but I haven't seen it. So, having Florida on deck, that is a huge game. They've already lost one, right? So they're probably thinking a hell of a lot more about that game. I think that's a solid point. I couldn't lay with Texas in this game. It would be Sam Houston State. I think the market is gone right to go down 2 points. It's plus 39.5 or nothing for me. And if I don't trust Texas offense and I trust the defense more, just makes me think that this is an under game as well. So
what's interesting, Ski, about that line is that if we go to logic school, which you like to do sometime, 42-3 Texas win doesn't cover. You lose by a hook. 45-6 doesn't cover. And those are huge wins. So that's a lot of points.
The question, and you know what? You got to learn these lessons, right? So earlier in the season, I had bet I bet Texas on a big point spread after they lost that first game. I think it was week 2. I forgot who they played, and they lost. I mean, they didn't lose, but they didn't cover. And what I thought to myself was, after the fact, that was not a good bet. Like, Texas defense is the unit that we trust the most. The offense is still a work in progress, right? Like, if you're laying minus 30-something, 40 points, is Texas even going to score 40 points in this game? Like, I don't trust them to score 40 points.
Right.
So just off that alone, makes me think Sam Houston State and under. I'm probably going to bet one of, not both of those. I don't really like to bet both side in total, so I probably will pick one. But that was literally just a thought while we were here on the show. I didn't even plan to come and talk about that. But I think, talking stuff out, it helps out, just like that first quarter over yesterday. So, Vino, let's do a little bit of NFL Week 3. Don't have that much time left, and if you can probably tell by the banner, it's going to be just not so much focused in on one game, a little bit around the board. But there are some games that stand out to me. And I'll go from top to bottom. And if you have one, chime in as well. I'll go first, though. The first one that pops out to me is 453, 454, Atlanta and Carolina. I mean, Atlanta opened minus 2.5, all the way up to minus 5.5 now. And my thought is just, I know Atlanta won easily last week, but this is still, I mean, I want to call him a rookie quarterback, Penix. He doesn't have that much experience, is what I'm saying. He set another game on the road after an easy win like that versus a Panthers team who I feel like started to find some offensive rhythm in the second half, and maybe they can, roll that over into this home opener for them. I just really don't believe in laying 5.5 with the Falcons. I don't like their coaches. I don't like the idea of the inexperienced quarterback, another game on the road. I don't like any of it. So I'm trying to find as many reasons as I can to back the Panthers plus 5.5. What do you think about that, Ravino?
Well, this line jump could be partially because of what we saw last, right, which was Atlanta simply dominating Minnesota's offense, right?
Right.
They played that Sunday night game, so it's kind of a short week for Atlanta here inside the division. Let's not forget that. To Carolina, this is as meaningful to them as it is to Atlanta. These divisional games mean the most. Atlanta's dominance last week, Ski, it didn't come from the offense. It came because Minnesota, and during the game, a little bit of this happened, but they were playing without 3 starting offensive linemen. And you could line up your front and just go after these guys who couldn't block to save their lives. And they really had no chance, Minnesota. They had no chance to throw the football. So chalk that victory up as you will. But I think that Atlanta, taking advantage of a severe cluster injury problem is one thing. If they had scored a bunch of points in that game, I would think, well, maybe Atlanta's got it right. It seems to me the only thing Atlanta has right now is Bijan Robinson. Give him the ball, let him go. Carolina knows that. They'll probably stack the line, look to take him away. So to your point about taking Carolina, let's just get into the point spread aspect of it from 2.5 to 5.5. Now, if you're taking Carolina, you just got yourself to 3. You got yourself to 4. Those are as key numbers as any in NFL football. If you're taking an underdog plus 3, plus 4, it's crossed through all of that and giving you that advantage for Carolina. So maybe the line was good at 2.5. Atlanta wins by a field goal. For people who want to come back and middle this thing, if you're lucky enough to get 2.5 early, it's probably a smart play. But I could see taking Carolina now at this price at home, inside division, short work week for the other side, only a running game to speak of on offense for the most part, and a team that certainly capitalized on a decimated Vikings offensive front.
And one thing we know, we just saw it last week, Panthers are going to play till there's no more time on the clock. The back door is always open. So, this is a play that I'm really trying to get to the window with there. I very well could get to the window with that. Is there one that stands out to you that you would like to talk about, or should I keep going?
Good. Well, I'll just say this real quick, Ski. A couple of things that are very noticeable and that are starting to be brought up. New England's secondary stinks. It's 2 weeks in a row. That's a bad secondary unit. Raiders threw all over them last week. They gave up a bunch of points in that Dolphins game. And the other side of that game is Pittsburgh, whose defense has been just as bad. For some reason, Pittsburgh's picking guys up off the street now to fill in on defense because they're not very good. Started 40.5, the total did, up to 44.5. There might still be a little wiggle room there to play an over. And then along those same exact lines, just repeat everything I just said for Dallas at Chicago. I was on a Sunday show, live game, in-game live, and that game opened 46, the total. And immediately one of the guys I was on set with at WagerTalk here bet 46 to the over. It's now 50.5. Dallas, they are what they are. They can score on anybody, but they can't stop anything. And the Bears get 52 hung on them by Detroit last week. They can't stop anything. Both offenses in good weather should go up and down. Again, it's hanging under the key number of 51, so you still have some wiggle room there. Last thing I'll say real quick, this is as much gut feeling as it is fundamental matchup, et cetera, although the San Francisco injuries do play into this. I think Arizona is going to go into San Francisco and win. I'm just not impressed with what San Francisco has. You know, they beat Seattle in that opening week. Seattle basically beat themselves, but San Francisco's skill position players, they're so limited now without George Kittle. Juwan Jennings it looks like he hasn't practiced this week. It looks like he's going to be out again. You're basically hanging your hat on a banged up Brock Purdy if he plays and Christian McCaffrey. And I just think Arizona's better than that. You know, again, it's a divisional game. Arizona's got a ton of talent. This game has moved up from 42.5 to 45.5 based on the Brock Purdy news. And Brock Purdy's all fine and well. But when you just don't have weaponry to go around him, I don't know. I think Arizona can win that game.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with your thought process on those three games that you mentioned. San Fran is pretty banged up already. One thing I'll say is I was kind of wrecking my brain on that Dallas and Chicago side, though. And I was liking Dallas just because I thought, you know, I trust the guys offensively more, but it boils down to what I always say. I don't like, you know, and you don't have to lay much. It's a small number, but can't get stops. It makes me feel very uncomfortable. So maybe the over, like you said, is just a better way to go.
That's worth 3 extra tequila and pineapples if you can't get stopped. Crazy. I'm telling you.
All right, something else that was standing out to me. The Green Bay and Cleveland game. It opened -7 for Green Bay. It did get up to like 8.5 or 9 at some shops, right? And we've seen it come back down. I mean, I'm seeing 7.5. There's some close to plus money, -105. Seeing the buyback there is interesting. Green Bay has looked really good, dominant, whatever you want to call them, through these first couple weeks. Cleveland has looked pathetic. And still, the money's coming back down on Cleveland. I can't really make sense of it. I mean, great. I'm just sitting here thinking, why do I not run to the window and take Green Bay? Or why do I not go to the window and just tease Green Bay? Like, why are they not at least going to win the game? And how does Cleveland even score? I mean, they couldn't get the team total, I think, is 17.5. They haven't been able to clear that yet. Green Bay's defense looks really good, especially with Parsons over there. How can Cleveland reach 18? How can Cleveland cover this game? Why are people buying Cleveland?
I think the case that'll be made for Cleveland, and when you watch these two teams play, the case becomes a little flimsy, but I think it's built on situation. I think that, because the NFL is such a tricky sport to handicap, but you have Green Bay off of 2 extremely high-profile wins. It's non-conference now. It's the perfect spot for a letdown. It's non-conference and on the road. Green Bay hasn't been outside of Green Bay yet. It's a perfect spot for a letdown. Cleveland, for what it's worth, was hanging around in that game against Baltimore, maybe until mid-third. I think late third, it started to really bust open. Baltimore picked off a pass. Baltimore started scoring touchdowns, and then it was 41 to whatever. I think that final score is probably a shade misleading. And then last but not least, anybody betting Cleveland is banking way more on their defense to be able to keep this thing close, maybe force Jordan Love into a turnover or two. I think that's the way. Nobody's looking at this saying Cleveland on paper is good enough to play with Green Bay, because what we've seen, we know they're not. But those specific situations, Ski, non-conference games are the third most important to these teams. And if you're going to ask a team, go win two of the biggest games of your season, do it both at home, go on the road, be better than a touchdown favorite against a team that stinks, and you can see the letdown formula that people might be banking on. The reason for the rise and then the reason for the comeback of the line could very well be that the whatever groups or whatever who bet this thing early probably wanted to get this number from 7 up to 9 because they liked Cleveland at a certain price. So they moved the line a little bit to get the bandwagon of the public to follow them till it gets to a point where they can buy back. Sometimes they're called false line moves. Sometimes they happen. But certainly somebody with money wanted that 8.5 with the Cleveland side rather than just +7.
All right. Almost running out of time here. S.Dot's asking, do we cover Giants and Chiefs? I mean, I don't feel very strongly about that, but what I do think is the Chiefs shouldn't really be laying these kind of points right now. They do need to win, desperately need to win. Doesn't mean they'll cover. And my personal opinion is Patrick Mahomes is the master of winning and not covering. Giants have a really good defensive line. Patrick Mahomes doesn't have a lot of weapons to throw to. I would be taking the Giants +6.5 if I'm betting that spread. Any thoughts there, real quick?
Yeah, I was going to say to you before you said that, would you tease Kansas City and Green Bay and just ask both of them to win the games? Very possible. But where the Giants are concerned, I'd be just a shade cautious offensively because they did all their damage last week against Dallas. Dallas, like we mentioned, is just the shoddiest defense out there. So maybe Russell Wilson comes back to earth. I was a little surprised it went so high towards the over, Ski. 41.5 all the way to 45, because putting together what you said and what I'm thinking would lead me more to believe that this is kind of a 24-17, 23-20 type game under 45. So I'll look at it a little more. It's not till Sunday night, but that's kind of the way I see it right now.
Fair. There was another one that I wanted to mention. Really, there's a couple I want to mention, but here, let's do like this. I don't think Jacksonville's defense is any good. I think, man, it's killing me what I'm seeing from Houston right now, but I think CJ Stroud is still better than what he's shown, lately. Getting points with them, man, I think they can win the game. I'm really trying to find a lot of reasons to back Houston here. And it just starts with like how I thought about the Atlanta game. I don't really like the thought of laying with Jacksonville, laying anything. So I'm looking at that. And other than that, I think that you're paying a little bit of a premium for Seattle here versus New Orleans. 7.5 point favor just seems like too much. If New Orleans front can get a little bit of pressure, we know Sam Darnold is not good when he's pressured. And they do have a big game coming up on Thursday versus the Cardinals. So the Saints have looked better so far this season than I thought. I think that they can keep it respectable. So trying to bet Houston, also looking at the Saints. Any thoughts on either one of those games?
I can get there with you on Houston. Let's face it, they played two teams that are going to the playoffs to start the season. They played the Rams, super good defense. They played the Tampa Bay defensive front, which is really good. Their secondary is the weakness. But if you don't have time like CJ Stroud didn't, you're going to have trouble. So those two teams, and they almost beat Tampa. This is a huge step down in class, Ski. And let's just say this, that Joe Burrow went out of the game last week. Jake Browning came in, and Jacksonville had their hands full, and in the end couldn't even beat them. Trevor Lawrence still looks like Trevor Lawrence to me, and they don't pressure. They just don't pressure the way the Rams and Bucks do. So I can totally see Houston. And again, let's just make this, because this is usually one of the biggest points in my handicap. It's a divisional game. Houston can look at their record and say, we're 0-2, but we're 0-0 inside the division. Let's win the division first. And it starts right here with Jacksonville. So I like Houston as well. I think that their defense can make life miserable for Trevor Lawrence. And the other game I don't have a real stout opinion on. I do think Seattle's offense is coming around. I saw Zach Charbonnet's hurt a little bit here. We'll see what goes on there. Spencer Rattler, I've always liked as a QB, and he does have some weaponry, but I haven't looked at that game real hard, so I'll reserve any comment on that one.
Fair. All right. I think we did a pretty good job. Damn near touched all the games. Nah, not all of them, but I think we did a pretty good job. So it is about that time, Ravino. Before we go to best bets, I'm going to put this up there because it is still going, Ravino. The weekend warrior, I double check. It is still going. So you can get every football play from whoever you choose, and it's only $49. And it does include Monday Night Football as well. So, I think that's a hell of a deal. I will be making my decisions today, tonight, maybe even some tomorrow, and just adding as I go along. So if you want to roll with me, I think that's a good way to do it. If you want to roll with Ravino, same can be said there. So on that note, time to move it over to best bets. And Vino, if I ask you if you have a best bet, we would love to hear it. But if you do not, it's all good. And if you have anything else to promo, feel free.
I'll just add to the weekend warrior thing, Ski. If you're looking to get all 3 days, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, every play release for just $49, I've already put up a 5% college football play. I'm on a 5-0 NFL run, 4-0 Sunday, 1-0 last night, so 5-0. And college football raked in about 10 or 11 units last week. And so seeing it pretty well right now where football is concerned. Once again, like Ski mentioned, weekend warrior package, $49, and you will get the 5% blue chip that's already up there. I'll go back to where we started this whole thing. I just don't know how, shouldn't say that because certainly New York can win. But in my opinion, Phoenix is the better side right now. Phoenix is easily, to me, 3 points better than New York, their current status. So for me, best bet will be Phoenix -2.5.
Good stuff from Ravino. UCapper in the chat says he's going to that Seahawks game this weekend. He says, Ski, did they see the picture they used for me and you? I need to take new pictures with a hat. I didn't even see it. So you got lucky. You lucked out here, UCapper. All I put up on this show, and I guess I'll use it as a little extra promo here. It was this one. Just so you got lucky. It's no picture of you on here without the hat. But yeah, it's a chance to rock with UCapper and I at a discount. And like I said yesterday, with the money you're saving, you can go, pick up Rob as well. But I do have a 5% play going tonight in the WNBA. So it's a perfect time to get involved there rather than just, buy the single play. If you want to buy the single play and check it out, that's your choice. But you can get the whole rest of the playoffs. We cashed last year, number 1, number 2. We're trying to do that again here this year. Best bets for this show, man. I'm not going to give a best bet, but what I am going to do, I'm going to say, from what we've talked about, I really like the under in that Iowa game. That makes a lot of sense. I'm going to think about it a little bit more, talk about it a little bit more on this next show I'm going to do. And as far as if I'm betting these games that we talked about in the NFL, the ones I'm closest to right now, as of this moment, Carolina +5.5 and Carolina +5.5 and the Saints. So I'll leave you with those 3. Haven't put anything in yet. If you want to know when I put them in, Weekend Warrior is a great way to do it. Rob Vino, always tell you I appreciate you taking the time to break these games down with me. Helps my process. I'm sure, helping out everybody else out there as well. People in the chat, you guys bring a lot to the show. This show is not the same without you. A lot of great people, great cappers. And, I appreciate everybody helping each other, trying to help each other win. That's all we're trying to do here. So appreciate you guys. I do see everything up there, Ravi. Kick, Twitch, X. We appreciate all you guys. Apple, Spotify, and this is the last show for the week. So we'll be back on Monday. Best of luck with all your action over the weekend, and yeah, we'll catch you next week.